Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Connor Bird! Yes, Glasgow. Love this city, man. It's so good to be back in Scotland, to be honest, right? Because I started the year, went over to Australia, went over there to do like Melbourne, Sydney Comedy Festival and that. Very exciting, right? It was a big deal for me. It was the first time I got to go to another country to do comedy, right? Which means it was the first time I ever had to fill out a working visa to get into a country, because usually I'm just going on holiday, and it's very scary, that form to get into Australia, right? There's loads of questions. The big one is they really want to know if you're a criminal, right? So it's like, have you had any prior convictions? And they're all there, right? Burglary, everything's there, right? And I'll be honest, you know, given the history of that country, I genuinely didn't know if they wanted me to tick yes or no. I was like, oh, fuck it. I didn't want them to think I'm a pussy. Put me down for an assault. Get my rep up a bit here. The guy at the border was like, this assault? Was it racially motivated? I went, yes. And he was like, I'll get in, mate. The first place I landed in Australia was Perth, right? And if you've never been, like, Perth's big thing is that it's the most isolated city in the world, and it fucking feels like it. Right? And because of that, you know, in this country, if I say the word junkie, right, immediately what you think of is a heroin addict, right? That's our thing. We're very good at it in Scotland, right? We made a film about it, right? We're class at it, right? Now, the thing about heroin, of course, it's a horrible drug, very scary, right? But the good thing about it is it does make the people that take it very docile. You know what I mean? You didn't really feel like getting up too much after a good batch, you know? The problem with Perth is it's so far away from anywhere else that, like, none of the cartels bother to go there. So there's like no heroin, no cocaine, nothing like that, right? But what you can make anywhere, if you've got a kitchen, is meth. Right? And I know I've framed that in such a way that sounds like I'm going to be like, and if you stay around to the end of the show, I've got a great recipe. But meth is everywhere, and if you've never been around meth, it does not make people docile, no. Meth heads are up for a wee adventure. Couldn't believe it, man. The first time I got to Perth, I was wandering around the city centre and I was like, oh my God, this city has so many silent discos. Then I was like, wait a minute, none of these people are wearing headphones. And I think that guy's bleeding. So that was the first place I went, right? And of course, if anyone's been, you know, it's a 24-hour flight. You land, you're upside down, the water's going the other way. You don't know what time it is. You don't know if it's New Year or New York, right? So I landed at about 7 p.m. Perth time, right? My agent had organised for me the next morning at 6 a.m. to be on a local Perth radio station to promote the shows that I was there to do, right? So, of course, like, I don't know what is happening. They're very nice. They sent a taxi to the hotel to pick me up. Right, I just got in it blindly. It could have been the fake taxi for all I know, you know? I don't know if I was going to get pumped or dropped off, you know, like... But I got in. But anyway, I get to the station, it's all nice. They're being really nice to me. They get me coffee, they're making me feel dead comfortable and that, right? And what I didn't know, I'd never done live radio before, but it makes sense, you know, when they're bringing you in to do your live interview and that, they have to play a pre-recorded bit of radio while they're getting you set up. But when you're in the studio, you can't hear that, right? Someone can hear it in their headphones, but you can't hear it. And what I had no idea, they were playing this pre-recorded kind of interview debate piece about the Australian women's football team, right? They call them the Matildas. And it was quite a heated debate thing. I had no idea, right? So I get brought in, and it's a female presenter on the thing, and she brings me in, she's like, I'm joined here by Scottish stand-up comedian Connor Burns. He's doing some shows in Perth, but before we get to that, Connor, why do you think women's sports isn't taken seriously. Excuse me? I thought you were going to ask me if I miss Iron Brew. Didn't realise I was here to fix the gender pay gap. I would have revised, you know? And you know what? She saw that I was panicking and starting to squirm a bit, and she was fucking loving it. She was like, I'm a stand-up comedian lost for words, first time for everything on. I was like, fuck! My career was disappearing in front of me, right? And I'm convinced in my panic, I came out with the single worst possible answer to that question anyone could have said, right? I just started to panic. I was like, I'll watch women do anything. She looked at me, she was like, Then I panicked again. I was like, no, like, I'll watch men as well. I'd been in the country for less than 12 hours. I've just told thousands of people on morning radio that I'm a peeping Tom. I'd done 4 shows in Perth, not a single woman came to any of them. Apparently it wasn't safe. Just a bunch of angry guys. It was like an Andrew Tate convention. It was sad. I really did enjoy my time there, man. I got to do some of the best gigs in my career over there as well. They really spoiled me. I got to perform at the Sydney Opera House, right? Yeah, I know. But I'm very working class, right? And I'll be honest with you, as a working class person, there's a wee voice, you know, when you get a big opportunity like that to play at the Opera House, there's always that wee voice in your head that's just going, who the fuck do you think you are? Do you think these people give a shit what you've got to say, really? Right? And I started to get nervous. I was freaking out. It was being filmed for Australian TV. I was really starting to get nervous, right? So I went and found one of the other comedians who was also going to be on the show, and he's a mate of mine. And I went, mate, I'm freaking out a wee bit here. All right, I'm starting to get to myself. And he went, oh, Connor, you know what's wrong with you? Right? And I always stick around for the end of that sentence. Nothing like being diagnosed by someone who I also know is mentally ill, right? He was like, you know what's wrong with you, mate? He went, you've got imposter syndrome. Right? Have we heard this? Because it used to be, if you were shite at something, rightfully, you were ashamed of yourself, right? But, you know, don't let lack of talent hold you back now. But I'll be honest, I was quite excited when I found out that I had imposter syndrome, right? And I was like, this could be good for the brand, shift a few tickets, you know? I was excited. Plus, I'll be honest, I thought, well, maybe I can get myself a disabled parking badge here. Because I live in the centre of Edinburgh, fucking nightmare trying to get parked through there. I went down to the DVLA office, right? I went in, the guy was like, what exactly is the condition that you have? And I went, oh, buddy. I'm actually struggling right now with imposter syndrome. He went, and you think that entitles you to a disabled parking badge, do you? And I went, oh, to be honest, mate, now that you've put it like that, I kind of feel like I don't even deserve to be here. He went, Connor, this is one of the worst cases I've ever seen. You park wherever you want, son. I loved my time in Australia, man. I really, really did. Has anyone here been to Australia? Couple, nice, man. Well, maybe you will agree with me here. The thing I loved about Australia is I got to experience something over there as a Scotsman that I've never experienced here, right? I got to be exotic. And I'll be honest with you, it's class, right? Because they love the Scottish accent, right? But by way of making some noise, anyone here who isn't Scottish or that, do you find the Scottish accent sexy? You know what the fucked up part is? I actually agree with you. I think it's all bullshit that Hollywood has like tricked women into thinking that Scottish accent's sexy. Because I know my girlfriend's American. She was all excited when she first came here. She's like, I'm gonna fall in love with a Scotsman. Like the idea of a Scottish accent, there's not one. You know what I mean? Imagine being American, coming over here, love-struck eyes, and being like, I want to meet a nice Scotsman. And you end up getting shagged by some guy for Fife. Say, oh, I keep going like that, I'm going to kick in my breeks, eh? That's a mood killer, that. You know what? My agent specifically asked me not to make any of the jokes in this too Scottish. Because she's like, we don't know what part of the world people are going to be watching it. But I was like, I'm keeping that one in. Because the idea of someone in like Tennessee watching this and be like, what the hell is kicking my breeks? Sounds a little fruity to me. It's not just Scottish that gets like a wee leg up from Hollywood as well. I think Hollywood's done a lot of good for Irish as well, right? Because the Americans aren't always like, oh my God, Irish guys, oh, it's so sexy, it's so hot. Right? I cannot think of anything more sexually terrifying than going to bed with someone with a Belfast accent. Just put your trousers next to mine. Lay back, I'm gonna blow you away. That's scary. By the way, has anyone seen that viral video about the taxi driver in Belfast? Has anyone seen this? Oh man, it was nuts. So this taxi driver is also like a bit of a gangster, but he drives taxis on the side, right? And he picks up a guy, and unbeknownst to him, the guy gets in, and it's a guy that owes him drug money. Right, so the Belfast taxi driver goes into his glove compartment and takes out a handgun, right? Forgetting that his cab is being filmed, and starts shaking down this passenger, right? And it starts out dead scary. He's like, you know you owed me that money. I've got half a mind to drive you down here and take your kneecaps, lad. Right? But then, the reason I love this clip is it turns into the most Irish back and forth you've ever seen in your life. Because it starts out dead scary, right? And then eventually the guy in the back starts to cry. And the driver just goes, sure now, there's no need to cry. We all make mistakes, lad. Pull yourself together. I'll give you another fortnight, but then I'm coming for the kneecaps. Oh, wow, how reasonable. But it's great, man. Having the Scottish accent, it's absolutely nuts over there. Like, they really do like it over in Australia. Like, I was wandering about one day, just in Sydney, right? And this woman came up to ask for directions. And she's like, excuse me, do you know the way to Darling Harbour? And I'd been, so I went, oh, aye, no worries. I just go to the bottom of the street and then turn right. And she went, oh my God. Are you Scottish? You know, I was like, oh, here we go. You know, because I'm not a piece of meat. It's like, why do they never ask me how I feel? I've got a long-term girlfriend, right, and like I was not over there trying to catch any snapper, right? That's not my modus operandi. So I was over there and I was like, I don't know how to deal with flirting, I'll be honest, because I've never been flirted with in this country, right? Because I know what I look like. I'm not the best looking guy, not the worst looking guy, just aggressively plain. My best mate summed it up perfectly. He was like, Connor, do you know what you look like? Do you know when you start playing a computer game? You get your character. But you haven't changed any of the settings yet. So you look like player one. Right? So I'm not used to being flirted with, right? And Aussie women, they're very direct with their flirting. I couldn't handle it, right? And I love my girlfriend. I wasn't going to do anything stupid. So I came up with a wee plan, right? Anytime an Aussie woman started flirting with me, I would just nip it right in the bud by pretending to be South African. Now, I like South African people, man, they're good people, but you've got to admit, that's an unshaggable accent. It's too percussive and angry, it's scary, you know? Like, you imagine she asked me for directions, like, excuse me, do you know the way to Darling Harbour? I'm just like, yeah, no problem, I can take you there myself, Why are you running away? I'm trying to help you. Come on, take me back to your place. Maybe I could shoot you through the bathroom door. Just let that one digest. And by the way, to the one or two sick people that tried to start a round of applause there, I love you with all my heart. Although that is a scary joke to get a clap on, right? Because it's very dark in here, and part of me is like, oh my God, maybe he's here and he's running towards me, you know? That might be his wee spatula feet on the tiles. I looked him up recently, Oscar Pistorius, not like in the yellow pages, like, hey mate, what you doing? Because like I was quite young when all that happened, and I knew like he was a horrible guy. I knew he'd killed his girlfriend, but I didn't know that much about him, right? Obviously he's a sprinter, so fast in the Paralympics that they put him into the Olympics, right? Unbelievable. Anyone know what Oscar Pistorius ran 100 metres in? 10.9 seconds, which is rapid. Legged. But unlegged. Unbelievable. Unheard of, right? And I was going down on this wee wormhole looking this stuff up, and then I also discovered the fastest female sprinter of all time, right? Anyone know what she runs 100 metres in? A wee bikini. To be honest, that one's kind of just for me. No, I looked it up. She runs it in 10.7 seconds, right? She's 0.2 of a second quicker than Pistorius, which is amazing. Very, very impressive, right? But like 0.2 of a second, that's not much, right? That's like, you know, a bad start, a wee slip, a sneeze, right? And the fastest woman of all time running full pelt could still be overtaken by a guy with spatulas for feet. Now, I'm just presenting you with some information. But I'll be honest, when I read that, the first thing that popped into my mind was, you know, maybe, just maybe, that is why women's sports isn't taken seriously. Right, I understand the women are a bit pissed off now, right? I'm just messing about. This is a God's honest truth. I made all of the numbers up there. None of that's true. The fastest female sprinter is actually an entire second quicker than Oscar Pistorius, but you didn't care about that. You believed me. Because I'm a man. All right? And I want to be clear, sisters, I think that's fucked up. But it doesn't make it any less true. All right? I'm very lucky to have my girlfriend. I mentioned her earlier, right? And I feel like some of you know why I'm lucky to have her now, having listened to what you've just heard. I love her to bits, and she's so ridiculously out of my league, it's embarrassing, right? But not even just like looks-wise, intellectually, she's on a whole other level. For a starter, she has a proper job. Yeah, she's a criminal defence lawyer. Yeah, I know, which is handy. It does get a bit annoying though, because it does mean I can never complain about my job to her. You know what I mean? I can't go home after a bad gig and be like, they didn't really laugh at my Oscar Pistorius joke. She's like, oh cool, I had to sit opposite a rapist today. I'm like, oh well, it sounds like we both had tough ones. It's not a competition, honey. I don't know how she does it. Criminal defence, that must take it out of you, man. Like, she's used to sitting opposite the most low-life, lying sack of shit. Right? Then she finishes her breakfast and has to go be a lawyer. It's funny though, man, because like she's in a very male-dominated industry, right? Most lawyers tend to be middle-aged guys, right? And she puts up with some shit in the workplace. She's told me some horrible stories. You know, she's fully qualified. Guys just assume that she's like a secretary, send her on coffee runs and that, and it's bullshit. And I know that some of the women in this room have had to deal with that kind of shit, and I'm sorry, all right? And I have to say this, equal pay, equal work, I'm with you, all right? Despite that earlier sports joke. But if we are going to be completely honest with ourselves here, ladies, equality is a two-way street. And I think we need to address the fact that there's a few places in life where maybe yous have had it a wee bit easier than us. And if we're really going to have equality, we need to fix them as well. All right? Do you feel the tension in the room right now? Don't think I don't feel it. Oh, I feel it. Makes me so horny. I know what's happening right now. Every woman in the room is sitting there going, just you be very fucking careful what you say next, you little prick, all right? Right, and let me try and win you back here, right? I genuinely think that women have had it a wee bit easier than men in the bedroom, right? Now let me dig myself out of this hole. Right, and I need to preface this by saying that I can only really talk about straight women here, right? And it's not because I'm trying to exclude any lesbians that might be in the room. It's just that I'm 29 years old, and if I'm being completely honest, I have no idea what the fuck you guys get up to. I love the lesbians. Honestly, it is my lifelong dream to just have like a big group of lesbian pals. Imagine being the only straight guy in a group of lesbians. What a fucking laugh you would have. You know, just me and the gals out and about. You know, we've got so many shared interests, you know. We all like the golf. Right? We all love Fanny. It would be a laugh. And if there are any lesbians here, genuinely, I want you to know I'm a huge fan of the movement. I watch all the films. I'm actually sending money to a couple of girls on OnlyFans right now. Yeah, I'm actually sponsoring a couple of lesbians, that's right. Yeah, $5 a month. I was sending it to a starving African boy, but, you know, he was getting it for 4 years. Not once did I get a video of a carrot going up his arse. So I'm sorry, wee man, it's a buyer's market. The reason I want lesbian pals is because I've just got some questions. The main one I want to know, I'm desperate to understand, is how do lesbians know when sex is finished? Yeah, think about it, yeah. You know, because it's very obvious in a straight relationship, at least it is in my household. Usually over very quickly. With a muttered apology. And then the sad collection of a towel. Now you just stay there, honey, I'll get it. No, don't touch me, don't touch me. I just want to know, how do you know it's over? I assume you're just going at it, having an amazing time, multiple orgasms over and over all night. Eventually one of you is just like, we should probably pack this in. Top Gear starts in 10 minutes. I don't know. But I do think that straight women have had it a wee bit easier than straight men in the bedroom, right? And now let me explain myself. Because as a woman, right, the first time you go down on a man, right, no doubt that must be scary. Of course it must be scary. But you've got to admit, willies, very simple. Dead easy to figure out, you know? You know, a willy is like an iPhone. As soon as it's in your hand, you know how to work it. Whereas on the other hand, you know, lads, I know we don't like to talk about this, but listen, I'll speak up, brothers. Right? I'll be the canary in the coal mine here. The first time you go down on a nice lady, it's fucking terrifying. You know, you're down there, you're alone, it's dark. You can't see it, but you can sense its presence. It's like the predator when it takes its mask off. Maybe if I stay still, it can't see me. Arnie's in the corner like, if it bleeds, we can kill it. But what do we do, lads? We man up, we stick our face in, and we learn on the job. Yes. We don't know what the fuck we're doing. Right, you just start doing like me. I'll start doing the alphabet with my tongue. Maybe she's a C. Start throwing in all different kinds of wee patterns. Try a swastika. I don't know. Maybe she's into that. And look, I'll be honest, right? Maybe I am doing it wrong. But fucking hell, you're no half doing there for a while, eh? Bloody ridiculous. Because I feel like we're all friends now, Glasgow, I'll be honest, right? I come fast. Right? And it's led to me being described as a selfish lover. And I'm like, I think that's bullshit. How is that selfish, right? You know, I know you're busy, honey. You've got court in the morning. Let's get this over and done with. Get a good sleep, all right? I'll tell you what's selfish. Sending me down there for 20 minutes gasping for air like Jacques Cousteau. It's a ridiculous amount of time to be doing anything, honestly. And halfway through, you've got to shout up for that wee match report. What's happening up there, darling? She's like, just keep going, I'm getting closer. So is that closer or close? Says you're getting closer, I'm down here getting fucking lockjaw, alright? Bloody ridiculous, man. I mean, I went down on my girlfriend once, right? And when I came back up, Liz Truss had resigned. So I'm sure you'll be very glad to know I've thought about this at length, all right? And I think what needs to happen is the first time a man is about to go down on a nice lady, right, what needs to happen is on the way down, someone just needs to slip on a wee headset on him, right? And then somewhere in an air traffic control tower is a lesbian, right? I thought about putting a guy up there, but that's just a blind leading the blind, right? We need someone who knows where everything is and how it works. Right? Picture it, it'll be amazing, right? You're about to go down on this lady, right? Someone slips on the wee headset. You just hear, psh, okay, Connor, just stay calm. All right, I know you've never done this before, but if you listen to me very carefully, I will get you down safely, okay? My name's Connie from Aer Lingus. Just call me Connie Lingus. So stupid. All right, Connor, if you look down, you should see the landing strip, okay? Can you see that? Right, that's good, Connor. If you look down to your left now, you should see a flap. Lift that. Right, underneath there's a wee red button. Give that a push. Let me know what happens. She's shaking! You've done well, Connor. I'm going to leave you from here. I'm like, thank you, Connie. You get yourself up the road. Top Gear starts in 10 minutes. My girlfriend is class, though. But she is way, way smarter than me, right? It's embarrassing, right? Because I don't know if you guys have picked up on this, but I'm a fucking idiot. Right, like, I can hold a conversation, I can get by, but, like, I'd say once a week, I do something so fucking stupid that, like, I look about afterwards and go, fuck, I hope nobody saw that. You know? I had one of the worst ones ever a couple of weeks ago. It was in Glasgow, right? I was wandering around the city centre, and I saw a guy walking a wee dog, right? And the wee dog had a jacket on, and the jacket said, deaf dog. Right? Okay. So I ran over and I was like, oh my God, how long has he been deaf for? And the guy went, what? And I went, like, was he born deaf or did he have a wee accident? What happened? And the guy went, what? And then I realised I'm a fucking idiot. I went, oh, sorry, oh no, sorry, you're deaf and the dog's to help, all right. I was like, well, to be honest, mate, that's not really that clear, you know? You know, from over the street, it really does look like it's the dog that's deaf. Right? Because, you know, blind people, it doesn't say blind dog, it says see and eye dog. So if anything, Jake, it should really say hear and ear dog. And the guy went, what? I was like, oh no, I'm making an arse of this. Oh, started panicking, I looked down at the dog, I was like, mate, tell him I said sorry. Eventually the guy took his AirPods out and went, listen mate, stop talking to my dog, it's deaf. And I know I've been a bit harsh on women in the show, right? And I hope you know I'm just pissing about. I happen to think men are much fucking stupider, all right? Right? But guys that have absolutely no business whatsoever cheating, cheat. And that's what's weird to me. You know, like, what people are like, oh my God, Brad Pitt cheated on Angelina Jolie. You're like, well, aye, he's Brad Pitt. He could shag me if he wanted. Fucking Brad Pitt, all right? I don't know if you guys know this. This is God's honest truth, right? Stephen Hawking cheated on his wife with his nurse. I'm sorry, I'll say that again. Stephen Hawking cheated on his wife with his nurse. I'll be honest, right? I don't know how much Stephen had to do with that affair. But it just pisses me off because everyone talks about him like so positively just because he was clever. I'm like, we're glazing over the fact that he was actually a dirty little bastard. And I tell you what, I hope there is a stairway to heaven. And I hope hell's got a ramp, right? I love my girlfriend, as I was saying earlier, man. But funny thing is, right, we're from different classes, you know. I'm very working class. She's very much like upper middle class, you know. And she's American. She went to all these like, you know, fee-paying private international schools, right? I went to a piece of shit state high school through in Edinburgh. It was awful. We were always at like bottom of leaderboards for school stuff. Right? My school had to cancel sports day one year because they found a hypodermic needle in the sandpit. And the fucked up part was, I remember my PE teacher being like, lads, just jump over it. Well, think of it as an incentive. In first place with 2.9 metres, Jamie, great effort, son. All right. In last place with hepatitis. Wee Gary, unlucky, mate, unlucky. Better luck next year, if you're still here. It's funny though, because she's kind of making me middle class. You know, like she's got all these wee middle class hobbies and stuff. Like a big one that she loves is she loves to go shopping in vintage shops. Remember back in the day where those were called charity shops? And you'd get bullied if somebody saw you come out one. Now it's 45 quid for a pair of Levi's with somebody else's skid marks on them. When did that big rebrand happen? My girlfriend will brag about stuff that she found in charity shops, right? And I think that's a mad thing to brag about. Like, she'll be like, you'll never believe what I found. Vintage YSL handbag, easily worth £500. Got it for £5. And, like, people are like, oh, my God, that's amazing. So you shouldn't be bragging about that. Imagine if I went to the pub with my mates. I was like, lads, you'll never believe what I got up to today. Right? Went into Dementia UK. Stole 495 quid. As I say, you know, staying with someone who's from a bit larger class than you, she's upper middle class, right? And she's kind of dragging me up to the middle classes, right? And I really thought, with my background, I've got such a chip on my shoulder that I'd have to be dragged there. I'm not like these toffs, right? And I'll be honest with you, Glasgow, now that I'm kind of on my way there, it is fucking better, all right? I love being better than most people. It's class. Right? And that is, man. I quite like it. She's moved us into a dead, trendy area. We live in the West End of Edinburgh now, right? It's quite trendy. I'll be honest with you, as someone that grew up on a council estate, I actually miss the fear a wee bit. You know what I mean? You kind of learn to love it. Like, I still get paid cash for a lot of gigs, and, you know, getting home after the gig was always like my own wee Squid Game. Because you start to learn a place. You know, you're like, oh, I can't go down Stabby Alley after about 9. No, everyone knows that's where Rapey John sleeps. And I'm not getting caught again. Fool me once, John. I couldn't even imagine getting mugged where I live now. It would be embarrassing, you know? Just a couple of gender-neutral vegans run out of an alley. One of them pulls a knife, I just pull out a pepperami. I'm like, this is real meat, get back, I will use it. Be like something out of West Side Story getting mugged where I live. And they'd come out like, oh, you came to the wrong part of town, guy. Come on, get 'em, thems. It'd be bloody embarrassing. I feel like this is a point in the show, you know, I'd quite like to talk about my dad, right, because he is a Glaswegian guy. He's a good lad as well, man. He's 74, right? And I say I'm working class, he's proper working class, you know, he came for nothing, worked in the shipyards, left school before he even sat an exam, right? He's a great, great guy, I love him, right? But because, you know, he's 74, Glaswegian, extremely working class, he's got some opinions. Not all of them are particularly fashionable right now. You know? But it doesn't mean he's an evil guy, right? And no one in here better be judging him, because I'll tell you right now, I guarantee every single family, we've all got that person. Usually an uncle you tuck away at functions. You know? And it doesn't mean they're evil people, it doesn't mean they've got a bad heart or that, you know? It just means, generally, I didn't introduce them to my black mates. He's just from a very different generation, you know? Like, he looks at my generation as if we're fucking useless, you know? And I'll be honest, we haven't done much to disprove him. Especially, I really started noticing it during the pandemic, right? He was hitting me with all this stuff where he was like, come on, Connor, you're 28 now, right? What's your plan for getting on the property ladder? And I was like, plan? To be honest, Dad, I was kind of hoping you would die of COVID. I really had all my financial eggs in that basket. I thought it was a given, you know? Mid-70s, ex-chain smoker. I was like, this has got to eat easy. Every day I went round to visit him during the pandemic. I've never visited him every day in his life. Sometimes I'll go straight for an illegal rave right to his. Start licking door handles and that. Come on, let's free up some housing. Every time I went round, he looked better. I was like, what's happening, Benjamin Button? I love people in his generation, man. By way of making some noise, who in here is, let's say, over 50? A few years. Be proud. Right? Yous are class. Yous are the best generation, right? Because I'm 29 now. I'm a millennial. I tell you right now, I'd much rather go out for a drink with the over 50s than I would people my age. God, you go out for a drink with people my age, it brings you down. Like, all right, mate, how have you been? Long time no see. He's like, oh my God, I'm so glad you asked. I'm actually really struggling with my anxiety. Oh, for fuck's sake. Only came out for a pint. You didn't get any of that shite when you go out with the over 50s. None of yous are worried about your mental health. No, yous are worried about your health. I didn't care that I've been hiding depression from my own family for 30 years. It's my knee. Never used to click like that. You hear that? Everyone over 50's got a dodgy knee. It's when they both go, that's sad, you know? Got to walk about like Elton John at Glastonbury. Tell you though, the generation that I feel like actually a bit sorry for because of the last few years and stuff is the generation after mine, right? They're called Gen Z. Do we have any Gen Zs in? Nice! With the confidence of someone who thought there was going to be way more. Can I ask how old you are? 21, nice one. Did you mean to come to the gig or are you chasing a Pokemon on your phone? I think there's a wee Pikachu down the front here. You know, but even younger than that, you know, if you're like a teenager now, if you're like 17, 18 right now, how the hell are you supposed to be optimistic about the world? You know, you're looking at it and you're like, oh my God, the planet's dying. World War III's kicking off. Government's collapsing in front of us. What are we going to do? Let's just do a wee TikTok dance. Come on. Come on. Let's get this trending. Maybe the adults will see it. They'll know what to do. Hashtag twerk for Ukraine. That's the problem with Gen Z, though. The problem is, like, they didn't come to a problem with any, like, solutions or any actual answers. All they care about is raising awareness. We're making this TikTok to raise awareness because the planet is sad. Awareness means fuck all. We know that. Like, we need a proper solution to the problem. Like, if I woke up tomorrow morning, right, and I couldn't get a hard on, for example. Just off the top of my head. I wouldn't go stand at a bus stop with my willy in my hand, like, sorry, lads, just trying to raise a wee bit of awareness here. Wait, go to the doctor, you creep. I tried, I'm not allowed back there anymore. It's crazy, man. I feel genuinely sorry, though, man. If you're a teenager right now, you're fucked. Because any time a teenager does, like, speak up and they're like, I want to be the change in the world. You know, the rest of us have made it perfectly clear that we couldn't give a fuck. If you don't believe me, just look at how the world reacted to Greta Thunberg. Right? One day, this 15-year-old Swedish girl came on TV and she just went, maybe we shouldn't put the plastic bags on the dolphins' faces. And everyone over the age of 40 just went, will someone get this uppity little bitch an iPad? It's making me sick, actually. Listen, Greta, when I was 15, we'd have been out shagging dolphins, right? That was a proper childhood, right? You don't know you're born! It's a fucking mental way to react to someone that's trying to fix the planet. But the thing about that, look, when it comes to healing the planet and fixing the ozone layer and all that, of course I want to do that. Of course I do. You'd be mental if you didn't want to do that. You know, if I have kids, I want them to enjoy the earth the same way I got to enjoy it. Right? But I do think it's bullshit that it gets put on, you know, me and you, like normal people. I bet you're all nice, reasonable people. You're all at home doing your bit, you know, washing out your yogurt pots, running about with a wee bag for life, as if it makes any bit of difference. You know, meanwhile, China is on fire. Pisses me off, man. You know, we're doing all this stuff. Meanwhile, thousands of miles up there, right? You've got Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, Richard Branson, literally racing each other to Mars. Right? In the world's biggest dick measuring contest. Burning thousands and thousands of gallons of jet fuel. Meanwhile, I'm down here on Earth in a 1 litre Ford Fiesta. Try to suck a McDonald's milkshake through a fucking paper straw. How the fuck is that fair? It's ridiculous. I'm sick of being told by billionaires that we need to reduce our single-use plastic. Oh. Tell me right now, what do you think is worse for the ocean? Me chucking away a straw, or them going down there on a single-use submarine? Too soon? And look, can we just agree as a society that the paper straw, not fit for purpose? We've not fixed that problem, we've just made a new problem. All right? It's ridiculous, especially against a powerful enemy like the McDonald's milkshake. I don't know what they're putting in that, but it's like liquid concrete. I nearly passed out in my car trying to drink one of them. No, I can feel it, it's coming. No, put your windy up, my straw's getting soft. Just need more blood in my legs, I can do this. Mentioned my dad earlier, man. He genuinely, though, as much as he gives me a hard time, he's my absolute hero, right? He's one of the funniest guys ever. He's got that typical Glasgow thing of, like, he's at his absolute funniest when he does not mean to be funny. I remember one time, he drinks in this wee bowling club, right? And he goes up once every month or so, right? And one time I went up with him, and he ran into an old pal who I hadn't seen for a few years, right? And he was on his way down the corridor, and he goes, "Oh, Stevie, how you doing, pal?" Blah, 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 right? Now, in the couple years that they hadn't seen each other, Stevie had had the worst turn of events. He's like, "Oh, you know, the cancer came back and took my Margaret. Oh. Then my laddie was in that horrible accident where he crashed into my other lad and they both died." You know, and you're like, Jesus Christ, Stevie. I watched the life drain out of my dad's eyes. You know, it was as if to say, he was like, "I'll be honest, Stevie, I was just going for a pish, right? I was being polite and you're taking the arse out of it a wee bit here." Right? But he didn't say that. My dad listened. He was very nice, very patient, very compassionate, right? And then he got to the end. Stevie had finished his big story, right? And my dad just looked at him, paused for a wee second and went, patted him on the shoulder. He just went, "Oh, well, Stevie, you can only piss with the cock you've got." And then just bout turned and fucked off. Just left me there with Stevie. My condolences. But yes, man, he's a great guy. So this story, right, it happens last Christmas and New Year, the one that's just passed, right? It was a big deal. I was supposed to go over to just outside Montreal. My girlfriend's parents live there. She's American, but they live in Canada now, right? And we were supposed to go over for Christmas and New Year. And it was a really big deal. I'd met them, but I'd never spent a big period of time with them, and it was going to be really nice, right? We get over there, and we're supposed to come home on the 9th of January, right? My entire family, mum, dad, brothers, sisters, nieces, nephews, everybody, they'd all organised to go on a family holiday to Spain on the 5th of January, right? So I'd get back, they'd already all be away. I'll be honest, I took the hint. Message received, all right? Right, so we're having an amazing time in Canada. I'm getting on like a house on fire with my in-laws and stuff. It's great. And then at 2 a.m, on the morning of the 5th of January, I get a phone call, middle of the night, and I pick it up. It's my sister. She's in floods of tears. And she just goes, Connor, we're at the airport. It's Dad. He's having a stroke. And I was like, oh, shit. Right? And I paused for a second. And I was like, well, maybe he's just nervous about the flight. Let him finish, you know? I know it wasn't the time for a wank joke, but I deal with tragedy through humour, right? She was like, no, Connor, I'm really scared, like, that someone's working on him, we're waiting for the paramedics, we're really scared we're going to lose him and that, right? So immediately, you know that when you get a horrible phone call like that, you just get like a surge of adrenaline and you go into problem-solving mode, right? So I got up, the whole house got up, her parents were up, everyone's crying and that, right? So then I realised, like, right, first thing I need to do, I need to change my flight home to today. I need to get home, right? So I get on the phone to British Airways, right? I'm on hold for like 40 minutes. Eventually, I get through to the British Airways call centre, right, which is in a part of Britain called Mumbai. Right. Now, I'll be honest with you, right? For legal and career reasons, I absolutely cannot do that guy's accent. But I want you to know that what is happening right now in your head, it was exactly that, all right? It's the most stereotypical Indian accent I've ever heard in my life, right? And of course, he's hitting me with that. I'm Scottish, and in them floods of tears, right? So I'm unintelligible as well, right? So we're butting heads trying to get through each other. Eventually, this guy's like, look, I can change your flight home to today, but it's going to cost you £750, right? And I was like, I don't care, it's my dad. Do it, let's go, I need to get home, right? So I'm now looking at a 9-hour flight back to Edinburgh Airport with no phone signal, no idea what's happened to my dad. It was absolutely horrible, right? So the first thing I do when I touch down, I get straight on the phone to my sister. I'm like, what's happening? How is he? What's happening? Right? And she's like, it's no good, Connor. They're running all these tests. They still think he's had a stroke. Like, he's getting worked on by the stroke team right now. And she's like, we're really scared. Please just get here. Right? So I just go straight from the airport to the hospital. Get in there, get to the waiting room. All my brothers and sisters are standing around. Whole family, everyone's in tears, giving each other hugs. It's horrible, right? You know, at that point, I'm £750 down. Right? And I know that's harsh to bring up, but noteworthy, okay? I'm looking around at all my brothers and sisters and that. They've all just had to cancel a 2-week all-inclusive holiday with all their kids and all that, right? So between us, we're about 10 grand in the hole. Right? Eventually, we're standing about for hours, and eventually a nurse comes out to collect us, right? She's like, listen, are you the Burns family? I went, yeah. She went, I've got some fantastic news about your dad. We've ran all the tests, brain scans, blood tests, everything. Everything has come back completely normal, right? Your dad didn't have a stroke. What did happen was he had a very serious bout of vertigo. Yeah, you know, like from the 1940s. Now, of course, we were all happy that our dad was less ill than we thought he was. Of course we were. But I'll tell you, there was a glance exchanged amongst the brothers and sisters. Right? Now, the words were never spoken, but the subtext was definitely... Kind of feels like we've paid for a stroke here. I don't need to see him get wheeled out in a chair, but a wee bit of like, you know. Don't feel like we're asking for much here. It's 10 grand. Eventually, we're allowed to go in and see our dad, right? And he's lying there like a sack of tatties, right? He's been through the wars, right? And because he's like a working class Glaswegian guy, his first reaction isn't just to be happy that he's alive. You know, because he's inherently miserable, right? So the main thing he's dealing with is he's just so embarrassed that he caused all of this hoo-ha over vertigo. And I'll be honest with you, we did let him bathe in that for a wee bit, right? Of course, we were so happy to see him, like, obviously, but he can't believe that he's upset everybody like this, right? And we'll be like, Dad, chill, right? Eventually the doctor comes in to tell him that he can go home and all that. And he comes in, my dad starts apologising straight away. He's like, oh, doctor, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I've done all this. Oh, here I am lying in the stroke unit being seen by the best doctors in the hospital. He's like, you know, I might be lying here taking a bed off of somebody that's actually having a stroke. I really feel like I didn't even deserve to be in here. The doctor just went, Mr. Burns, have you been checked for imposter syndrome? I'll be honest, I had no idea it could be passed down like that. Glasgow, this has honestly been an absolute dream come true. I mean it from the bottom of my heart. There was nowhere else I wanted to film my first ever special than right here in one of the best comedy clubs in the country and the funniest city in the fucking world. All right, please, thank you so much.
My favourite joke is about perception, right? Basically, me, my partner, and my best good friend Paul were in a museum together, and we went up to this part of the museum that had no signs, but it just had like a big pile of shoes, and my partner was like, oh God, that's fascinating. What do you think it means? And I was like, well, whenever I see a big pile of shoes, I immediately start feeling sad because it makes me think of the Holocaust. Because I saw it in a book years ago and the image has stuck with me. And my best good friend Paul went, really? Whenever I see a big pile of shoes, I just think of a bouncy castle. I love that way of looking at things. Like, Paul, as I said, right, he's my best good friend, but he's also my show director, right? So me and Paul write jokes together. And since I'm writing jokes with my best friend, sometimes the jokes get really personal, and I'll tell them to an audience, and audiences will look at me and be like, "Are you okay?" But one thing Paul's taught me is no matter how sad or bleak something is, if you put happy music over it, people don't tend to think about the bleakness. They tend to go, "Oh, well, it sounds happy, so I'll try and look on the bright side." So here's all my most personal jokes to this. 2 weeks into lockdown, I thought I'm going to jump out of the window. Then I realised I couldn't because I'd already been out twice that day. I said to my mum about nearly jumping out of a window, and my mum said, "Oh God, I nearly committed suicide once. I nearly hugged myself, but I thought I don't want to be seen dead with a double chin." So I was on a plane on my way down to a funeral, and when I was on the plane I started getting emotional and I was crying, and this lovely old lady 3 people away from me went, "Are you alright, son? You seem upset. Would you like my travel pillows?" And I just looked over at her with tears trickling down my cheeks, and I went, "Don't worry, just wait till I'm asleep and put the pillow over my face." So I started seeing my therapist a few years ago because my ex was cheating on me, and I wasn't handling being cheated on very well. I was wanking over it. And my therapist went, "You're masturbating over your insecurity. You're so afraid of feeling insecure that you're wanking over it." And I said, "Well, thank God I'm not scared of children." According to my therapist, when you're in a relationship, you reenact your childhood. Had to break it to my partner. We're going to be having a threesome with my uncle. So I was in an airport, and it was Abu Dhabi airport, and I was on my way out of the airport, and when I was on my way out, an Abu Dhabi security guard pointed at me and went, "You come here." Obviously not in my accent, in the Abu Dhabi accent. I'm not going to do the Abu Dhabi accent. Also, it'd be a difficult impersonation to do because we don't really know that much about Abu Dhabi. Like, all we tend to know is it's a corrupt regime and the difference between rich and poor is huge. So I'll just make him English. So the Abu Dhabi security guard pointed at me and went, "You come here." "Hop along, old boy, gonna search your bags, don't mind if I do." And he opened up my suitcase and he took out a bottle of CBD oil. CBD oil, if you don't know, part of a marijuana plant, but it's legal here because it's not the fun bit of the plant. But the way they see it in Abu Dhabi is very different. He went, "Oh dear. Drugs." And I couldn't deny it was drugs because the label had a picture of a dog wearing sunglasses. And at this point, I'm shitting myself because we also know about Abu Dhabi, not very lenient. And the other thing I thought was like, oh my God, because I felt so embarrassed because I thought of all the things to go to jail for in Abu Dhabi, CBD oil. What made it worse, right? It was vape liquid. So uncool, right? I smoke e-cigarettes and I think I'm a fanny. I'd rather get 50 years for having cigarettes on me that were illegal, because at least it'd be a bit sexy, you know. I think cigarettes are cool, man. You can chat somebody out of a cigarette. You can be like, hey, have you got a lighter? What can you do with an e-cigarette? Do you like the smell of custard? When the Abu Dhabi security guard took the bottle of CBD aside, I'm now thinking, uh-oh, what else is in my suitcase that's illegal? Because I know that that's illegal. I know that I'm illegal. It's the first time in my life I've ever been worried that I packed a twink. And then he took out PrEP pills. Right, PrEP pills, if you don't know, right, a couple of people know what they are, right? PrEP pills are pills that you can take that stop you from contracting HIV. Oh, I love telling straight people. Because they might not say anything, but you can see it in their eyes. They're going, are you telling me the gays defeated God? It's amazing. You feel so arrogant during sex, couple of pills before, looking at the ceiling going, yeah, God, your ill isn't going to work on us anymore. Sorry, Satan, we'll be late. All you need to do is you take 2 pills 1 hour before you have sex, which is a long time to wait in the park, but we're working on that. I mean, it's so weird that people haven't heard about PrEP pills. Like, it's kind of most gay people know about them now, but most of my straight mates only know about like HIV stuff from like films, like Philadelphia usually. Like, if you've not seen Philadelphia though, definitely watch it. It's fucking brilliant. It's an amazing film. It's got Tom Hanks in it, so you know it's good. And anything with Tom Hanks, you always think, yeah, safe pair of hands there, yeah. And it's an American courtroom drama, so you know it's good as well. Because if it's American court, it's cool. If it's British court, it's not cool. Like, Americans are so much better at portraying court stuff, like, because they make their lawyers seem really cool. American lawyers can wear cowboy hats, snazzy suits, going up to the jury, being like, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I think we're going to have to listen to the judge on this one. Above all that, we got to listen to Jesus. Or you can get that young, aggressive lawyer being like, hey, Your Honor, I object. Yeah. And he did that teeth thing Americans do. Yeah. Like, American teeth are so straight and white, you'd swear their mouth was a Brexit voter. Is nothing like American court, right? Our lawyers, they don't wear cowboy hats, obviously. They wear wigs, which I don't understand anyway, because you're making them look stupid. Surely if you think the person's committed the crime, make them look stupid. Surely we should make them wear a wig. We wouldn't need all this MI5 database stuff. You know what I mean? Like, oh, who's the paedophile in your area? Oh, the guy in the pink afro. And what about the blue afro? Oh, that's the terrorist. Much better way of working it. And our lawyers, they don't wear snazzy suits. Our lawyers wear gowns, and they don't even say, Your Honour, right? They say, My Lord. Which makes every crime in UK court sound as if it was just a wee bit naughty. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord, he murdered everybody. I don't know what we're going to do with him, my Lord. May I approach the bench? My Lord, if I was you, I'd find the defendant sexy.
Sentence him to 10 minutes inside me. Don't worry, you'll only serve 5. Especially for bad behaviour.
I was like, why are you taking my prep pills? And the Abu Dhabi security guard was like,
Oh, well, HIV is illegal in Abu Dhabi.
I was like, first of all, I'm thinking HIV is illegal in Abu Dhabi. I'm like, who's smuggling AIDS?
If there's one thing you just wouldn't hide up your bum.
And when he put my prep pills aside, right, I'm thinking, oh, is there anything else in my suitcase? He didn't look for the rest of it. He just went,
Go into that room over there.
so I went into the room,
Over there.
and it was a big, long room with lots of different cubicles in it, but none of the cubicles had toilets in them, just handprints on the wall. You had exactly the same perception I had at that moment. If you go into a room and there's painted handprints on the wall, there's only 2 places you can be. Either bum search area or a nursery. Thank you for laughing at that joke. I generally get really nervous whenever I tell that joke. Because the first time I said that joke out loud was to my partner, and his reaction was,
What kind of fucked up nursery did you go to?
but we've all had the same experience, right? In nursery, you put your hand in the paint and then you put it on the wall, yeah? Oh, okay, cool. I'm not mental. Good, okay, cool.
I don't know, maybe it's because he's posh. Like, oh no, we didn't do that in my nursery. No, we did watercolour. It was fantastic.
You can probably tell the difference of our accents, because I come from Scotland and he comes from Money. Because I'll try way too hard on dates that I'll do stupid voices to try and make them laugh. And I'll be like, hey, when I get to my house with Kermit the Frog, it'd be really hot. Oh, yeah, oh, and Miss Piggy, you'll be there as well. Oh, Miss Piggy will be there. She goes right up, which is hard. Do you know the Muffin Man? On a date, though, a guy told me he was a massive Lord of the Rings fan, right? And when he told me that, I was like,
I'll save Gollum for dessert.
And when he said, Larry, I've got to go and get my taxi, instead of going, oh, before you go and get your taxi, if you love Lord of the Rings, you'll probably love Gollum, like Schmeagol. And instead of doing that, though, because that would have been quite cringy, I panicked he was leaving, so I grabbed his hand and led him to his taxi as Gollum. So the last thing he can remember of me, because he blocked me straight after this happened, was me going,
Come with me, master. Stupid fat hobbit is to go get a taxi over you. We don't want master to leave us. Precious master, don't abandon your Smeagol.
and halfway through doing it, I looked up at him and I thought, no, he's not finding this funny. At all. I thought it's going to be weirder if I stop halfway through it. Like, too much of a change.
Master, please don't leave. No.
Nice meeting you, man. Let's do this again sometime. Sorry, I mean. No, it's alright, no worries at all. You go pee.
Master, please don't leave. No. No, master, please. Stupid fat hobbit. Go to the bathroom in order to use the ring.
Double meaning on the word ring. days I'll do gigs, right? And I've done quite a few, which they will not be able to comprehend that a gay relationship can have the same dynamic as a straight one. They'll be like, what? A man and a man being the same as a man and a woman? No. Which one of you stays in the kitchen all day? Few of those gigs, right, spring to mind, but one in particular, right, because it was, at the time, probably the worst gig I'd ever done. It was about 7 years ago, but it ended up being the best gig I've ever done, right, because I lost all my confidence after it, and I was going to give up comedy, and my agent was like, before you give up comedy, why don't you speak to that nice Irish director loads of people use? And that's how I met my best good friend Paul, because he started directing my shows, and then we became best friends from there. So weirdly, I'm really happy I did a horrendous gig, because I got my best friend out of it. But it was a gig in Halifax in Northern England land, and it was a British Legion gig. Good. You could all book comedy better than the person that booked for that gig. I have no idea why they thought I would be a good shout for that one, right? And I was on stage, right? And I was going all right. And then I started talking about my boyfriend at the time, but I didn't even say, like, anything. It was just kind of relationships jokes. It wasn't anything particularly bummy. And immediately they stopped laughing and just didn't make any noise, almost like I better not laugh. Because if I laugh, people are going to start thinking I'm gay as well. So since they weren't laughing, I thought I'll have to change my tactic here. And I pointed at that guy in the front row and went, "You're right, mate, what's your name?" He went, "Mike." And I went, "Hi, I'm Mike. What do you do?" And he goes, "I'm in the Navy." And when he said that, I'm thinking, I better not say the joke I was going to say originally to that. I'll try and move away from it. It was almost like a comedian equivalent of the floor is lava. It's got so many traps around. And I was like, "Wow, Mike, that's a really interesting job. What made you get into that?" And he goes, "Well, my dad was in the Navy." And I was like, "Oh, great, cool. And what did your other dad work as?" Right? He got fuck all that night. The only laugh was the gremlin in my brain going. After the gig, right, me and the female act left, right? There was a female act on as well. She didn't have a good gig. It tends to be the same thing. If people don't like women, they don't like gay men. You know what I mean? Homophobia, I always think there's a lot of it that is actually just campophobia. It's a fear of femininity. It's like, because you never ever see a homophobe that's a feminist. You know what I mean? You never go, "Oh, I can't stand gay people, but women should be treated with respect." So I waited for her. We walked out after the show, and then Mike was waiting for us to give us some feedback, right? And Mike came up to me afterwards, and he went up to me and he was like, "Oh, he was little, that's why I'm doing that." And he was like, "Listen, mate," and he did, that thing, right? Overcompensation of masculine energy from the neck area, just like, why does nobody take my opinion seriously? People just keep throwing bread at me. It's like, "Listen, mate, I don't mind the gays." And I'm thinking, yeah, of course you don't. With your head bob, and you'd be welcome in my community. And he goes, "But why do you have to tell us that you're gay, mate? Why are you telling us that you're gay? It's fucking boring, right?" And it was basically along those lines, because boring was repeated about 4 or 5 times, right? And I was thinking, I'm not enjoying this conversation in particular, and it's not like I'm ever going to change this guy's mind, so I thought, you know what? I'll just scare him. And I think, as a Glaswegian, right, we've all got a face switch we can do. And that's what I did on him, right? I went, "Listen, mate, right, I'm not telling you that I'm gay, I'm warning you."
Feedback was over pretty pronto at that point.
And you've probably had the same thing happen yourself, though, right? You know when you're brave in the moment and then afterwards you start getting scared? So that's what happened, right? I was brave enough at the time, and then afterwards I was ruminating about what he'd said, and I was thinking, maybe I am boring. Maybe I am shit. And that's when I started losing all my confidence. But as I say, that's when I got to meet my best good friend, Paul. So it's a really good thing that it happened. Also, the thing is, I don't know if you work with your best friend. The problem is with working with any friend is you don't tend to get much work done. Like, me and Paul will start writing jokes together, and then one of us will do like a Simpsons quote, and the rest of the day is Simpsons quotes to each other, and that's like one of our in-jokes. Like, we always put Simpsons references in my shows. Like, he's directed all of them, and we always put little Simpsons jokes in, even if the audience don't find them funny. But it's because we have to listen to the show back, and we got to go, that's all good. Tom Hanks jokes as well, because we both love Tom Hanks, because we're both human. I know it's really weird telling people about in-jokes with your friends, because usually when you tell someone an in-joke of you and your friends have, they kind of look at you like, hey, yeah, whatever. But in-jokes are the best type of jokes, right? Because in-jokes are the only type of joke that you can have with someone, and they're special for you, and also they help build a friendship or a relationship with that person. And even comedians, right, no matter how experienced the comedian, how funny they are, they can never do as good an in-joke as you can have with your best friend. And I find that really weird, right? Also, comedians try and do it, right? The one example of a comedian trying to do an in-joke is a thing called a callback, right? If you don't know what a callback is, right, basically, what a comedian will do is they'll mention something earlier in the show, and then later call back to it with a joke. And you guys, the audience, right, and that's what we call you in the business part, are supposed to hear this in-joke and be like, oh my lord. Yeah, me and Paul have actually always wanted to do a call forward, which the opposite of a call back, right? So the funny bit comes first, but there's no meaning for it. And then later you give it some context, just so people get to go, why did you make life difficult for yourself? That was pointless. But it's just because of perception and changing it is quite fun. But yeah, I know it's weird me telling about me and my best friends in-jokes, but I think the only time it's easy to tell someone an in-joke is when it's a nickname, because that's set up like a joke, because you get to go, this person's this, called this because of this. So it's like set up punchline. Like, I've got nicknames myself. My nickname is Larry, because my real name is actually Lawrence. Yeah, I know. I didn't want to call myself Lawrence Dean because I didn't want people knowing I was gay before I got on the stage. And I says this to my pals, right? And my pals were like, oh, cool. And now they all call me Gary, short for Gay Larry. It's not the best nickname though, right? My group of mates, right, one of them's called Rachel, and Rachel's nickname is Doorbell because she's got no knockers. But that's the kind of banter you have with your friends. If you love your friends, you can slag them off a bit and they don't mind because they know your intentions are good. Me and my partner, we don't do nicknames. No, we just do arguments. And you were busting? That's all right, man. That's okay. Don't worry. We've all got bladders and stuff. You feel much better? Oh, that's good. You can relax. Oh, no, that's cool. Were you not relaxed before? Did I make you nervous? Did I really make you nervous? There's nothing to be nervous about. Honestly, man. There's a what? There's a hole in my jeans. Oh, you fucking dick, you got me. Careful. One of the arguments we had was because I farted when we were in bed. Right, and before you think I'm a monster, when I was farting, I had the cover up. Right, I put the cover up, scooched my bum out the side of the bed, right? I could have farted out the window or something, but I'm not allowed near them anymore. And when I was farting, I was wafting it away, right? And he went, laddie, are you... You know that kind of Glasgow, when there's someone's posh and they're from Glasgow, for some reason they don't really have muscles or bones? Or...
No, I can't go to Morrison's today, it's too windy.
Larry, are you farting? He did that whenever he was given instructions, and I actually bought my boyfriend Viagra for Christmas just to stiffen his wrist. Larry, are you farting over there? I was like, aye, but don't worry about it, it's not under the covers. No, Larry, that's disgusting. If you're going to fart in the corner. Over there. Are you mental? Can any of you imagine anything more terrifying than waking up in the middle of the night and just seeing your partner just standing in the corner? Farting and staring at you. I'm doing this because of how much I love you, darling. You'd have to face them, right? You couldn't do it that way. I mean, that'd be too weird. It's like this scene from the Blair Witch Project. Definitely have to face them. I think the only problem with facing, though, is like years later, that corner of the room would look like a smoker's wallpaper. Been as attracted to my partner as I am now, and oh, thank you, and because we broke up 6 months ago, and now he's unattainable. Oh, you don't like me anymore? Oh, you're my favourite. But it's for the best, right? It's for the best. It's for the best, and he loves the freezer. It's for the best. Breakups are weird, right? Because there's that moment that you have to realise because after a breakup, you have so many things you're thinking and you're feeling and all that stuff, and then after a while you get to go, oh, it was for the best. You know what I mean? And it doesn't necessarily mean for all breakups, but this one was, right? Because my brain and my heart were having an argument, right? Because my brain was like, okay, guys, we've had a breakup. We need to figure out where we went wrong and what was their fault, what was our fault, and we need to learn from this because we've got to keep ourselves safe now, guys, yeah? And my heart was like, oh my God, whatever. I am broken again. And my dick overheard this conversation. And every man's dick, no matter what his confidence level is a gangster. Hey, balls, come listen to this shit. I overheard the brain talking to the heart. Apparently they got a breakup on the go. Come on! I know what it means when we've got a breakup. That means the ex-boyfriend is now having sex with other people. That sounds hot. Is there any questions? Thank you. I'm going to talk about cuckolding now. And I'm going to make you guys watch. Cuckolding, if you don't know, I can see people looking at me going, uh-oh. I better not laugh, because if I laugh, people are going to start thinking I cuckold as well. All right, cuckolding, if you don't know, is when you find it hot watching your partner having sex with somebody else, it's quite an odd psychological thing because you're literally watching the worst case scenario pan out in front of you and your response is just to wank. It's quite a common theme through my life, if I'm completely honest. It's usually why I spend the first 5 minutes of a funeral in the toilet. Okay. Fair enough. But it's true, right? It's such a weird thing, right? I get that people might be judging me, and you shouldn't actually. It's actually really common, right? I know none of you know what cuckolding is, but it's really common, right? Get this statistic. I swear this is 100% true, right? Cuckolding is actually the #1 Google search on my laptop. But I'm seeing a therapist about it, and yeah, she's blunt. She's like, you know what your problem is? You're not feeling your feelings. You're just feeling insecurity, and you're masturbating to cover up the insecurity. I'm like, yeah, what's wrong with that? Everybody wins. Because she's saying that I'm basically avoiding my real feelings and I'm disassociating. I think disassociation is great, right? Because first of all, you can either wank or you can joke about feelings. That's what I usually do, joking. And she was like, no joking about your feelings, Larry. You gotta feel them. And she's Northern Irish, by the way. I know it's not a great Northern Irish accent. And it's just weird having a Northern Irish therapist because I'm having to tell a Northern Irish person about my troubles. But the thing is, see, when it comes to doing jokes about your feelings, it gets frowned upon, but I think jokes are great because, see, you can actually learn a lot about someone by the jokes they tell, and if you can actually learn from jokes as well. Like, when you look at a joke closely, because me and Paul will write jokes together about personal stuff, and I'm like, hey, I get to have a laugh about it, and so do the audience, and they get to go, oh yeah, I do that as well, actually, yeah. And I said this to my therapist, and she's now starting telling me jokes, because I find it easier to understand a joke than I do my actual feelings. And I'm learning a lot from it. She told me this belter, right? You can always tell your dog loves you more than your partner. Because if you put your dog and your partner in the boot of a car together, leave them overnight, open the boot in the morning, which one of them is happier to see you? When I heard that, my brain was going, that's a funny joke. We need to remember that, guys. That's great. And my heart was going, I was gonna go away on holiday for the breakup. I'm that fanny of a friend, you know, the one that's like, oh, I don't need him anymore. What I need is to pack my bags and go over and rediscover myself on top of a mountain and then come back to Glasgow with no money and all the exact same problems waiting for me when I get home. Because I wanted to go to America, right? That's where I went on my last breakup. I went to America because with a Scottish accent, they make you feel special. I was in California and I went to do Pilates every day, right, because I wanted to get fit. And the second day I got there, right, to the Pilates studio, the lady behind the reception came out to me, physically, and she was like... she was like, hey, Larry, thanks for coming in again today. Ooh, 5 minutes early, second day in a row. Good job. I have a query. And I was like, you're not allowed to call me that anymore. She was like, I have a query. The ladies in the class before you heard that there's a Scottish guy coming in again today, and they've freaked out. Would you mind saying hi to them? They're of an older generation, and they've never met someone from Scotland before. They're actually so excited they've missed the bus the old people's home just to say hi. And my head and my heart are having another argument at this point, because my heart is going, oh my God, old people, I love old people. And my brain is going, fuck. I've got to represent Scotland here. I don't think I'm the Scotland that these people are after. They don't want train spot in Scotland. They want groundskeeper Willie Scotland. So I'm saying, I went, oh, yeah, I'd love to meet these ladies, right? And the lady behind the ship was like,
Oh my god, that's so exciting. Okay, well, just wait there. I'm gonna go grab my camera. Thanks.
and she just glided out of the way. And I just saw like 8 old ladies waiting to talk to me. And I went, hello. It's like a sim, like, snoo. And when I says hello, right, they all turned into, like, you know in Toy Story, the wee green aliens? Because when I says hello, they all went, oh.
Stranger from the outside, tell us about your planet.
Oh yeah, by the way, when I said Groundskeeper Willie is my favourite Simpsons character. And Toy Story with the wee green aliens, Toy Story is my favourite Tom Hanks film. I'm just letting you know where all the in-jokes are. Like, when my therapist was like, don't go to America, I was like, fuck, what do I do? She's like, work on yourself. She gets, I know I'm making her sound more aggressive than she is, but my therapist gets proper angry with me. Like, she genuinely hit herself in the head because I was not sticking to a topic and not feeling my feelings. She went, for God's sake, Larry, stick to one story at a time. And I went, did you just hit yourself in the head? She went, I only hit myself because I'm not allowed to hit you. And she has got a point, to be fair. I do that a lot. That might be able to tell. So anyway, so when I was in Abu Dhabi... Sorry, I get easily distracted. I've got ADHD. I was diagnosed this year via Facebook status. It's the ADHD or OCD. Maybe I'm just dyslexic. All I know is I've got a free laptop. Although actually, the thing is with ADHD is my ex said to me that he thought I should get an autism test. I know, it was like, an autism test? I was like, no, I'm going to get 2 autism tests because I like even numbers, remember? Loads of people are getting diagnosed now with autism and ADHD and stuff. Like, well, have you seen it? Well, usually it's via TikTok. Because if you've not seen these videos, there's videos on TikTok of people dancing next to symptoms of serious conditions. And you have to decide if you've got it, right? And it's 60 seconds, and the symptoms are very vague.
Do you find it difficult to concentrate when doing boring tasks? Ding. Have you watched your favourite film more than once? Ding. Do you hate Mondays?
You've got liver failure. It could be ADHD. It could be autism as well. I don't know. Maybe I don't think I'm autistic. I just really want to fuck a train. What's the big deal? That's a joke. Okay. You already know as well, from what I've already told you, I wouldn't want to fuck a train. I'd want to watch a train. Fuck my boyfriend. Choo-choo. Okay, I'll continue. And, sorry, my community's affliction, and the ADHD community, not the LGBT community. Fucking hell, I'm riddled, right? Oh, what are you, Larry? Oh, I'm ADHD LGBT. So I identify as an eye exam. And when it comes to the ADHD thing as well, I don't know, maybe it's because the stuff I've got to, like, right, basically, okay, I'm making this all up as I go along. That's why I come across about ADHD. I'm thinking, right, I'm not even Scottish. I'm not gay either. Farting in the corner, I've never done that. I live in a lighthouse. The lighthouse is round. Okay, so I was in the Abu Dhabi security bit, right, and I had my hands up on the handprints, and this was a moment that I probably was disassociating, because I remember obviously being in that situation. I was looking at my handprint, and I was thinking, okay, if they go up my bum here, what I'll do is I'll lower one of my hands slowly, and I'll just think about the scene in Titanic when they're having sex in the car. And I was really nervous about this bum search, right? Because I thought of all the bum searches I could ever get, this would be the most painful one, because it's an Abu Dhabi bum search. Because I've got terrible women's rights, terrible gay rights. They'll have the worst lube in the world. They wouldn't have anal lube, I mean, that's for sure. If you haven't heard of anal lube, highly recommend it, it's amazing. Right, so, honestly, anal lube is so good. I'm convinced if I slathered my car in anal lube, I could park it in my cupboard. So and I'm there waiting for this bum search, just looking at one hand, and I'm thinking, no, just look at the hand, look at the hand. And they just patted me down. They didn't even lower my trousers, so I should have known there wasn't really going to be a bum search if they didn't lower my trousers. They just patted me all the way down, and when they patted me down, they said, please turn around, sir. And I turned around, and the Abu Dhabi security guard said, right, that's a search over. Go into the office and sit down and don't say a word. So I went to the office and I sat down and didn't say a word. And two security guards then came into the office and sat at the other side of a desk, and I'm at the other side on this kind of long couch thing, and they started typing stuff out on the computer, right? I did say something at this point because I needed to know what was going on, and I went, what's happening here, right? And the security guard looked at me and then went back to writing out what he was putting, and I'm thinking, fuck. I'm going to jail here. They can't even say it to me. This is going to be terrible. And I thought, well, I need to let people know that I'm here, right? And I thought, I've got a few options here. Either I could text my boyfriend at the time. He might know a good lawyer. Or I could text Paul and he'll make me laugh. Or I could text my mum and dad and they'll get really stressed. So I text Paul because I thought, I just want to have a laugh. And that's the best option in order to have a laugh. So I text Paul and I said, hey man, I'm in Abu Dhabi airport at the moment. I've been detained by the police for smuggling drugs. And two security guards nearly went up my bum. Paul replied with, I hope you repaid the favour. And I said, I don't think I could handle two at once. And then Paul sent me a picture of, there's a bit in The Simpsons when Homer gets his hands stuck in two vending machines. So I'm looking at my phone and I'm laughing my head off. I must have looked like the most arrogant prisoner these security guards have ever seen me just being like, yeah, whatever, yeah, 20, 30 years, whatever, this meme is worth it. And you probably know what the end of this story is, right? Because I'm obviously not in Abu Dhabi prison at the moment. They let me go, right? So I hope none of you are sitting there going, oh, I wonder if he gets killed at the end. Apparently he goes to jail in Abu Dhabi for 40 years and he comes back and finishes the show later. But they basically, what's it called? I had to sign a thing, right? But it was all in Arabic, so I didn't know what I was signing. But the security guards went, sir, if you sign that, you can leave. And I was like, leave? Love that word. And I signed my name, and he said, oh, so we need your fingerprints. I put my thumbprint down as well, and I gave them that. And I found out off people later of what I had signed was an admission of guilt. So basically, I've admitted to smuggling drugs into Abu Dhabi, and my punishment is I'm no longer allowed to smuggle drugs into Abu Dhabi. Their law system is very fair, to be honest. I don't think I'll be going back anytime soon. I'm going to go to Qatar or somewhere nicer like that. But the same thing happened to me after that story, right? Because I was freaking out at points, but I was brave enough, right? I wasn't completely freaked out. But then after that happened, like weeks later, I started ruminating about it again, and I hated that story because I was thinking, oh God, what if that happens again? What if I get arrested? Or what, my life could be completely changed, or it'll be over? And I just started freaking out about it more, and I hated the story. Fucking despised it, and now my perception's changed again, right? Because I love the story. It's one of my favourites. Because last year, my best good friend Paul died, and thank you. And well, you know, it's a weird thing. If you ever have death close to you, the only control you get over it is you just try and remember absolutely everything, because you're like, I need all these memories, so I'll never forget them. And that story doesn't feel like, oh, that was me scared in Abu Dhabi, I could have gone to jail for 30 years. It now just feels like, oh, there's another example of my best good friend Paul making me piss myself laughing despite the unlikely subject it was surrounding. And death's such a weird thing, right? Because obviously you try and control it a bit by remembering things, but everyone always says to you, they always go, oh, your perception changes when somebody dies. And it's like, it doesn't change about... It changes about things, but it doesn't change about them. Because like Paul's still my best good friend, and just because he's not going to see me do gigs on stage, we're not going to write jokes together anymore, it doesn't mean I'm not going to do the in-jokes, because I like doing the in-jokes because it makes me go, he'd have found that funny, or he'd have liked that. And see, when someone gives you confidence, like, that was something he was amazing at doing. If you've got someone in your life, by the way, that gives you confidence, fucking hold on to them for dear life, because people that give you confidence are so rare. Such a rare trait, man. Like, I think a lot of people want to be good at it. I think we should all aspire to be good at giving other people confidence. But fucking hell, like, it's a rare thing. And the only thing you can ever do in return for that person that gives you that is try and make them proud. And I was so worried, by the way, right? I was so worried I'd let Paul down. I arrived at Paul's funeral with my suitcase in one hand, my tear-soaked travel pillow I got from that lovely old lady in the other. And just before the funeral started, Paul's brother said to me, "Are you still okay to do the eulogy?" I had no idea I was supposed to do the eulogy, right? And I was already feeling uncomfortable at this point because I hate people talking to me when I'm on the toilet. And I said to him, I said, I can't do it, right? Because it was the one time in my life I was actually feeling my feelings at the moment, right? Because joking aside, right, I couldn't obviously wank about what was happening. But also I couldn't do my usual thing. I couldn't joke about it because jokes felt really lonely without my best friend to laugh at them with me. So I said to his brother, I said, I'm so sorry, I can't do it. And I'm thinking, what would I have done if I had done the eulogy? I thought I probably would have talked about the time I was in Abu Dhabi and Paul managed to make me laugh despite that scenario I was in, or about how I nearly gave up comedy and Paul was the one who stopped me from doing it and he did his amazing gift of giving someone else confidence. Or I would have told him about the time I was in the museum with Paul and we saw the big pile of shoes. And my perception was so dark, but Paul's was so typically Paul, of he managed to see something funny and something really lovely and beautiful. And that's if I had months to prepare it, by the way, not if I had 5 minutes. And, thank you. Thank you, guys. I mean, that's if I had months to prepare the eulogy, right? 5 minutes notice, I think I would have gone on and done an in-joke and made everybody feel even more uncomfortable. Be like, oh, it's terrible, Paul died at such a young age, he never got to live out his dream of becoming a shrimp boat captain. Paul's funeral was genuinely the saddest but the funniest funeral I could ever imagine going to, right? Because Paul organised it himself, right? Because Paul knew he was dying, he had all the symptoms, he was watching his favourite film more than once, and hated Mondays as well, man. Just couldn't stand it. But when Paul's coffin was about to go into the cremation chamber, everyone's bawling their eyes out crying, right? But Paul got them to play Disco Inferno. So the whole room went from crying their eyes out to laughing their head off. And I'm sat there in one of the bleakest situations I've ever been in, listening to Disco Inferno. And I thought, isn't it weird how happy music can cover up a really sad situation? Thank you very much. Thank you. And that meant that me and Paul finally got to write A Call Forward together. Thank you so much. People do come up to me afterwards and they go, "Are you okay?" And the one thing I've learned this year more than anything is I've got to be the one that looks for the bouncy castle now. Folks, one more thing before I go, if that's all right. Thank you. Folks, you've been absolutely lovely, and I want to say that I'm Larry Dean, and that is Paul Byrne.
Give me your close hands and build up into the sun to get into it even we got time. Open your tired eyes and let down your cold disguise and give me my only advice. 'Cause the
Thank you very much for coming out, Edinburgh. Let's put this over here because it is unnecessary. I will not be doing any theatrics with it. Thank you very much for coming out, guys. Welcome to the show. The show is called Why Can't I Just Enjoy Things? This title is not from my point of view. I think I enjoy things perfectly well, thank you. But I have been informed repeatedly by friends, family, and loved ones throughout my whole life that I'm wrong about that and should be enjoying things more in a way that they refuse to define. And if you get the same feedback forever and ever, you have to look into it, right? Like, it's a good thing to look into it. So I decided to look into it, and I think the reason people tell me this a lot is because I give a lot of stuff 6 out of 10. I 6 out of 10 a lot of stuff. And people do not like that, yeah? Which is a shame, isn't it? Because most things are fine. Most things are fine, aren't they? And I don't think I should be blamed for that. People think when I say most things are fine, it's damning with faint praise. Do you understand how I think that is the crowning achievement of all human endeavor? Guys, we did it. Most things are fine. There's hardly any polio at all. But people don't like it, and it's a shame, because most things are fine, and I think that's fine too. I guess I think I understand that they don't like it, like, emotionally. You know, like if you had a favorite album, and you said to me, Pierre, this album, I think it's art. I think this album is important, and it got me through some tough times, and I know all the words, and I think it's good, and I want you to listen to it and tell me what you think. And I came back to you and I went, yeah, it's fine, 6 out of 10. I mean, I'm pissing right in your face, you know, that's kind of rude, isn't it? Because it feels like the comment of someone who believes he's above it all. He's sort of going like, oh, you thought this was art? That's interesting, because I found it mundane. I must be a little more advanced than you. So I get that it can come across like that, 6 out of 10, like it can seem rude. And look, it's not interesting, is it? 6 out of 10. No one likes a shrugger. You're not going to win Chat of the Year with that kind of attitude. We want 10 out of 10 or 0 out of 10, oscillating wildly between each other. Love and hate, that's what we like. And love is obviously great for obvious reasons, but hate's fun too. Hate's exciting. You ever chatting to someone, you know, and a mutual acquaintance comes up, Andy, doesn't matter, and Andy pops up, and then the person you're talking to, they go, Andy, I fucking hate Andy. I've always hated Andy. In that moment, you are not even remotely upset for your friend Andy. You're just so excited to find out why. You hate Andy? Why? What did he do? And you think, is Andy a Nazi? In that moment, it could be anything. What fun. What are we going to learn about our friend today? So I get it from that point of view. And look, professionally, I understand it as a comedian, like a 6 out of 10. That's a 3-star out of a potential 5-star review, isn't it, Fraction fans? Yeah. And you look at any movie poster, musical, play, there's not a 3-star on there because it's not a commercial recommendation. It's of no use. It's certainly of no use to me when I get a 3-star review. The dream, right, from my point of view, just to give you a little peek behind the wizard's curtain, the dream from my point of view, probably a 1-star review in the Daily Mail, a 5-star in the Observer. What a show. If you saw that on a poster, you'd go, what cultural buttons is this guy pushing? What does he say? To be fair, in my business, you do not get punished for negative attention. You actually make more money. So equally useful from my point of view, a 5-star review in the Daily Mail and a 1 in the Observer. Frightening crowd, though. You do have to think about who you want in the room. So I get it. And so I'll work on it, but it's a shame because 6 out of 10, it's not a low score either, 60%. You know, it's a 2-1, isn't it? You've scraped the 2-1. You're on the grad scheme. They'll never check again. It's fine, isn't it? But people don't like it. And you know what? I understand, I think maybe why, but to be honest, I don't think a lot of this is my fault, the reason people don't like it. I think a lot of it is society's fault. By the way, can I recommend the next time you're worried about a personal flaw, just blame society. It feels good, because not only do you get to seem like clever and insightful, you also just get away with whatever's wrong with you. I think you'll find it's society's fault my house smells like this. Good day. But I do think I have a point, because hyperbole is everywhere now. It's the only language we seem to have. I mean, is Gen Z in? Gen Z? You're pretty young. I'm guessing because the light's in my face and people moisturize. I can't tell. I've looked like this since I was fucking 11. I don't know. You must be Gen Z, right? I've been on TikTok. I've seen what you guys are up to. And I don't like it. There's a comment on TikTok that the Gen Zers, they leave it under videos they like. Whatever, a dog opens a jar. And the comment is, I'm throwing up, I'm crying, I'm dead. That's a stock phrase. I'm throwing up, I'm crying, I'm dead. It's not an appropriate response to anything, is it? Apart from Ebola. Fair enough, Ebola. But a dog opening a jar, no. And hyperbole is everywhere now. Like those reviews I mentioned earlier, like movie posters for theatre, musical. The reviews don't even make sense to me on those. I'll be in like the London Underground, say, and they got those big posters for the West End shows, and the quotes at the bottom will be like, this show left my sense of place in the universe shattered. And you go, oh my God. You read the next quote and it's like, I was sick into my lap. 5 stars. You're like, what show is this? I must know. And you look up at the title and it's a regional tour of Greece. And you just think, that can't be for that. That's not for that, is it? How could it possibly be? And it's all over comedy as well. There's a figure in comedy who is the worst for what you might call performative hyperbole, and I really hate him a lot. It's the cry laughing emoji. I really hate that guy. You don't need to worry about him. On TikTok, the young people, when something's funny, they use the skull emoji because, as I mentioned, they are dead. But the rest of us old fucks are stuck with the cry-laughing man. You know, with little tears coming out the eyes. And the reason I hate the cry-laughing emoji is because I need him. I need him. If you cover your online video in cry-laughing emojis, people click on it like 1,000 times more. It's depressing, but it's true. And it's all about views. If you have a big enough number of views, TV producers, they're too busy and afraid to try and pick a guy on their own, so they just go, big number, let's have him on, right? That's how it works now. So we need views, so we need the cry-laughing emoji. That's what the business is. It's all just online fucking. It's not like the old days. I know comedians from the 80s and 90s, and it sounds better. Just back then, you go to the terrifying pub, you go into the basement, be quite funny for 20 minutes, an incredibly frightening man would give you an envelope, and you go, here you go, see you next week. And you go, oh, thank you. And you'd open it up, 60 quid in there, go home, buy your flat, right? And you just spend the 90s amassing some sort of property empire, you know. It sounds fucking great. Now it's just Squid Game with memes and fighting over digital scraps, and we need the Cry Laughing Man. It's all like click-through rates, key performance indicators, yeah? I am my own online digital marketing consultant, audio-visual engineer, podcast producer, gig promoter, like writer, director. Like the point of this life choice was to have no jobs. Not to have 7 jobs, each more freelance than the last. So we need the Cry Laughing Man, but I don't like him because it's not real, is it? You didn't cry laughing at the dog opening the jar. None of us did. And crying laughing is a big deal. If any of you cry laughing, that is the highest compliment you can pay the chef, right? That's what we live for. It's a big deal crying laughing because it's rare and you feel incredible for months afterwards. It feels like all the hate that's built up in your pipes has been fired out of you through joy. You feel shriven? Isn't it nice to feel shriven for once? Not just on Shrove Tuesday when you're supposed to. It's a big deal crying laughing. And when you watch the dog open the jar, you didn't cry laughing. What you did was you went, huh. You did a little honk. And that's at best. That is the highest praise you can give to the hilarious online video community. The honk. If we're honest with ourselves, a lot of the videos, we don't even honk. What we do is we watch the allegedly hilarious video in sepulchral silence. And in that silence, we make a calculation about whether or not it's worth forwarding to the family WhatsApp. I don't know if my parents are conversant enough with the universe of SpongeBob SquarePants to really understand why it's funny in this meme that Rishi Sunak is Squidward. I'll send it to the uni friends group. And you make that hilarious calculation in silence in between finishing your shit and wiping. So, don't fucking talk to me about crying laughing because you didn't. I let other people ruin stuff for me a lot as well. I'm bad for that. That's my fault. I admit that. I let the public ruin things for me all the time. I fucking hate the public so much. God, I hate them. Not you. No, not you. All of us, right? All of you. You are here in a basement in an alternative comedy venue watching a not famous man record a stand-up special instead of enjoying the blazing sunshine of a Sunday. Right? None of us are the public. Not in any meaningful political sense. No one's after these votes. No, I don't mean us. I mean them out there. You've seen them. Getting basic questions wrong on daytime quiz shows. Throwing up on the bus. Stopping and checking their phone at the top of a busy flight of stairs. The public. The reason we can't have nice things. I'll let them ruin stuff for me all the time. I'll give you an example of when I let them ruin something for me. So I live in London with my partner, and her parents came to visit us in London from not London. Right? If you live in London, those are the 2 places on earth. And when someone visits London from not London, you must go see a show in the West End. It's in the Magna Carta. It's the law. So we took her parents to go see a show called The Play That Goes Wrong. Has anyone here seen The Play That Goes Wrong? A few people. So if you don't, woo indeed, it's very good. If you don't know The Play That Goes Wrong, it's like a parody of an Agatha Christie mystery, you know, The Mousetrap. Yeah, you're in a stately home, someone's been murdered, did the butler do it? You've seen it. Even if you haven't literally seen it, if you've watched a single evening of ITV, you've seen it. You know exactly what I'm talking about. You know all the characters. So that's the premise, right? But it's like a parody, right? And the joke is that, oh no, this serious murder mystery is being put on by a bunch of fuckwits who mess it up, right? They get it all wrong. And like they get their lines wrong, and the costumes get all mixed up, and the set falls down. Ha ha ha. Now, can I just say how hard it is to accurately describe The Play That Goes Wrong without coming across like I have nothing but contempt for The Play That Goes Wrong. I don't. I've seen it twice. It's a guaranteed good time. You just have to understand, it's very hard to positively describe a farce. Oh, it's a farce. So it's very good, and we go in there, we sit down, and the seating arrangement is as follows, yeah? It goes parent, parent, girlfriend, me, empty, empty, aisle, yeah? I'm on the flank. I'm vulnerable to the public. The public come in and sit down. Today, they have taken the form of a Spanish lady and her boyfriend. Spanish lady sits next to me, the boyfriend completes the row. First thing I notice about them, they're both pretty tooty from a day of day drinking. Swollen necks. Second thing I noticed, they each have an entirely plastic bottle of white wine from the theatre bar, one each. Now, I'm not against this so far, but it's a yellow card. To be honest, my first real problem with them, too many snacks. I mean, we're talking cheese and onion Pringles, we're talking wine gums, we're talking Revels. Now, all of these are fine if you eat them in order. But these fucking savages had open-bagged all three of those. Mixing and matching. It's not tapas, madam. Not this. I mean, cheese and onion Pringles and wine gums. Are we happy with that flavor texture combo? On the molar? They weren't even smell checking the Revels. If it's coffee, so be it, apparently. Chuck it in there, Heston, let's invent. So I thought, okay, these two are going to be a problem in a way that only I can perceive, apparently. But I could never have predicted the precise way. So, the first thing that goes wrong in the play that goes wrong, it's not a big spoiler, don't worry, is that they find the body right at the start, dead body, and people come on stage, and every time each character sees the body, they say, oh no, there's been a murder, and the music is supposed to go, ba-ba-ba, like that. And then a guy comes on, and the tech guy fucks it up. He goes, oh no, there's been a murder, and no sound. So then he has to just keep going, oh no, there's been a murder. Oh no, there's been a murder. Oh no, there's been a murder. Like looking at the tech guy, like, you know. And everyone's laughing, everyone's excited. This is what we've paid for. People are nudging each other. I think it's starting to go wrong. At that moment, the drunk Spanish lady next to me says, at this volume, oh my God, he forget the music? And I thought, well, I hope this isn't a pattern. That fucking lunatic, audio described for the blind, every single joke in both 45-minute halves of the play that goes wrong. It was astonishing. We were 4 rows from the front. The cast could hear. I don't know what they thought was happening. That today the play would be going wrong in 3D somehow. Today, even the audience misunderstood the premise of why they were there. And she was just yelling this, and obviously the steward had to keep coming over from her little, air hostess flippy chair to tell her to stop, right? And she would have to come over and just be like, madam, please. You can't live like this. Please stop describing the play. And every time the Spanish lady would do that kind of like drunk person in trouble, like, oh, I'm in trouble, But if you're a member of staff like this poor woman, you have to believe the customer, right? You can't secondarily jab your finger in their face and go, you better not be fucking lying to me! So the steward lady had to go, thank you for understanding, madam. Safe in the knowledge that the second she got back to her flippy chair, this lady, right back to fucking describing. Just like, oh, his wig has come off, this is bad for the play, So she could not be stopped. And I was so furious and confused that I had to do something I've trained myself to do when the public do something incorrectly. And what I do is I shut my eyes and I imagine a world where they are doing the thing correctly and I am wrong. And sometimes that can open up a gap for compassion. It doesn't always work. I remember once I was on the train, 9 a.m., sort of commuter train on a Thursday, and a lady came in and sat opposite me, normal lady dressed for work, and began ramming slice after slice of bread into her mouth from the bag. With what I would call fury. And obviously I saw that and I thought, oh no. In general. And so I shut my eyes. And I imagined a world where that was the best way to enjoy bread. And I thought, no, she's insane. Well, worth a try. Worth a try. Give her a chance. But see, the reason I bring it up is on this occasion, it did work. On this occasion, I did it, and I thought, you know what? They are right, and I am wrong. Because let's face it, they were enjoying the fuck out of the play that goes wrong. I mean, they were having the time of their lives. I can personally vouch that she fully understood every joke. And the boyfriend, well, he was loving it. I mean, he was laughing that slightly frightening pirate laugh. And when he laughed, he slapped his thigh. Like a Tudor. And I was the one who was wrong, wasn't I? Because they're doing that, and I'm the one here seething like a little gremlin. You know, they're not even smelling the revels. I'm the dickhead here, right? But how do I do that? How do I enjoy anything as much as this battered Spaniard? And it's not booze. I've been drunk in the theatre before, and I've never described a whole play out loud. So what is it? And so I've got to figure it out, because you know what? It's costing me money as well, this attitude problem of mine. Because my experience as an audience member is so easily ruined by like phone screen checking, loud chewing, drink slurping, you know. I now have to pay over the odds in a cost of living crisis when I have spent all my money on this jacket. I now have to pay over the odds to go to exclusionary and elitist cinemas, where that sort of thing just does not happen. I'm talking picture houses. I'm talking Curzons. I'm talking everymen. Yeah? Anywhere with a wasabi pea option. Something about wasabi peas just keeps these bastards away. And the sort of everyman picture house exclusionary elitist cinema that I go to, that would not have been tolerated. If I had been sat there and a drunk Spanish lady had begun to describe the piece of cinema I was trying to enjoy, you know, oh, the bear, he eats the marmalade, yes. Whatever art house film I'm enjoying. Well, I would immediately call over the maitre d' of the cinema. You know, the head butler of the picture house. Like that, I would say, garçon! Garçon! And he would come over, the full Jeeves, yeah? Tailcoat, pinstripe trousers. And you know butlers have always got that white cloth on their arm? That's soaked in chloroform. That's what that's for. And he would use that to subdue the Spaniard. In her chair. Obviously, she would narrate it. Oh no, the butler, he knocks me out. Then 2 footmen would come and carry her to the medical wing of the cinema. And the maitre d' would say to me, I'm terribly sorry, sir. And I would say, think nothing of it. But never let this happen again. And he would say, of course, as a token of our apology, please accept this 175 milliliter screw-top Malbec. En plastique. I would say, thank you, and I'd take that, you know. And then he would go, rewind the film! We're all going to watch it from the beginning again, properly. And then he'd take her chair and have it burned. Is that so much to ask? From £5 Odeon Thursdays or whatever? Apparently so. So I'm working on it. I'm going to work on it. It causes issues in relationships as well, this problem of mine, because, as I said at the start, I do enjoy things perfectly well, in my opinion. However, I will admit that I do enjoy things completely internally. There's no real sign that it's going on. Yeah. And every girlfriend I've ever had has always said, like, I've never told what's going through that mind of yours. Never told what you're thinking about. And for years, I took this as a compliment. Enigmatic, you say? Mysterious, strong and silent. James Bond? No, what they were saying the whole time is, you have a stressful head. Looking at your head is very stressful. I don't know what's going on. And I am enjoying myself, like I say, but like, look, it's internal. My fun is like the governing of North Korea. It's going on, but externally it is hard to establish a picture of how and when. And you end up leaning heavily on the testimony of those who have fled. And in my last relationship, that meant that I got asked a question all the time by my ex-girlfriend, what are you thinking about? All the time. And now the problem with that question is that, like a lot of men, when you say, what are you thinking about? The answer is, nothing. Not, oh, nothing. Like if you ask your girlfriend, what do you think about? She might say, oh, nothing. That's the female version. Oh, nothing could be anything. That could be anything. I'm thinking about, did your sister really like my birthday present? Do we need milk? You know, are we going to be there in time? Valuable stuff. Not, oh, nothing. Nothing. Just. Do you remember the bit in Gladiator when he runs his hands through the wheat? Nothing. The trouble with that answer is that it's neither plausible nor reassuring. It's not plausible and it's not reassuring. Like if you came to my house and in my living room I had a coffin. And you said, what's the coffin for? And I said, nothing. Not plausible, not reassuring. Fair enough. And I also realized, because she was saying to me, oh, it can't be nothing. And I realized, you know what? To be fair, 5% of the time, it's not nothing. Like a lot of men, 5% of the time, I'm thinking about something so pathetic and valueless that for the good of the realm, it must be suppressed. You know, burn the files, kill everyone who's read them, that kind of thing. Just, this is not good. So I thought, okay, technically I am lying then when I say nothing on those occasions, and you shouldn't lie to your partner about your thoughts. That is intolerable. It'd be like going out with the KGB. What are you thinking about? Oh, Stalin is wise. What are you thinking about? The same. It's good, we both think that. So I thought, okay, fair enough. I made her a deal. I said, okay, I'll make you a deal. The next time you ask me, what are you thinking about? And it's not nothing, it is this like 5%er. Next time you ask me, and it is something, I'll just immediately tell you. No matter what it is, I'll just say it. And she said, well, that's all I want. And I said, well, we'll see. We will see. And we did see. We were on holiday. We had gone to visit the set where they filmed a lot of the movie in Bruges. Bruges. We went to Bruges. If only there was an easier way to... We went to Bruges, as if you've never been, very romantic. It looks like it's made out of gingerbread, beautiful medieval chocolate box kind of town. And we were sat eating chips by a canal, which in Belgium is romantic. And I had not said anything in too long. And so she goes, what are you thinking about? And as per our agreement, I said, I was trying to remember whether or not fish have salty blood. I need all of you to understand how absolutely fine I thought that was. Because we had an agreement, and it was the truth. So what more do you want? And, you know, And I now know, looking back, that that's not, If you're on a romantic holiday with your partner in Bruges and contemplating the canal, and they say, what are you thinking about? That's not the kind of answer they want. They want something like, oh, will we ever dance again? How many children will skitter through the cottage of our dreams? Shall we be wed in Galicia? Long-term romantic stuff is the category that we're after here. Salty fish blood. It's probably not even top 50. So she goes, why are you thinking about that? And I said, I don't think going into how I got here is going to help my case. And she goes, no, I really need to know, because I want to know how you ended up thinking about something so weird. So I said, okay. And I told her, and I will tell you all now. So, she does not like mayonnaise. It's going to take a while to get to the... Just accept that now. It's going to take a while to get... Okay, so, anyway, right, okay. So, she does not like mayonnaise, right? This is a problem in Belgium. Belgium doesn't have a lot of stuff. They got moule frite. They got beer. They got mayonnaise. They got a harrowing colonial legacy. But they only really want to chat about the first three. And once you cut mayonnaise out of that equation, you're down to 2 of your available Belgian treats. The holiday's crumbling in front of you, isn't it? And when we ordered chips to eat by the canal, she said to the waiter, a Belgian patriot, by the way, no mayonnaise, please. And he was visibly offended. He drew himself up, like that. And I thought we could use a man like this at the picture house. That's what I thought. This guy's got standards. And he said, well, what could you possibly want instead? And she said, oh, ketchup? From his face, she may as well have said, I was hoping you could be sick into my hands. I will dip the chips in that. He was revolted, but he was a pro, so off he went. And with the chips, he comes back with the chips and what I'm going to call a passive-aggressively enormous fucking bowl of ketchup. I thought it was soup for a different table. Way more than is in a bottle. He was just in the kitchen, just... Give me another, those pigs want ketchup. And he puts it down like this. And I look at it and I go, fucking hell. I thought that was soup. I suppose it is soup. In a way. I mean, you could eat it with a spoon. You mustn't. But you could. How long could man live on ketchup alone? No drinks. Ah, some calculations being hurriedly revised, I see. No water, no drinks, just ketchup. There's definitely water in ketchup. That's why sometimes you get that horrible little announcement before the ketchup arrives. But there's a lot of salt in there too, isn't there, MyFitnessPal? I suppose the question therefore boils down to the following. Is the amount of water inherent in ketchup sufficient to counteract the dehydrating effects of the salt also inherent in ketchup? Or, per bowl consumed, are we running what you might call an overall hydration deficit? If so, how long will it take that deficit to amount to actual medical dehydration and eventual death? 3 days? Seems soon. 3 weeks? Grow up. No. Well, we don't have the data. We don't have the data. And then I remembered an analogous scenario, right? I remember watching a documentary about the guy who has the world record for surviving the longest adrift in the ocean in a life raft. And I thought, well, there we go. Salt, dehydrated, it's all there, you know. And it was in a documentary I watched over 10 years ago, but I still remember it. And it was on the History Channel. and it was in between two documentaries about Hitler. And I wasn't happy to see it there. I don't watch this channel for not Hitler, I said to myself. Even as I turned it on, I was saying, the guy on this raft, you better turn out to be Hitler. It wasn't Hitler, it was a normal man. And he survived adrift in the open Atlantic in a life raft from a shipwreck for 40 days, something biblical. And he drank rainwater that he collected in the tip of the tent when he inverted it, and he ate fish that he caught using the fishing kit that comes with the raft. And it blew my mind. I didn't think the fishing kit that came with life rafts worked. Like, I didn't think it was for anything. I thought the fishing kit in a life raft was like the whistle on life jackets. A prop to reassure the simple-minded. You know, a whistle, you're going to slap into the Atlantic at 1,000 miles an hour. Boop, boop. They stand up there and they say, the whistle's for attracting attention. You're like, I think the plane crash will... It's a better start when it comes to attracting attention. The enormous plume of smoke might be a better... So I thought that was what it was, right? Like, you know, your ship goes down, you get on the raft, and it's there to reassure, like, you're there with your son and some other passengers, and he's tugging on your coat, and he's going, we'll use the fishing kit, won't we, Papa? You ruffle his hair, yes, boy. We'll fish up a storm. As you silently gauge which is the most edible passenger. I was wrong. I was absolutely wrong. I hold my hands up, wrong about that. This guy was fishing up an absolute storm in the open ocean with a bare hook. Now, I don't know if you've ever gone fishing, but the fishing people, very keen to emphasize that that's not an option. They go, fish, clever, cunning, elusive. You need to be seduced over hours like a duchess. Filet mignon on the hook, peacock feathers to lure them in with the dancing colors. Bullshit, apparently. That's all salesmanship. This guy plopping a bare hook into the open ocean, fish just going, oh, yum! Oh, yum, the most dangerous shape I've ever seen. I'll eat that. Fish are idiots. They deserve everything they get. Is it weird that I want to have a go on the raft? Is that odd? A couple of weeks on the raft? I like it. I like the idea. I don't want to be in danger. I want there to be like a rescue boat nearby or something, or like a flare gun, like a tracker. But a couple of weeks on the raft? Doesn't it seem like the kind of thing like a Silicon Valley guy would do? You know, like a bored tech bro. You know, once you've done your third Ironman, there's nothing left but the raft. Drink rainwater, eat sushi, you catch yourself. I want to reset. That's what they always say. It's a great way to reset. I want to reset. Here's my logic, right? If I was on the raft for just a couple of weeks, it would fix my sleep, right? I'd become a morning person. Because on the raft, you're asleep with the sun, you're up with the sun. There's no choice on the raft. And morning people, they seem to have a good time. Maybe that's why I don't enjoy things. I'm too tired. Morning people, they're going around, doopy-doopy-doo, you know, their elbows out, they've got that Ned Flanders energy. Got any morning people in? What time?
Like 6.
6, that's pretty good. And are you one of those people that just like, I'm awake, that's it, I'm awake?
Yeah.
I gotta get out of bed, I'm awake. Imagine. Imagine saying the phrase, I'm awake, I have to get out of bed, in any scenario that does not involve a sniper. It didn't even sound right saying it then. I'm not a morning person. Waking up is the worst part of my fucking life every day. Every day it's the worst part of my life. I wake up every morning like I have just had major surgery. I'm confused. I'm in agony. Nurse! My eyes, it's like trying to blink over Ferrero Rocher. Spiky balls. My mouth tastes like ass. My ass tastes like mouth. I don't know. There's a chance that's how badly I've slept. I've rolled around so much that my pipes have internally rotated, and now the bum end's at the top, and I'm tasting it. And then I have to go for the biggest but darkest piss of my life. What does it mean? A dark piss means you need more water, but a big piss means you're fine. It can't be both. I can't need more and less water. And when I say it's dark, I'm not dying. It's not, you know. But it's a rich golden hue. It's the piss of Midas. If you saw fields the color of this piss, you'd be a fine harvest this year. And then you have to have breakfast, and I'm not I can't eat that early in the morning, right? My stomach, it's like a shriveled up old carrier bag in your pocket. It's not ready to receive objects yet, yeah? But you have to force feed yourself because the tasks are coming. Uh-oh. They'll be here by about 9, and you need energy to fight the tasks. And that's why every breakfast food comes with butter or jam or whatever. It's just lube. Lube it up. Poke it in. It's the only way it's getting in, if it's lubed up. You have to treat yourself like a foie gras goose every morning. Lube it up. Blah, blah, blah. Get it in there. Get some task energy. It's a disgusting way to start your day. Force-fed like a goose. And then I get up at these insane times. Explain what I mean. So I do this as a job. It's a nighttime job, but sometimes it doesn't go well for you, right? You have a rail replacement bus nightmare. I once got back to my flat in my bedroom at 3 a.m. and I had to get up at 6 a.m. to be on the radio. So that's when you just go, okay, my life is on fire. I'm only going to get 3 hours sleep. I have to accept that, and I'll just set my alarm and deal with it. So I set my alarm, 6:09. Phew! I was nearly going to be tired in the morning. That's that bullet dodged? It doesn't help. It does nothing. All you're doing the night before is going, okay, I'm definitely going to be knackered, but what if in the morning when I woke up, I wasn't just knackered, I was also late. Not late because I've had like a lovely breakfast or a chat with my family, just upon gaining consciousness, behind schedule. Just eyes open, late. That would lend a fun energy to the force-feeding part of the day, late. Oh. And then you have to have coffee, and I like coffee, but I want to have it at my leisure, not by force, as a kind of performance-enhancing drug. And that's what it is. Coffee is there to solve an age-old problem. You are awake. Your bum is asleep. Wakey, wakey, bum. Coffee's gonna wake up, bum. Not nicely. Coffee is gonna wake up your bum like it's a hostage rescue SWAT team. It's got a battering ram in the door. Pow! Shotgun through the lock of his bedroom door. Blam! Grab your bum by the neck of its pajamas. Where are they? Where are the turds? That's why people smoke in the morning. Did you know that? Same effect, apparently. You fill your body up with smoke, the turds can't breathe in there. Coughing, they flee for the only exit. Like getting a badger out of a den. If that's observational for anyone. It's a horrible fucking way to start 5 days out of every 7. And you're in this terrible state, and then you have to put up with the news. Now, I like the news. I'm subscribed to everything, but like from lunchtime onwards, please. In that delicate state, it's not appropriate. You know, there you are, crusty eyes, stink mouth, big weird piss, panicked, force-feeding, shitting, late. And then a man in a suit appears on the television and just reads out a list of all the war crimes you slept through. Oh, good, you're up. So. Ah, fuck. Shush, leave me alone. I'm not the foreign secretary. These are not my tasks. Later at noon, when I'm emotionally ready for the state of the world. And then you've got your 8 to 10 hours of tasks. Oh. The only highlight is lunch. The shittest meal. And it is. Every good lunch you've ever had was good because it was like dinner. Wow, what a great lunch. Oh, why was it good? It lasted for 3 hours, it was hot food in a restaurant, and we got pissed. Right, dinner then. Dinner. Lunch is terrible. It's a meal deal sandwich. No getting around it. It's a meal deal sandwich at your desk, and they've never been good. But lately, they're full of lies. Someone, over at Big Sandwich, has decided to trick me by scraping the filling out of the middle of the sandwich where it lives, and instead smearing it onto the external lips of the sandwich in order to give the impression of a sandwich that overfloweth with filling and bounty. And so when you're standing there in front of your bank of depressing meal deal sandwiches in your shop of choice, peering at them through their sweaty little windows, like some Amsterdam punter, you see it and you think, my God, is it even legal to fill a sandwich to this extent? The tuna mayo cucumber is bursting out of this thing. Have I won a prize? Quickly, you buy it, take it back to your desk, you take a bite. Within a desert of bread, betrayal. It's empty. You flip it up, yeah, it's gone, nothing in there. The filling was on the outside the whole time. And now you get to poke it back in with your fingertips. Even though they're still horrible from the bus. Undignified, unacceptable. Oh, you can have a wrap. They're shit as well. A wrap is a tube of mayonnaise cut in half. It's a tube of fucking mayonnaise, and one half's got a shred of chicken in, and the other half's got the bum piece from a lettuce. And if you can choke those down, what's your reward? A sailor's knot of plain pastry at the base. A flavorless fist of dough that you get to gnaw through like a dog. It's like dentist sticks texture. You can feel it cleaning your gums while you eat it. I could enjoy things more. There's some routes I won't take on moral grounds. Shame, for example. In the UK, shame is a very popular way to try and buck people's ideas up. Make them have fun with some shame. Like those people who tell you horrible facts to try and cheer you up, as if that makes sense. You know? As in, like, you go, oh my God, look at all the flights are cancelled. My whole holiday's fucking ruined. I can't go. I can't make it. And they go, well, people are being murdered in Afghanistan, so... And you go, oh, now I am sad about two things. Thank you. I've never understood how that's supposed to make you feel better. But what fucking reaction do those people want from me? Oh, fuck, my holiday's ruined. Well, people are being murdered in Afghanistan. Yeah, you're right. Yeah. Is that what you want, you sociopath? I mean, the worst of it was, I originally grew up, at least initially, in South Africa, so I didn't have this when I was a kid. But when I moved here, I discovered that all of you were being shamed into finishing your food using hypothetical African children. It's quite a creepy thing to discover, to be honest. I also don't know why they have to be African every time. I'd never heard it before in South Africa, ever in my life. And I was at a friend's house. I was maybe 8 years old, I don't know. And his mum said it in front of me, you know. My friend wasn't finishing his food. He said, you better eat those fish fingers. There's kids in Africa who'd love those fish fingers. And I was there like... I mean, I've just come from there. I mean, maybe, I don't know. How do you know? It hasn't been mentioned. I think it was democracy we wanted. Maybe fish fingers second? To celebrate? Weird. The dinner table is no place for patronizing neo-colonial rhetoric. I think that's in Debrett's. Very, very strange. And also, again, I don't get the logic of what kind of response you want from the kid. You know, there's a kid there, I don't want to eat this fish finger. Well, you better eat that fish finger. There's a starving boy in Africa who'd love that fish finger. Oh. Well, in that case... I'll eat every crumb if it means he starves. I'd lost my appetite, Mother, till you mentioned the dying boy. I'll eat it just to keep it from his little fingers. It's the reaction of a demon. The only logical reaction is my reaction. I don't want this fish finger. Well, there's a starving boy in Africa who'd love that fish finger. What? You're telling me that this fish finger that I do not want could save the life of another little boy? We're fucking quick. What are we even talking for? Quick, fucking refrigerated envelope or something. I don't know. Wait, how long have you known about this? Decades? I'm 8. That's going to be my defense at The Hague. Quick, give me the fucking envelope. Quick, quick, quick. Where are we sending this? Africa? We got to narrow that down. That's why I said hypothetical African children, by the way. Not because there are no hungry African children, of course there are, but your parents just didn't have a specific village in mind, shall we say? Or country. If we're honest with ourselves. Just, you know, Africa, that fucking country. It's a very strange way to decide if something's any good. Imagining a hypothetical African boy and wondering if they'd envy you. Enjoy it or don't. Am I enjoying myself? I'll imagine an African boy. And if I think he'd envy me, I'm having a good time. It's really creepy. I think I don't like it because it's comparative enjoyment, right? You go, I'm going to enjoy this on the basis that someone else has it worse. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't think it's even moral. The master of comparative enjoyment, by the way, was Charles Dickens. Now, if you don't know who Charles Dickens was, that is your fault. I really think society could not have done more to help with the whole who is Charles Dickens question. And I think once there's a Muppets version of something, it really is down to the individual. You're not going to get more accessible than puppets. So Charles Dickens, the Victorian author, he was obsessed with Christmas, not just in his work, where he basically invented the idea of modern middle-class Christmas, but in life, as a guy, he was obsessed, and he would have a big Christmas feast every year with his friends, family, associates. And one year, Charles Dickens hired an actor to pretend to be a tramp, right? Dress up like a tramp, big coat and boots. And his job was to stand outside Charles Dickens' window during the Christmas feast and stamp his boots in the ice and slush and sort of say loudly complaints about how awful his life was. You know, oh, it's a bitterly cold Christmas Eve. Oh, if only I had a family of my own, you know, things like that. And the idea was that these would drift through the window to the ears of the guests of Charles Dickens, whereupon they would be all the more grateful for the good food, wine, and company of old Charles Dickens. Now, isn't that less the sort of thing you'd expect from Charles Dickens and more the sort of thing you'd expect from Hannibal Lecter? Isn't that mad? And there was no lesson, by the way. There wasn't a bit where the tramp came in and went, gotcha! Like, no. It was just like a meal enhancement device. I mean, I'm not knocking its effectiveness. It would work. I've considered it. I know a lot of out-of-work actors. For the price of a beer, I could have someone outside the door of this theater dressed as a tramp right now. Oh, it's boring in the corridor. No one's observing anything out here. I wish someone would talk about sandwiches in a semi-sexual manner. And you'd all go, oh yeah. Oh, we're lucky to be here. If anything, I think Dickens didn't make the most of it. Keep the guy on retainer, have him round the house. Right? Night time. Pop him in the corridor, outside the bedroom. Oh, it's lonely here in the corridor. I wish I was having sex with an author. Oh, there isn't even a penis in my mouth. I wish I had a fantastic penis like Charles Dickens, I've heard. And in the bedroom is Mrs. Dickens going, hey, you know what? That homeless man in the corridor is right. I'm lucky to be here. There's kids in Africa who'd love to fuck Charles Dickens. Comedy is about context, isn't it? There is someone who I'm trying to emulate, by the way. It's not just like doom and gloom. I have like a hero who has a good time, who I'm trying to follow and learn from. I heard about him from a friend of mine. He's like my cool friend. He goes all around the world going to techno concerts? Recitals, techno recitals. I don't know anything about that. I read big books about the Second World War with different guys. So he goes all to the techno recitals, and he was telling me about a techno venue in Berlin called Berghain, right? Now Berghain, it's like a 5-story former industrial site, originally very much a sort of gay BDSM techno club, and they've expanded their remit to almost any BDSM. And you can queue up and stuff, but you can't like pay to skip the queue or pay to get in. It's very exclusive in a way money can't buy. It's very trendy, very discerning. Obviously outside there's a guy dressed as a tramp. Oh, I wish I was being fisted by a Hungarian man. Anything to enhance the fun inside. And when you go inside, it's like amazing techno DJs and like people like having sex and doing drugs. It's like the apocalypse in there. And he's telling me all about it, and I've got nothing. Oh, it sounds like Sicily 43. I got nothing. And he says there's a guy who's quite well known, and you meet him in the sort of gents' toilet, right? And what he does is you go in there, and he has sort of tied himself up under the big trough in the loo, yeah? And if you go to the loo for a wee, this guy will ask you in English and German very politely if you wouldn't mind, sir, perhaps considering having a wee on him as well, because it's his favorite. And if you say no, he's like, no worries, you have a good night. You know, it's all very civilized in context. And he is known colloquially as the piss goblin. And you can Google him, Piss Goblin Berlin, as I did, seconds after this conversation finished. And I don't know if there's anyone I currently admire more than the goblin. I really mean it. Even as my friend was describing the piss goblin, I was thinking, now here is a guy with no questions left. This guy knows who he is. This guy knows what he wants. Piss. But it's a big deal to know what you want, isn't it, out of life? There's a lot of people in this room who don't know what they want yet. This guy's got it nailed down. He knows what he wants. And he goes and he gets it. Even if you're sitting here and you know what you want, have you got it yet? The goblin has. The piss goblin knows what he wants. He goes and he gets it. Where does he get it? Somewhere he is safe and known and accepted for who he is. There's no one in this room as fulfilled as the piss goblin. He's the freest man I know, and he's chained to a urinal. I can't imagine the inner strength it gives him, knowing that all that stuff's just figured out. He's out there now, some regional German civil servant. He's filling in report after report into Autobahn maintenance, you know. His boss is a real dick. Wo sind diese Berichte? Schnell! And he's like, I'm doing them, my God! Oh, roll on, Freitag. Oh. Lieben für das Weekend, recht? Ja. Oh, I can taste it now. I don't know if he drinks the wee. That was my first question, obviously. My friend does not know the internet is divided. You can drink wee. I mean, you mustn't. But you can. You drink wee, you drink blood, you're drinking anything from a body probably to an extent, I think. The guy on the raft, when he ran out of water, he'd rip the heads of fish off and squeeze them into his mouth like a horrible orange and drink that. And he was Well, and that's when my girlfriend interrupted me. So... I told you it would take a while. She did not like any of this, by the way. So there's this goblin. But it's true, and look, as for the answer to the question, why can't I just enjoy things, I do have an answer, I think. And if you put a question in your title, you should have an answer at the end, right? That's satisfying. I was doing a preview, a work in progress of this show in Bristol, the Hackney of southwest England. Cool hipster basement, 11% beer, you know. And it was a fun, rowdy gig. People were chipping in, but in like a good way, constructive stuff. And this guy piped up. I'd had a bit of Roman history-based banter with him in... yeah, it's no Berghain, but I do what I can. We'd had a bit of Roman history-based banter because he was a PhD student. And at one point, I'm explaining all this stuff about why I don't enjoy things or how my mind works. And he just goes, well, you just sound like me. And I said, well, what do you mean? And he goes, well, I have Asperger's and you just sound like me. I was like, you have Asperger's, and you think that I also have Asperger's because I sound like you. And he goes, yeah. And I said, why? And he goes, well, you knew all that history stuff. And I thought, well, that can't be enough. I mean, it's not the only question on the form. Surely. Do you like history? Well, then I've got some news. Come on, you know. So I made a joke out of it and whatever. We moved on. It was fine. But then the next day, I was on the train back to London. And I was thinking about it. And I was like, you know what? I don't agree. People throw these terms around. I mean, I guess he has it, so maybe... you know, I've been heckled a lot in my career, but rarely so medically specifically, you know. Hecklers rarely go diagnostic. If anything, they paint with something of a broad brush, you know, your shit, things of this nature. I thought, you know what, I'll show him who has Asperger's. So I conducted 5 to 6 days of intense research. And I found a website where they put up all the tests they do to screen you before they give you the big interview, right? Because they want to screen you out if you don't have it. So you fill in these tests, and if your score's high enough, then you kind of qualify for the big chat. So I thought, great, I'll fill it in, and we'll put this whole thing to bed. And I filled it in, and I scored high. Not NASA high, but European Space Agency, pretty high. Pretty high. So I went, oh, fucking hell. I sent it to a friend. I was like, what score did you get? And he goes, 7. It's out of 240. I got 130 or something. I was like, 7? Did you just put your name? What the fuck? So I was like, okay, I need to sort this out. And like where I live in London, the waiting list for this kind of thing for an adult is years. So I just went, screw it, I'm just going to pay the money and get this figured out. And I did it, and I had the session with the doctor. He didn't even need the whole session. It was like halfway, and he was like, yeah, you got it. He's like, you got it, get out of here, champ, go read a big book about tanks or something, I don't know. Enjoy your day, the rest of the time is your own. If only there'd been a warning sign. Now I have the set list for the show here, and bearing in mind that when I got that heckle and then when I got the diagnosis, the show had existed for well over a year, right? So the show's not made for the diagnosis. The diagnosis describes the show. So let's look. If only there had been a warning sign that I see exaggeration as a form of lying, the cry laughing emoji, fury at public rule breaking, all the cinema theatre stuff, food textures, crisps and wine gums, not very externally reactive, the North Korea I'm enjoying myself thing. An inability to know when to tell small lies. Fish blood, why do you ask? A preference for alone time. I'd like to go on the raft, please. Issues with maintaining a solid routine. The morning, and idiomatic confusion or rejection. African children. So... yeah, it's supposed to be a set list, not a checklist. It's quite embarrassing after the diagnosis to just keep doing the show. Just going around the country going, and another thing I hate. Oh, yeah. And to be, like, I'm 32, right? Like, it's like finding out that your legs have just been broken the whole time. You're just in the doctor's office going, I thought everybody's knees were crunchy. Is that not good? Nice crunchy knee? And to be diagnosed by a heckler. The comedian's natural foe. It's like finding out you're diabetic from Voldemort. Harry, your urine shouldn't smell like sugar puffs. Do you think the piss goblin's ever diagnosed anyone with diabetes? He must have, right? Like, at least once. At least once he must have just been like, that was like golden syrup. You're welcome back any time, but you must go to the hospital. A friend of mine saw this show, and she said, oh, at the end, you really must tell people how it felt to get this diagnosis. You know, how did it feel? That's what people will want to know. And I have to admit, that absolutely did not occur to me. Further proof that the medical community have absolutely nailed this one. Genuinely, she said it, and I was like, oh yes, feelings. People like to go on about them instead of dealing with them in total silence. How did it feel? Well, I mean, it's worth doing. It's answered a lot of questions. It's explained a great deal. It's quite useful. But then at the same time, I'm 32. The cake's very much already been baked. So yeah, 6 out of 10. It's fine. Okay. Thank you very much, guys. Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. Cheers. Thank you, guys.
Helen Bauer!
Keep going! Okay, that was amazing. Like literally the best entrance on stage ever. Just walking down the staircase and just looking out, so many babes just looking at me like, yes! Makes me feel so warm on the inside, and it really helps the fact that this guy is just looking at me like, ugh, no. This? She is way too fuckable to be funny. You know, when you can just see in a guy's eyes, like, why would she have a personality with those tits? Thank you all so much for being here. Like, are you guys all fans of stand-up comedy? Woo! Yeah, me too. Like, I mean, well, it's okay. Like, there are better things. I just don't envy you, is what I'm saying. Sitting there for an hour, listening to my opinions. No, thank you. I think I just don't like stand-up that much, because there is a tendency for comedians during an hour's show to get very vulnerable. Reveal a very deep trauma about themselves, a secret. And I know I should admire it, but when I'm in the crowd watching them open up, I'm just like, you're a fucking moron. We can all see ya. I know it's not good because I'm in the audience and I don't know what to do with my hands. I'm like, I don't know what to touch. I just think I'm self-aware enough to know there are better things to watch than me. Like, there is nothing I can do tonight that would be as funny as, like, 3 estate agents letting loose in Mallorca, walking around a pool, and then falling in and shitting themselves. That is my sort of comedy, like, yes, please! I would just define my comedy maybe more like YouTube trash. For scum. Do we have any scum in? Great self-awareness, babe. Seriously, you should have cheered. I just love YouTube. I'm obsessed with YouTube fails. Does anyone watch it? Yeah, obviously. Love you. Mainly because I've just found the wedding playlist. Now, look, I want you all to like me a lot. I do. I just need us all to agree that there is nothing better in the entire world than a bride's day being completely ruined one video. It is life-changing. It's a bride on her big day. I'm assuming her name's like Lauren or something. She's basic as fuck. You look so awkward. Your name's not Lauren, is it? Oh, thank God. What's your name?
Cara.
Cara? Okay, well, same thing. What the fuck? You were like Lauren, gross. Cara, creative parents. No, just that sounds so bitchy. Oh my God, I'm obviously saying basic with love. I'm also basic. Look at my hoops. It's just... Personally, I define myself as basic plus because I'm self-aware with it. Does that make sense? Like, I've got scented candles. Of course I do. I'm not a freak. It's just... I don't switch them out seasonally. Like, I'm not throwing away pumpkin spice on November 1st. Because I believe in me. I'm a bit of fun. Cara. I knew this bride was basic for one main reason. Because she was walking down the aisle to Beauty and the Beast. Which is right, like we get it, right? You're the beauty, they're the beast, he's gonna rescue you. Work on yourself! As women in this country, we still don't have equal pay, and sometimes it does feel like some women aren't trying hard enough. Embarrassing at this point. Walking down the aisle to Taylor's Oldest Time. And as she was going, her dad stepped on her train and out flopped a tit. And what was so lush, just for the women, you could see in her eyes it wasn't the good one. Like, we know when the good one flops out, like, obviously we pretend to be embarrassed, we're not whores. You're like, oh my God, it's so embarrassing. No, stop staring, you're a fucking pervert. Like, but secretly, it's like, yes. They're both the same. Like, which is your favourite tit you've got? Yeah, me too. Is that 'cause when you lick your nipple and blow on it, it wrinkles up slower? Yeah, no, me neither. What the fuck? Every woman should have a favourite tit. If you don't have one, figure it out. Stuff's important. I know which one my favourite tit is because I get drunk and I take it out. For attention. Should make it clear, that makes it sound like I have a problem. I only get my tit out when I'm drunk, so it's like super classy. It's just... it happens a lot. Because I drink a lot. I love drinking. You guys are drinking. This makes me feel like very at home right now, because I think I drink so much because it's one of the few things I'm genuinely good at. I know I'm good at it because I can currently drink 3 bottles of rosé wine in one sitting. Thank you. I feel like most of us are impressed by that, apart from this man just drinking a beer, looking at me like, 3 bottles? She can't do it. She's too thin. Correct! Yeah, I'm a lucky woman and sometimes I forget to eat. Am I right, Cara? Salad. No! See, now I've done that thing where I say I'm thin and I feel the need to point out to the guys in the back just looking at me like, she thinks she's thin. Does she know? Should we tell her? Like, obviously I know I'm overweight. Like, I know that. I've got a mum. Told me. Didn't have to. Just really fucking wanted to. She tells me all the time. Thing is, I don't mind being overweight. It doesn't bother me. The only thing that bothers me is how much my weight annoys my mum, and I'm trying this really cute thing, I guess it's for feminism, where I'm trying to not be another young woman who blames her mum for everything. But I'm overweight because my mum is liberal. Full liberal. Like, my mum didn't give us dummies when we were babies because she believed in freedom of speech, which is like cute, but my big brother's in and out of jail, my sister's a pot washer, and I do this, so good job, Anne! I tell you. tell you where I think she messed up when I was younger. If I was at home in my room, trying to study to do well in my exams, my mum would just walk in like, oh, Helen, just studying all by yourself again. Oh, you can do anything you want with your life. Anything. Do what I did. It's like, what, study dance in Lancaster and marry Dad? No. Dad's gross. Thing is, when you're told not to study, you don't study. I got the worst grades ever, but luckily I'm English, right? You can still go to university with the worst grades. They'll take your money either way. It's amazing. I got offered a place at a really bad uni, but at the same time, I got offered a job in a cafe making cheese toasties. And I'm not a moron. Like, degree or cheese. Degree or cheese. Ooh. Cheese! It was a cheese toasty cafe. I was 18. I lost my mind! My first day there, my manager Rick, who has to be the worst businessman of all time, took one look at me and he was like, oh, Helen, just so you know, for lunch you can just make yourself a free cheese toasty every single day. Rick! Done! Thing is, when you don't get a degree, you still want to challenge yourself, right? Still want to be the best you can be. For me personally, I wanted to see how many grams of cheddar cheese I could eat in a single toasty. Turns out, I'm a fucking hero. Not grams. No. Kilograms! Rick just came in every day like, oh my God, where's all the cheese gone? We had so much cheese here and we've had like no customers. Like, Helen, where is the cheese? And I just emerge from behind the fridge. Like, where's the cheese gone, Rick? I don't know. 10 pounds heavier. Cheese grease coming out my mouth. Like, it's a bloody mystery. Where's the cheese gone? Where's the cheese? Genuine question, has anyone here ever gone up an apron size? Me neither. I'm genuinely very comfortable in my body. It's just I have been going through something weird with my weight recently. I do think it's important to be honest. I'm in a weird phase where, I don't know if any of you have ever had this. Basically, currently, like, the more cheese toasties I eat, be respectful. Thank you. The more cheese toasties I eat, the more weight I gain. Has anyone had this? Because it feels medical. Medical. No, I'm going doctor, it's gone mad. Basically currently stuck having to go clothes shopping every 3 weeks to replace my outfits. And it's not like I'm going up a clothes size every 3 weeks. No way, fruit's the best. Am I right, gals? What's happening is every 3 weeks of me walking around with a new pair of jeans on is these holes just appear here, in between my thighs, where the material's just gone. Fuck it, Helen! I'm not doing it anymore! I'm out! Like, give me a cheer if you suffer this injustice. Hey, thank you for your honesty. My mum thinks it's just a me thing, which is mad. Like, I get that they're my jeans and it's my problem, but it's like, it's also the children. They need to sew better. I'm not taking the full blame for that. I love the people growling are definitely wearing Primark, by the way. Like, also, I'll tell you what's really sad, like, obviously filming this for a special, and I really want to show you the holes that I'm talking about, and I want to pull it up and show you my shorts. It's just that I'm on my period. And you know when you think you haven't leaked, but you can smell iron, so you're not even sure. Look at me, sir! In the eyes! Respect my body! No, you know that smell when you put your hand on the metal railing at a train station? And you're like, is it my cunt? Like pennies. Madness. Felt good. Thing is, I'm a sweet baby angel, right? You can tell. Like a baby. I don't want to have holes in my clothes. I don't want to have stains on them either. But for me to get that, I've got to go clothes shopping every 3 weeks to replace my jeans. And I never want to be the female comic that stands on stage and speaks on behalf of every woman in the audience. By virtue of being a female comedian, I do represent all women at all times. So you are welcome, and I'm genuinely really fucking sorry. I just think in general, women don't enjoy clothes shopping enough to go every 3 weeks. Some do, good for them. I thought I was one of them. I thought I'd love it. Mainly because I found out there was a section for me and my people. Because when I first went as an adult, I learned about my people. Because I'm a 6'1" woman. Just people looking at me now like, oh, she's gorgeous. Do you reckon she's got a broad back and speaks fluent German? Jawohl. It's fucking beautiful, right? 6'1", that means I'm a supermodel. Yes! Think a broad back's amazing on a woman because I can carry things. I can carry a relationship on this bad boy. If only you'd let me! And German's sexy. I'm not having this argument with people anymore. Any second language on anyone, it's so beautiful, it's so attractive. It's just, when you speak German, you look like me and your surname's Bauer. People get tense. Trying to figure out, oh my God, how German is she? But it's cool because I'm obviously not German, right? Like, I'm obviously English. Like, I'm a tiny bit German, a tiny bit. Like, my parents, not even German. It was my grandparents. Which is fun if you don't think about the dates. Dead now, scum! No, let me say this. My grandparents, sure, from Germany and Austria, but they'd already left to come to the UK before World War II. Huh? So my family is clean. Sort of. And I don't know if everyone knows this, but during the World Wars in the UK, everyone who had a German surname changed their surname to a random different spelling or a random different English name. Like, everyone did it, everyone. Even the royal family changed their German surname. My grandparents kept the German spelling. Just in case. Germany wins the war. They arrive in Britain and they could be like, English, Bauer, wir haben auf dich gewartet, toll! You've got to be prepared! Okay, sure, I'm a bit German, but I'm tall, that's what's important. I'm 6'1", that means I'm allowed to shop in the tall section. Do we have any women in here, 5'9" and above, that shop in tall? Give me a cheer. Oh my God, I love you. I love tall women. I had a vision when I first went to the tall section that it would just be the two of us, right? Forget them, scum. Just us, like, high-fiving, but really fucking high. You touch the ceiling, I touch it, 'cause we can. I don't know, you drop something on the floor, but your petite friend's not there to pick it up for you. And we're just like, leave it, Cara will get it later. That was my vision for the tall section. It was my dream. But you can agree with me that it's not like that? No, because we don't get a security guard. ensuring no petite women come into our zone. Now I'm aware I'm surrounded. I'm just going to speak on behalf of us and tall women really quickly. I like petite women. I do. You girls are fun. Prosecco. But if I see one more petite woman coming into our zone, picking up my top and going, what a fun dress, I will lose my mind. That is bullshit, right? I have never in my life gone into your zone, picked up your belt and gone, what a fun bracelet. No! Got to learn to stick to our zones. And I'm aware I should not shout about sticking to your zones after talking about my German heritage. It's very disappointing for me. I genuinely believed when I was younger I'd be amazing at clothes shopping. Move out of my small town in Fleet, Hampshire, move up to London and be fashion itself. I think it's because I was raised in an era where every TV show was based off taking a woman shopping and forcing her to have a makeover she didn't want. I just think I knew more than I did. Do we remember this amazing era? It was the era when any woman, no matter how broken she was, could have everything fixed by one trip to River Island with Glanc. She'd arrive on screen and be like, so my partner left me and my house is on fire and I don't have a job and turns out I don't have a vagina anymore, so I'm fucking mad. And they'd be like, oh, yellow chunky waist belt? She'd be like, yes! Such a good time. It was the same era in Britain where every woman believed, and I say believed with no sense of irony, that if we ate 2 bowls of Special K twice a day for 2 weeks, we'd lose a jean size. Okay, that is actually the reason we don't have equal pay. It's because we don't deserve it. We're such dumb bitches. It's embarrassing at this point. I love makeover TV shows. I genuinely love them. Like, I miss them being on TV. We've only got a couple left. You know, my friend, she thinks the reason we don't have makeover TV shows anymore is because we don't need them. Because everyone is perfect just the way they are. That's like isn't that so nice? Like, I'm just dying saying it. Like, it's so cute. It's so cute. Like, you are perfect just the way you are. I love it. It's not true. I mean, I have a mirror. I can see myself. I have eyes. I can see all of you. We all need a makeover. And I'm not just saying that physically, of course not. I'm talking mentally. Of course you should always want to be a better version of yourself, a kinder person, a more generous person. You should always want that. It's just, I take it a little bit further. Sometimes try and become a different version of myself, a whole new person. I'd say I've been doing this since I was 14. Once a year since I was 14, I've wanted to be a new person so badly that I've just freaked out in the middle of the night and panicked and cut myself a fringe. I'm so aware I should say fringe. So much faster there. It's just like, and I love the tension. Also, come on, I'm 30, I have cut myself, but only for attention, so it's genuinely super chill. Do we know the fringe I'm talking about? This is a very specific fringe. I am not talking about a fringe that you go to a salon and pay to get done. I am talking about the fringe that you cut for yourself at 2 in the morning, listening to the entirety of the Les Mis soundtrack. You want to be a new person, but you don't want to put the effort in? Ha-ha! Fringe it is! I love this fringe. I still do it yearly, because I'm a moron. And I forget that I have naturally very curly hair. So I cut it in the middle of the night, like Miz is playing, my hair's wet, it's amazing. Just looking at myself like, Helen, You've done it. But inevitably, Les Mis ends. And my hair dries. And it bounces up into the maddest row of ringlets you have ever seen on a woman in your life. Which was fine, right? Back in the day, I clip it back, I'm Lizzie McGuire, I'm crushing the game. It's different now. Times have changed. There's rules to fringes. Like, the higher your fringe, the worse your mental health. It is such a clear sign things aren't going right. You have got to be so careful. I'm only doing it once a year because I have this vision in my head, this dream of like me with my new fringe, looking amazing, walking down the street, running into my ex-boyfriend, and him being like, who's the angel with the fringe? And I'm just like, ha! It's me! It's Helen! Love me! How amazing! I should make it clear that is literally never gonna happen. Like, ever. This is always a bit tricky to say, but when I say ex, I am referring to a guy that I refer to as an ex. But he does not refer to me as an ex. He refers to me as someone who just hung around him a lot for a long time. But I'm like, well, I was in love and I got my heart broken, so I'm counting it as a relationship. Thank you. We've all had that relationship, right? When you were like, we're in love. You just missed it. It's a tricky relationship to do. I was in one of these relationships for so long and I was just walking around to my friends like, you can't meet him, but it's super serious. It's a relationship. Some of you might call that lying. Yeah, lying. I'm a liar, okay, I'm a liar. But I'm damn good at it. I'm a good liar. And do you know why I'm a good liar? Because I learned from the best. Because my mum, such a good liar. My mum's incredible at lying, incredible. I do want to go into my mum. I just want to check and see if anyone's got a similar mum to me in. I've got a very classic British mum where if I have a headache, she'll have a brain tumour. Always going to be one step ahead with her dramas. My mum's amazing. She only lies to protect herself, which I think is important. She just takes it that one step further. In 1997, my mum did the best lie. Now, do you guys remember 97? It was like the best year ever. Like, Diana died, Titanic came out, it was incredible. Also, do you know that some people think those two events aren't related? Mad! In 97, my mum found herself in that classic situation where all of her friends got together to go and see the film Titanic, and they didn't invite her. Which sucks, right? Like, it's awful, that feeling of being left out the group, but it happens to all of us, and then usually you move on. But what was awful was the following Monday, my mum was with all of them at the school gate, and they were all talking about the film and how amazing it was, how much fun they had. And then one of them, Rosemary, don't even get me started. She was like, oh, God, oh, we're so wicked. We didn't invite you. Did we, Anne? My mum won't be embarrassed. Lord, no. She said, I was invited, I just didn't want to go. Good lie. Solid lie. Self-preservation. Leave it there. My mum is a creative. She kept going. My mum said she didn't want to see the film Titanic because it would bring back too many memories for her. Because in a past life, she was on the boat. Which is too strong a choice of a lie. A lie she sticks to this day. If I play Celine Dion, she's like, Helen, I will have a flashback. No, you won't! She's one of these people. Do we all know someone like this? Like, it's definitely mental illness, but it's early in the show, so we'll call it kooky. She's a bit of a kook. She's a crazy kook. Like, my mum's best friend is a woman she hired to be her clairvoyant. whose name, by the way, is Trish. Look, I don't want to slag off any Trishes. I love a Trish in general. They're amazing. A Trish can do many things. Like, a Trish can get divorced, she can go Mallorca, she can have stepkids, she can have a chat show. A Trish can thrive. A Trish cannot speak to the other side. But my mum is in love with Trish, because Trish has told my mum, "You are correct, Anne. You do have ghosts in your new build next to Fleet Service Station on the M3. Okay. And the reason, Anne, that you can tell they're there is because you have powers. Because you are, in fact, a witch." Okay. And now Trish needs to meet me and my little sister, because apparently the women in our family are in a lineage. A lineage of witches. Now, look, I don't want to argue with my mum and Trish. I have learnt, not a good idea. The curses. But I do agree. I agree with them slightly. Like, the women in our family, we're in a lineage. We're in a lineage of poor mental health, bad relationships with men, and oddly angled vaginas, 100%. But it's also like, screw it. If we're calling it witching, I'll join the coven. Hand me the hat! Bit of drama. I've got a dramatic mum. I know a lot of people think they have a dramatic parent, but I know my mum is the most dramatic. 'Cause when I was 6 years old, my mum decided, with no prior training in this field whatsoever, that she was going to run a drama school from our living room. All she did was change the family voicemail service from "Hello, you've reached the Bauer family" to "Hello, you've reached the Bauer family and the Helen Bauer School of Drama." 'Tis a confident choice. Because she was teaching kids, like little 7-year-old kids, in our living room, whilst me and my dad and brother and sister were just on the other side of the door in the kitchen, looking at each other like, is this legal? Are we serious? But we figured it was fine, right? She just needed a degree to teach kids. She needs a pashmina and a brooch, and she had both. Also, she's teaching 7-year-olds drama. It's a wonderful thing to teach them. You're teaching them play and confidence. Like, every 7-year-old around the world learning drama is being taught the same way, right? You get your group of 7-year-olds all together, like, come on babies, blah, blah, blah. Like, let's do a scene. We'll do a fun little improv. Let's say it's your birthday, happy birthday, and everyone else, you're at the zoo, and you pick a different animal, and just lose your mind, just have fun, play with it, and you walk around and look at all of them. What a fun scene. Should we do it? Let's do it. That is how you teach drama to kids. My mum was teaching it more as a sort of therapy for herself. Because she'd get her 7-year-old, just one at a time, and be like, "Okay, sweetheart, come on, Layla. Let's do a scene." You're a middle-aged woman. Somewhere in northeast Hampshire, let's say Fleet. Your family does not understand you. Your husband is emotionally unavailable! You have a migraine. Play out the scene. How? Right? How would a 7-year-old play out that scene? The answer is I did, and I did it very well. I was in the drama school! Obviously I was in the drama school! Not my brother and sister, just me, 3 nights a week in my living room. My mum taught me everything, like, the first boy I ever fancied was in the Helen Bauer School of Drama. My mum found out I fancied him and she was like, "Oh my God, amazing, let's do a couple sex scene, Helen." And I was like, "Oh my God, okay, why not? Let's give it a go." And then she played the woman and I watched to learn. If we had an argument at home, she would make me improv it in class class the next day for everyone else. I played ungrateful secret eating daughter so many times. I believe it's called method acting. Yeah, I was method! The weirdest thing she taught me? She taught me how to cry on cue. That was not a skill I needed. I was already crying the entire time. I mean, my mum died in the Titanic before I was born. I have genuinely been through so much. I'm just a crier. I'm an emotional woman, and I love crying. And when I say crying, I'm not talking about a little cry, not like a baby bird cry. I had a friend. I have a friend, she once cried because she said her boyfriend loves her too much. Go fuck yourself! If you're gonna cry, you do it with some goddamn dignity! When I cry, I go for it. I do what's known as the life cry. Do you guys know the life cry? It's a cry when you cry about everything that's ever happened, everything that's gonna happen, everything that's happening in that moment. Even though technically nothing's ever happened, it's gonna happen, nothing's happening in that moment, but you're just like, oh my God. Cara. Life. I cry, you call your best friend, can we talk? She says yes, but you can't face it, so you hang up for the attention. Okay, some of you might know it as depression, like chronic depression. Interesting, okay. For anyone not getting this cry, I can best describe it as the cry where you really get the lyrics. To Jeff Buckley's Hallelujah. Even though it reflects our lives in no way. But you're just like, oh my fucking God. Shit. She tied him to the kitchen chair. She broke his throne. And she cut his hair. Oh my God. Did she give him a fringe? It's a powerful cry. And you know that some people think you should only cry and have a breakdown like that at home in private? Idiots. Do it in public, for attention. If you do it at home, who's gonna notice? Who's gonna ask if you're okay? I only cry because I can't be vulnerable, and I'm just hoping, praying that someone will be like, oh my God, there's something going on with you. Do you want to talk? Do you want to talk about it? Thing is, they never do, because I can only do it when I'm 3 bottles of wine drunk. And by that point, I'm having a breakdown, and instead of my friends coming up to me and saying, Helen, do you want to talk about something? They just come over and go, seriously, put your tit away and go home. Embarrassing everyone else. Leave. Get on now! Obviously, I don't just walk out into the night. That would be so stupid. Like, quick safety notice for women. Like, when you're leaving on a night out, let your friends do the dance around you. You know, the dance, like, text me when you get home safe. Text me when you get home safe. I'm gonna track your journey. Text me, text me, text me. Which is so important. You have to text your friends when you get home safe. It's just that me, personally, I like to wait an hour. To see who really cares. 'Tis a risky game, but I will test those friendships. It takes me a while to get home. I know as a woman in this day and age, I shouldn't enjoy this so much, but genuinely, I love walking home drunk by myself. I love it. You know when it's raining outside and there's wind in the trees? You're stumbling along, headphones in, full volume. I like to listen to random sad piano music, Sonata 6. Assuming everyone's looking at me from their houses and flats, like, oh my God, where's she going? What's her story? Is she in a music video? Yes. Do you think she's going home? Doubt it. I'm drunk. I'm emotional. I'm gonna eat! Just to quickly check, has everyone here had the privilege of eating a kebab whilst completely shit-faced? It's insane, isn't it? Like, it's biblical. The way the food melts inside your mouth like the inside of a Lindt chocolate ball. Like, what is that? Also, I know it's a comedy show, I don't want to get too scientific, but when you eat when you're drunk, the calories don't count. It's like eating on a train. It's not technically a meal. Smart, smart, smart. Thing is, I've got this cute thing I do. It's so adorable. When I'm drunk and emotional, I can now eat 2 kebabs in the space of time it takes the average human to eat half a kebab. What? Where do you put it? It's just a metabolism thing. Like, look at my wrist. Thing is, I found out in a horrible way. How bullshit is this? If you go into a kebab shop by yourself late at night, crying with a tit hanging out, and order 2 kebabs, they're like, 2 kebabs, where's your friend? What the fuck? I want food, not shame! Luckily, I've got smart about it. I'll tell you what I do, very simple. What you want to do, go to one kebab shop. Order 1 kebab. And then you eat it on the way to the second kebab shop. It's late at night. There's people in the second kebab shop. You don't want to get caught out. That'll be embarrassing. Wipe yourself down for crumbs. I like to use my training at the Helen Bauer School of Drama to take on the role of woman who has never heard of a kebab before in her life. And you go in the second shop like... What is this place? Sorry, I usually don't come here. I love salad. This is so mad for me. Isn't it table service? I don't. Who is Donna? So cute! I don't know why I feel the need to do the show. It's only because I'm always so paranoid whatever I'm doing that everyone's watching me and judging me. You know that feeling, particularly when I'm eating, everyone's looking at me like, oh, why is she eating that? I cannot get over it. I think it's because whatever I do in my life, I'm always like, this has got to be a thing. Surely I'm on, you know? We should be filming this. I just watched way too much reality TV show and grew up in a drama school, and I think it really does a number on your head. Have you guys seen the film The Truman Show? Yeah, it's a good film, right? I feel like most people watch The Truman Show and go, Jim Carrey, a comedic genius as well as a great dramatic actor. I watched it and I was like, oh, that is such a good idea for a TV show. It's amazing, it's such a good idea. Someone must have made it. Someone would have made it. It's so good. But if they'd have made it, I would know about it. Because I watch all those shows. So if it's been made, and I don't know about it, Truman has to be me. What is so frightening about saying that, and most of you going, really quiet, is it just makes me so much more paranoid that you're all actors and you think the scene's gone wrong. Like I figured it out live on stage in front of you, what are you gonna do? Like I just, think about it, how would I know? How would I know? My first day in life would be my first day on set. My entire life, everyone would be acting around me. And like any baby in any long-running TV show, like EastEnders or Coronation Street, that baby is cast because they are cute. It's around 6 years old, the director looks at that kid and goes, cute kid, can't act. Better replace him. Can't replace me. I'm being Truman'd. Or Bowered. Need to get me some acting lessons. Easiest way to do that, start the Helen Bauer School of Drama in my house. This is the brain I live with! And most people think it would be a nightmare being filmed 24/7. A nightmare? Come on, I would love it. I wouldn't know the cameras were there, they'd capture my full range. They'd finally be able to capture capture a side of me that I could never show people. Like, I don't know, my vulnerable side. Like, I can't even say it. That is how afraid I am of being vulnerable. I just think I need to be tricked into being vulnerable. I need to be tricked into it. My whole life I've just wanted one of those moments where people look at me and they go, oh my God, what's going on with her? Do you think she's okay? Because no one ever asks randomly, and I'm always doing a show, so no one ever thinks that I'm not okay. No one asks when you're a child because they can't figure it out, but no one asks when you're an adult because they assume you can tell them, because they assume that you are able to communicate. I can't. I just have to hope people figure it out. I think we all know this feeling from school. Like at school, my dream at school was, you know that moment when you're sitting in the classroom, teacher at the front, and the receptionist comes in with a note for one of the students. And we know this note. It's usually that someone's forgotten their school lunch money or like forgot their PE kit. But every now and again, this note was something more. And whenever this receptionist came in, I was just like, what? Is it death? Is it for me? Just so excited at the prospect of being told something awful in front of people. Want to hear something ridiculous? All four of my grandparents died when I was at school. My parents told me when I got home. No one sent a note. What a waste! Could have been a beautiful scene! I mean, how much drama did I want in my life? Like, seriously. I was raised inside of a drama school. I did drama GCSE. I was surrounded by drama and it was never enough. Of course it was never enough. I mean, look at me. I'm a white middle-class woman from a white middle-class town. There was no drama. We created our own. Our only currency growing up was imagined emotional trauma. And my God, did we love it. When I was 13, our two drama teachers at my school did something amazing. They decided that everyone in my year had to write and perform a monologue to the rest of their class, which is a terrifying exercise. And we could do anything we wanted. Like, it could be comedic, silly, slapstick even. But my God, we went dark. And we went dark hard. The boys, they were okay at it. Like, they were okay. Like, every boy in my year pretended to be a drug addict on the back of a motorcycle, which was just like a classroom chair. They turned around and they were like, oh my God, I'm just so addicted to smack. And it's like, okay, George, your mum shops at Waitrose, you're fine. The girls, so much worse. We'd read Jacqueline Wilson. We knew what we were doing. One girl in my year, incredible, age 13, wrote and performed a monologue pretending to be a wife who had just murdered her ex-husband, wiping the blood off her hands. Another girl, age 13, wrote and performed a monologue pretending to be an evacuee child, lost at a station during World War II. Amazing. My friend, age 12, wrote and performed a monologue pretending to be a 6-year-old, writing a letter to her daddy, who had just died in 9/11. Her dad worked in the Domino's in town. We saw him all the time. He'd never been to America. You know what she got? Full marks. Now, there was one thing all my classmates' monologues had in common. They were dramatic, sure. But you knew they weren't true. Because they were set in a different time zone, or they were playing a different age. And I cannot make this clear enough, that my monologue was not true. But my God, did I try and make it plausible. Because I wrote a monologue, written by me, directed by the Helen Bauer School of Drama at home. She had to be involved, she had to. about a 13-year-old girl who was being sexually abused by her dad. I wore my own pajamas that I ripped myself at the crotch for extra marks. I got an A. Thank you. And I cannot make this clear enough, because this is truly the message of the show. My dad has never hugged me, let alone fucked me. Are we clear? He's a lovely man! He's a lovely man, as Michael Bauer, a good man! I hate that in my show all I do is whinge about my mum. I feel like society at large, like blame the mother, nothing on the dad. But seriously, my dad, genuinely, so inconsequential. I just have one of those dads. I don't even call my dad dad. No sad reason there. It's just if I'm on a street like calling out, Dad! Dad, dad, dad! Every dad ever will turn around. Random people will turn around. Children, dogs. I get nothing until I'm like, Michael Bauer! And he's like, oh, hi Helen, do you want to go better Italia? Or... It's his entire vibe. He's had 3 jobs in his entire life. 3. First, he was a dustbin man. Loved it. Why wouldn't he? He thrived. Second, lawnmower at Chesterton World of Adventures. In his words, it was more of a zoo then. I don't know why that's important. But out of everything in the show, that's one thing he wants to be clear. And currently he works in sewage, because your business is our business. We're number 1 with your number 2s. He's disgusting, okay? I just don't understand him. My dad and me are so different. I spend my entire life projecting how I want people to see me. He doesn't care at all. He has no control. He has no control and no self-awareness. 'Tis a bad mix. I'll give you an example. You know how everyone in the world has one anecdote that they think really sums them up? Like an anecdote about a time they were an incredibly adventurous person, an incredibly generous person. My dad has one of these anecdotes that he loves telling people. I'm going to tell you what his anecdote is, and you just tell me what you get from it. Because he thinks it's a story about the time he was an incredible water engineer. So the story goes, Dad, this one time, I was in the shower and I shit myself. Question 1, if you're in a bathroom and you shit yourself anywhere other than the toilet, what the hell is happening with you? In his defense, he does always make it clear he was mad desperate, so I get it, accidents happen. Like, I'm not gonna be a bitch about it, right? So he's in the shower and he shits himself. And he looks down on the shit, you gotta look, right? Looks down and goes, oh. Can't leave a shit in the shower. So he uses his brain and he mashes it down with his big toe through the drain. He thinks that is the story of a time he was an engineer. That is the story of the time you waffle-stomped your way to glory and nothing else. Also, question 2, if you were that desperate, the shit should come out as liquid. The fact it was solid enough, a toe got involved. The man made a choice. If I had done that, I would take it to my grave. No one would ever hear that story. But he's telling everyone, could you imagine being that vulnerable with people? To openly tell them that in conversation? For me, if I want to open up to someone, I just drop it into conversations, like little hints. Like they'll be like, oh, like, how are you? And I'll be like, oh, I'm good. And like, how are you? And they're like, I'm good. And I'm like, oh my God, me too. But like, I'm gonna go because I think I'm gonna kill myself. And they're like, oh my God, what? And I'm like, oh, I'm already gone. Like, that is the only way. The only way. And trying to learn to be vulnerable one-on-one, because like genuinely, I love one-on-one conversations. Like, I'm a wine drinker, I'm a crier. Obviously, I love it. You know those deep life chats when you sit down with someone, usually the night before they become your best friend or your life partner, that night where you drink all the alcohol and talk about everything that's ever happened to you. These chats are amazing. The only thing that's annoying about these conversations is you'll be talking about your childhood and then they start talking about their childhood. And it's like, no. We are not done discussing my childhood yet. Wait your turn. I just think with these conversations, there is a tendency with my generation for them to get a little bit competitive as to which one of you had the more tragic childhood. Even though we know you can't compare tragedies, and we mustn't. My God, my generation, we will try. I know this happens because I was talking to this really nice girl at a house party, like basic like you, but so fun, right? And she said when she was younger, her mum was distant. And it's like, oh, the old out tragedy and game. Game on. I said, when I was younger, my mum was super distant. She said, oh really? Because my mum was super really distant, and I like winning. So I said, well, my mum's dead! I am aware we have established my mother is not dead, she is living. I didn't call her up immediately. I was like, guess what you were doing? Did I told someone you were dead? And she was like, Helen, how fun. Obviously she loved it, she's my mother. She's like, oh my God, how did I die? Car, cancer, boat, again? She was proud of me. She's my mother, she taught me how to out tragedy in conversation. Problem is I can't play it with her because she's so good at it, she's had more practice. Like, a couple of years ago was my 26th birthday. It's also the first birthday that both my parents completely forgot about. Just missed it. Which obviously, as per gender roles, dad is excused. That's mum's problem. Also, can we just admit, there is nothing better for a woman in her 20s than her mum messing up. And you getting to point out her mistake. Haha, you messed up, old bitch. Here I come! I went to meet her the following week and I was like, Mum, it was my birthday at the weekend and you missed it. What happened? And she was like, I don't want to talk about your birthday right now. I was like, you didn't at the weekend either, so that's fine. She was like, no, it's not that. It's just that. I'm leaving your father. Good step up. That is how you play the game. Also, my mum read a book on how to announce divorce to your children, but aimed at 6-year-olds. Because she was like, Helen, it doesn't mean that Dad and I love you any less. It's like, yes, it fucking does. You both forgot my birthday. It's terrible parenting. And then she was annoyed at me. She was annoyed at me because she wanted a proper reaction. Because technically, we had done the scene before. I think she wanted it more like it was in the living room, where she'd be like, Helen, I'm leaving your father, and I'd be a Victorian street child. Like, Mater, apart, what we do for Michaelmas? Like, something like that. She really wanted me to drop my guard and for us to have a proper conversation, but I couldn't do it. Of course I couldn't do it. My mum told me she was leaving my dad. I was just so distracted thinking, oh my God, like, the actor who plays Michael has been fired. The producers warned him, they did. They said, do not tell that shit story one more time, Michael. But he couldn't stop himself. I couldn't handle it. I could not handle that moment. Of course I couldn't. I was supposed to have a moment with my mum and open up and talk sensibly, but I couldn't do it. Because I'm so trapped in my own head. I'm always doing the Helen show. I'm always on. Like, whenever I meet someone, it's like, hi, I'm Helen, I'm 6'1", I've got a big back and I speak fluent German. Like, it's too much. It'd be amazing to get out of my head just for a moment. And I know I'm not the only person who's like this, who's always on for people, trying to project something. I know this because I cannot go for a night out without meeting a woman who goes, oh my God, you are such a card. You are just like my friend Sarah. You've got to meet her. Number one, I don't want to meet myself. Could you imagine how insane that would be? Two of us in one place. Also, I don't want to meet myself. She'd do all the same conversational tricks I do. We'd see right through each other. Thing is, I'm an arrogant little cunt. I go and meet Sarah just in case. She might be amazing. So I go outside to meet Sarah. And there's just this amazing row of women. I'm so flattered. Just so beautiful, so smart, so poised. And it's like, yes. Which one of you angels is Sarah? And they just part in the middle to a woman lying in the street. Fringe up here. 3 empty wine bottles around her. 2 kebabs in hand. Tit hanging out, not great. Just looking up at me like, oh my God. It's like looking in a mirror. Are you kidding me? All of our friends like, oh my God, it's you, it's literally you. You're like twins. She's so funny, isn't she so funny? And it's like, do you think she's funny? She's having a breakdown. Someone talk to her, someone help her. All of them are just looking at me confused. So I have to step up. I have to talk to her the way that I wish people would talk to me sometimes. Just take me seriously. I have to grab her, pick her up, and say, Sarah, talk to me. Sarah. I know you're super concerned and frightened to open up to people and tell them that you're not always having the best time because you're frightened that if you tell them that you're not always on, that they won't like you anymore. They'll see you as someone sad and they don't want to hang out with you. But Sarah, that's not going to happen. Drop the act. Just take a moment because I'm here to listen. So for once in your life, Sarah, be vulnerable. But I will go first. I have been through so much more. April 15th, 1912, my mum died of the Titanic!
Chips. Hot chips. Potato cake. Dim sim. Sausage roll. Yeah? Sausage roll? Sausage roll, yeah. No problem. Just excuse me, coming through. Excuse me. Hello. Like to say hello. Sausage roll, was it? There you go, mate. Enjoy. Yeah. You got to take off the wrapper first. Yeah. Someone went to mime school. Hot chips. Potato cake. Yeah, who said? Yeah, potato cake. So, do you mind passing that on? Is that all right? There you go.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Yeah, thank you for saying thank you. Dim sim. It's this for an hour. Hot chips, potato cake, dim sim, sausage roll, hot chips, potato cake, dim sim, sausage roll, Hot chips, potato cake, dim sim sausage roll. 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 Hot chips, potato. It actually is this for 10 minutes. Hot chips, potato cake, dim sim sausage roll. 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 Cherry ripe, cherry ripe, cherry ripe, cherry ripe. Hot chips, potato cake, dim sim sausage roll. Cherry ripe, cherry ripe, cherry. Get into it, fire! Dim sim sausage roll. Hot chips, potato cake, 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 dim sim sausage roll. Enjoy the show. Welcome to this evening's performance of Vroom Vroom. Please welcome to the stage from Melbourne, Australia, Josh Glanc. It's a warm welcome from the crowd.
Yes, I think they're happy to see Glanc back on stage.
Just assembling his props now. There's a head covering and festive jumper. There's a wig there. He uses quite a lot of props, doesn't he, Ted?
Some say he relies a little too much on them. Another hat there.
What's he unraveling? Some sort of taxidermy bird. Fond of taxidermy glance.
Oh, hold on. Looks like he's about to start. No, just a mic adjustment.
Oh, something's not right. Looking at the lighting rig. Doesn't look too happy.
Guys, can you see I'm a bit in darkness here? Can we...
He's talking to the tech now. Yes, something's not right.
Can we get a bit
I think
more...
he wants a bit more light.
Is that all right? Great, thank you.
There we go.
Yes, happy now. Very particular performer, Glanc. Many others would have started the show by now, but no, not Glanc. I'm saying that right, aren't I, Ted? It's Glanc, not Glanc.
Yes, Glanc. It's an Eastern European Jewish name.
Does look quite Jewish.
I think he's about to begin now.
Yes, clearly got the microphone in his sights.
It's great to be here! Here. Hello? Hello? I think there's something with It's great to be here. Here. How you feeling? Feeling good? Good. Ready to laugh? It's great to be here. You guys doing all right? Yeah. Right. You feeling all right? Right. Yeah, thanks so much for coming out. You're welcome. Oh, look, there's a person. In the front row. I'll do some crowd work. Ease us all into the show. What do you do with yourself? Just say what you do, right?
Well...
It's not a trick question. I'm moving on from you.
What a dick.
And how about you two?
Hello.
Hi. Are you two together?
Well...
Oh, is this a date?
Yes.
No.
Oh, awkward.
It's great to be here. You guys ready for some fun? Fun. You guys ready to dance? Dance. Come on, hop up and dance. Yeah, you hop up and dance. Yeah, come on, hop up and dance. yourselves, for the bar staff, for everyone involved from the whole cast. Thank you so much for coming out. You guys have been an incredible audience. My name's Josh Glanc. Have a great night. Thank you. It's great to be here. Have you guys heard about this? Have you read about this? You don't know about this? I'll tell you a bit about me. See, the thing about me. I spend a lot of my time alone. My younger sister owns her own 4-bedroom family home. I wonder sometimes, did I do the right thing? When I left my salary and told my family I'm now performing. I eat McDonald's way too much. I love nuggets. And it's been too long since I've been romantically touched. There's this thing I do, and the choice it seems clear. When I stand in this light and hold this mic, 'cause it's great to be here. You feeling good? Good. It's great to be here. Ready for some comedy? It's great to be here. You two sure you are together. It's great to be here. Thanks guys for coming out. Had a real fun night. I'll leave you on this. Hello? Hey, hi.
What are you doing?
My show, yeah.
Do you want to come over?
No, I'm recording my show. I can't really come over. Yeah, sorry.
You sure you don't want to come over?
No, I better not. No, sorry.
Well, let me tell you that if you come over, I will fuck the shit out of you.
Well, let me tell you, due to a recent poo, that's not possible.
What?
No, I'm joking. No, that's a joke. I want sex.
I drive a truck. I drive a truck. I drive the truck. I drive the truck. I drive my truck in the night, I drive my truck in the day. My truck arrives at point B, my truck departs from point A. I drive the truck in the sky, I'll drive it onto a cloud. My truck can travel in time, it makes a bing bing sound. I drive a truck. I drive a truck. My truck tastes like a licorice stick. My truck hauls wood, concrete, and brick. My truck can vroom at the speed of sound. My truck's got 18 wheels, they stay on the ground. Oh damn, that's right, I drive the truck. Woo! Oh yeah, that's right, I drive the truck, yeah. You know I drive it all the time. I drive it in the sky. I drive it on a chocolate cake, straight headed for your heart. When I drive my truck straight, I keep it straight down the line. It don't gravitate or deviate, my route is predefined. Goddamn! Whoa! I drive a truck! Oh yeah! Come on! I drive a truck, yeah! I keep my truck in my pocket when I want to drive it. I pull it out,
blow it into the sky, and then I jump inside. What the hell are you talking about? There's nothing in the pot, there's nothing in the pot, there's nothing in the sky. Yeah, it's up there, it's floating. You can. No, it's not! You're making a mockery of the trucker profession. Here I am going from point A to point B every day. You walk around as devil talking about chocolate, singing and dancing. Why are you so angry? Why am I so angry? Serious? Because every day I'm going here and I see you and you're walking, because you're so goddamn free. It's beautiful. Well, I think the way you care about the whole and real trucking is beautiful. You do? Yeah. I think it's really beautiful. We drive a truck. We drive a truck. We drive a truck. Thank you, that's the truck song. That's pretty good. It's quite simple, really. Apologies for spitting all over you. I will continue. Second row, not much safer. Oh, wow, what's that? Oh, wow. Okay, honey, you go show Daddy. I'll be there in a minute. Aren't they amazing? They grow up so fast. But at her age, I wasn't expecting her to have hair all over her body. Then a friend of mine recommended that we stop giving her hair growth pills. It worked. As soon as we stopped the pills, the hair growth ceased. She became more confident, got accepted into an accelerated kinder program, graduated with a 5-point GPA, and now she's the global head of NASA. But she acts like a bit of a bitch. So we put her back on the hair growth pills.
David's hair growth pills not suitable for infants available to premium giving.
Thank you. G'day! Paddy here from Currumbin Wildlife Bird and Animal Sanctuary. Up on the Gold Coast. Just off the Bruce Highway. On the other side of the Ranges. If you hit the big grapefruit, you've gone too far. But if you haven't seen the gigantic strawberry, keep going. We're just after the big fuck-off wooden kangaroo, you know. And this little guy's Archie. At least I think it is. They all look the same. He's an Eastern Rosella. You can find them all up and down the East Coast. Isn't that right, mate? Isn't that right, mate? Come on, Archie. 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 You're making me look like a fucking idiot, mate. Archie. He's all right. Come on, Archie. I will fuck you up when we get home. Archie, come on. Mate, come on, Archie. Don't you fucking do this or I'll fucking kill you. Come on, Archie. 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 There he goes. Just needs a bit of encouragement, like we all do sometimes. Archie and I have learnt a song and we'd like to sing it for you now. I hope you enjoy.
Mama loves mambo. Look at them sway with it, feeling so gay with it, shouting no late to wow. Papa loves mambo. Yeah, Mama loves mambo. It's so great at it, seems like he can't do it. He loses weight to it now. He goes left, he goes right. Papa's looking for Mama, but Mama's nowhere in sight. Mama loves mambo. Mama loves mambo. Know how to rumba, know how to samba. Papa, he loves the mambo tonight. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah, all right. Hiya. Thank you so much for coming to the show. It's really great to have you all here. Thank you so much. Sorry, do you mind standing up for me for a moment? Is that all right? So sorry about this. Yeah, do you mind standing up for a minute? Yeah, so sorry about this. No, you can stay down there. Thank you so much. No, do you mind? Okay, sit down. We're going to start again. You're doing great. You're doing great. It's me. I'm sorry. It's me. Hiya. Thank you so much for coming to the show. You guys have been so lovely. I really hope you're enjoying yourselves. Sorry, do you mind standing up for me for a moment? Right. Thank you so much. Sorry about this. You're fine. Thank you so much. Sorry, do you mind standing up for a moment? Is that all right? Yes. Yeah. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. All right. Yeah. So do you mind staying up for me for a moment? Is that all right? Ooh, yeah. Right, yeah. I'm so sorry. You're just a bit too small for the show. Thank you so much for coming. Thanks so much. Yeah, all the way, that's right. Thank you so much. Yeah. There we go. Were you all together? Did you come with them? Yep. Okay, you can just fill them in on what happens. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Well, it's the quickest that bit's ever gone. It's almost like he knew what was about to happen. Yeah, that's it. That's the end of the show. It's got a latecomer here. So I just want to. You're fine. Thank you so much. This is Stuart Laws. Yeah, round of applause.
Michael, we've got a surprise for you. You're gonna find out if you're gonna have a baby brother or sister. Isn't that exciting? Are you ready? See that box over there? No, over there. Yeah. Go open it. Yeah, go on. If it's pink, it's a girl, and if it's blue, you're gonna have a baby brother. Go on. Open it. What's it gonna be? It's a girl, Michael! You're gonna have a baby sister! You're gonna have a girl! No, it's okay, buddy.
You fucking serious right now? You fucking serious?
No, buddy.
I want a baby brother. Get out of here. Don't you come back to there's blue balloons in that box.
Ever since I was a kid, I always wanted to be a gangster.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you. Classic sketch comedy, that one, yeah. It's funny that that's the most relatable bit in the show. Do you guys like impressions? This is an impression I've been working on. This is an impression of like an American college jock, okay? And he's at like one of those American frat parties. And he's at this frat party and he's sitting on a sofa and next to him are two women and they start making out. And this is my impression of him. Okay. Thank you. Thanks so much. Straight to the point, you know. Don't need to faff around, you know. Okay. Merry Christmas. Christmas is my favorite time of the year. And not just because all the Christmas pudding, but it's because I don't want it for music. Like this one.
Bet my bopping on a movie night. Boom down, baby,
Tapping balls. And now, for the first time ever, all your favorite classic famous hits can be found in just one place. It's Lifetime Music Famous Classics. With all your favorite classic famous hits. Like this one. And who can forget this old baby? I love Christmas. Do you like Christmas? Yeah. On Christmas, people give you presents, open them up, be like, woo! Boring. And if you're lucky, you might even get a piece under the mistletoe. There's no one there. Of course we have Christmas parents. Like this one. That's my favorite. They're both there. And all you just need is P payments and Mama Bob and it's gonna be yours. There's lots of P payments and Mama Bob and whoa! Hold on. How about?
John?
This is Bon.
John, it's Carol.
Barrel? How did you get the number, Barrel?
That doesn't matter.
No, I'm in the middle of something, okay? I'm doing Lifetime Music with my classics. With all your favorite classic with my bits. I can't talk about it now, okay?
John, listen. I know things didn't end well between us.
You can say that again, Barrel. Yeah, things didn't end well between us.
I need to tell you.
No, Barrel, I don't want to hear
John,
it, okay?
I need to tell you.
Barrel,
John, I'm sorry. I love you. And I should never have left. I was just scared, you know, and scared that you wouldn't love me back, and I ran. John, I just want you to know, I just want you for my own. More than you could ever know. Make my wish come true. All I want for Christmas is you.
All I want for Bitsy Boo, Mariah Berry, they're all there. Mariah Berry, Addie Bonabuna, Hold on. No, this is by
bucking bobbing. We don't want bucking bobbing. We want bucking about the business bee. Bucking about the business bee and a business body pop. Bopping your face, don't do it, be and a business body pop. Bopping your face, don't do it, breathe and the breathing, oh no. Bopping your face, don't do it, breathe and the breathing, oh no. So we don't like to be the mom, but the beat and the beat. Bet your body, bet the body, about the bottom, bobbing around the bit, breathe and the breathing, oh no. Bobbing your face, gone to everything, the breathing, gonna go. I didn't know it at the time, but that was one of the greatest summers of my life. I was at that age between junior high and middle school where it feels like almost anything is possible. And that summer, I nearly got into the biggest pickle. My parents had gone away for the Labor Day weekend, and instead of taking me with them, they said I could go with my best friend, Donnie Palomito, and his mom to their beach house. We're gonna have so much fun. We're gonna make sandcastle forts and have ice cream Sundays and Mondays. And I was really looking forward to hanging out with Mrs. Palomito. She'd always been so nice to me. And, you know, she was really upset ever since her husband died in that offshore oil rig from food poisoning. And one night, Donnie had a pain in his tum-tum, so he went to bed early. But I wasn't tired, so I stayed down with Mrs. Palomito. And she asked me if I wanted to go into the living room and sit by the fire and talk. Yeah. We talked all night. We talked about everything. It was like no time had passed at all. And just when the sun was coming in through the window, I thought I should excuse myself and go to bed. But she said, hold on. I want to show you something. And she took me by the hand and she led me up the stairs. And she led me past Donnie's bedroom, all the way down the corridor and all the way to her bedroom door. And she opened up her bedroom door, and on the floor was a turtle. What a crazy summer. That's the story. There's a guy in the front row that's asleep. Can we get a close-up on him, please? Good morning. Welcome. It is warm. I mean, you know, I'll give him that. Can we get a shot of coffee for the guy in the front falling asleep, please? Nah, you're good, man. I love you. It's not distracting at all. A turtle. That's where we cut. Kimbap, kimbap, a bim bim bap, a bim bim bap, kimbap, kimbap, gagangejang. Kimbap, kimbap, a bim bim bap, a bim bim bap, kimbap, kimbap, gagangejang. Gegangejang, gegangejang, gegangejang. You don't know, we don't know, you don't know, yeah. Look at me now, I'm surfing on a wave. Have a good time, a cannabonga, dude. I'm in the surf competition, I'm gonna win. I look over there, there's another guy coming. I'm like, hey man, just what's up? He's like, hey, what's up, man? I'm like, okay, just keep your distance. He's like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, I'm gonna swim over to you. I'm like, okay, man, just keep it. I'm swimming over, and he comes up to me, and he pushes me, I fall in the water. I'm like, what the fuck, man? I'm underwater. What the fuck? I go in, and I pull out. My God, fuck you. Bam, 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 yeah. Where's he at? And and he falls on the floor. He's dying. I just killed a man. And oh shit! And the police coming up. I'm so tired. I didn't mean to kill him. We did Harris too. I didn't mean that. They grabbed me. They put me in the car. They put me in a police car. They said, "You're going to jail. You just killed a man. You killed a man. You killed a man." I'm damn me. I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me. And they put me in. And they put me in jail. And I'm in jail. And they're all standing there like, "Ooh, look at what we got here." I'm so scared. I've never been in jail before. And they push me in the cell. I fall in the cell. And it's all dark. And I look over there. And there's a man in the corner. He's like, "Hi. Come over here. My name's Michael. What's your name?" And he starts patting my hair. And he's patting me. And I look at him. I'm so scared. He said, "I'm going to show you something." And he walks over to the wall. And he pulls aside a poster. He's been digging a tunnel. He's been digging a tunnel out of that jail for the last 15 years. And every night, when everyone's sleeping, he digs a little bit, I dig a little bit. For the next 23 years, we dig a tunnel all the way out of the prison. And one night, it's raining, and it's pouring, and there's all this poo. There's poo in the tunnel. There's so much poo. We're going through the tunnel, and we're going to escape, and we push open the grates. It's raining, and we're outside the jail, and we run away, and we go to Jamaica. Kimbap, kimbap, bim bim bap. Thank you. Thanks. Oh, that bit makes no sense. I'm a tree, a lonely tree. I have no one to shelter under me. I'm a tree, a lonely tree. No one to shade underneath my leafy leaves. I'm made like all the others, of branches, twigs and bark. So why do I feel like a shrubby loner in a park? I'm a tree. And I'm so lonely. I'm a tree, a lonely tree. I have a trunk so you can lean on me. I'm a tree, a lonely tree. Got outstretched arms, maybe I seem too keen. I don't mean to sound needy, I don't want to complain, but when I see them carve their names, I wish I felt that pain. I'm a tree, and I'm so lonely. And when they're sitting by your side, I feel like I'm rotten inside. I don't know what they see in you that they don't see in me too. I want them all to run and climb up on my branches all the time. I know that sounds sappy. But it's 'cause I'm unhappy. I'm a tree, a lonely tree. Not even birds come to nest in me. I'm a tree, a lonely tree. I got fresh water, but I ain't got company. I don't want to get used to this, not I, myself and me. I wanna give them shelter so I feel like a real tree. That's not so lonely. That's not so lonely. Thank you. Thanks.
Thanks so much. So I was just a bit distracted during that bit. You haven't laughed all night. Is there a problem? If you're not enjoying the show, you can go, If you're feeling a bit tired, it's okay. You can just leave, it's okay. Whatever. I'm just gonna do my. I'll just ignore that. We're all having a great time. We're in the last part of the show. I'm just gonna continue. I'm just gonna do my building mime sketch.
Maybe I should just go. Who does this idiot think I am? I'm a doll. I can't just get up and leave. Unless... excuse me? Person sitting next to me, are you able to stand up, pick me up, and take me outside, please? It'll only take a minute. Okay. I know you can hear me.
So, what are you doing? No, sorry, that's a bit weird. Do you mind just popping the doll back? Is that all right? Yeah, thanks. Yeah. Thank you. Just gonna go back to my building mime sketch.
Oh my God! Why did you put me back down? I've got to get out of here. We were so close. You're doing so well. You can do it. Come on, let's go. Come on. That's right. I need you to stand up.
So what's going on? What? Okay, lady. No, I need to put the doll back. Sorry, yeah, that's a bit weird. It's a bit distracting. Yeah. And I need the doll for the bit. Okay, so yeah. We're filming the show, so can you not? I'm just gonna go back to my building mime sketch.
Are you fucking serious? Don't listen to him. Listen to me. I can't stand to be here. You're doing so well. Come on, I need you to pick me up and leave. That's the bit. The bit is you taking me, the doll, and leaving. Don't listen to him.
Sorry, what's going on? She has to go, does she? Doesn't look that way. Right. Hey, come back. Hey, stop. Hey, whoa. Oh, round of applause. Thanks so much. Oh, man. Thank you. Wow. Thank God that bit worked. Last time I did it, no one could see the doll. Some guy at the front thought he was the doll. It was a fucking disaster. I'm a small man. I'm a small man. Oh, yeah. I'm a small man. I'm a small man. Thank you. Thanks very much. Thank you. Don't know me, ow.
37. Never, never, never know. Meow. I used to be a lawyer. People would come to me for legal advice. The cat ears are gone, the small man costumes come off. So let's welcome back to the stage, Josh Glanc. Like my name was El Nino. Well, I'm hanging out, drinking in the back of a Camino. As a kid, I was scared, no one knew me by name. Crashed my own house party, cause nobody came. Well, I know I'm not the one you thought you knew back in high school. Never going, never showing up when we had... That's me, Josh Glanc, rocking out in the middle of my show. Why? Because I love rocking out. But little did I know that in just a moment, everything was about to change. When an audience member suddenly stood up and yelled out, "You suck." That's right, an audience member suddenly stood up and yelled out, "You suck."
You suck!
Oh no, why'd I scream that out? Why'd I tell Josh he sucks? Why do we always hurt the ones we love? I guess I wanted to look cool, but now I look like an idiot. Quick, I better say something to compliment him.
Great shorts.
Oh, that was really nice. So why did they insult me before? Does this audience member like me or not? It's so hard to tell sometimes. On the other hand, it can also be really obvious when someone isn't enjoying it. Why the hell's he pointing at me? I'm enjoying it.
Well,
thank you.
I'm not.
Come on,
I
just
still can't believe I screamed out, "You suck."
No, it's all right, mate. Don't worry about it.
I think it's all right.
It's alright, it's a bit weird.
I wonder if he's single.
It's a bit
Quite
I
like
like
it.
the bird bit.
I definitely like those songs.
It's not my cup
His
of
voice
tea.
is
I wish there
actually
was more
really
about
good.
trucking. I wish he'd take his top off.
I wish he'd take his top
I thought he'd take his top
When's
off.
he going to take his top off?
I wish he'd take his top
Is he
off.
going to take his top off or not? That's why I came.
Why hasn't he gotten it off
I
yet?
wish everyone would start the chant, take it off out loud.
Wouldn't it be great if everyone chanted, take it off, take it off?
You want me to take it off? Is that what you want me to take it off? Is that what you want? Is that what you want? Right there. There you happy? There you happy? There you happy now? It's not even fucking real. Is this what you want? What you thought you would see when you picked this show, when you took a chance to see me? Is this what you wanted from the end of the show? A bad hairy chest, a bit of earnestness, a song to see you go. And I know I should make this part funny, but that's not the way we now end a comedy. I know I should have concluded with some fun, but I wanna end the show the way that it begun. It's great to be here. You feeling good? Good. It's great to be here. Thanks for coming out together. Together. It's great to...
Glance has got to be happy with that performance.
Yes, I thought he nearly lost them a few times, but he really dug in and ground out a win.
And you can't say he didn't take his top off.
No, you can't.
Looks like Josh is...
It's great to be here. It's
great to be here. My name's Josh Glanc. Thanks so much.
This isn't the start of the show, by the way. We haven't started yet. Can I just do a little beer mat flip? Is that okay? I've messed that one up. That's bad. No, what? You got a sandwich? That's nice. How's it going over? What a lovely hat. Right, here we go. Yes, we've done it. Thank you very much. Is this the show? Just me yelling over George Harrison sound-alikes. I can't afford. You think I can afford George Harrison? How you doing down in the bottom? Yeah, they're up for it. We will start the show in a little bit. Don't worry. All right, here we go. Yes, that's better. Do you want to do my announcement? You got no voice. Okay, that's a bad start. So whenever you're ready, you'll just do my announcement. Oh, sorry, hang on. Do you know my name? Stuart, you look so panicked, like. And it is like a bad sign, isn't it, that I'm doing my show recording, I've got to just check. The show's called Stuart Laws, is that guy still going? I'll give you the mic, and then I'm going to go down there. You do it however you want, basically. Good luck, everyone. Have a good show.
Give him a big hand, Stuart Laws!
I don't like to have to start the show like this, but I found that I have to, so I don't string any of you along. I am married. Okay, so get your minds out the gutter, it's not going to happen. Readjust your expectations, but readjust them again because I cheat on her all the time. With audience members. No, it's not true. It's just a cheeky little start to the show. Cheeky little start. I'm not a cheater. Not a cheater. I cheat in board games. A few board game cheaters in. Yes, fair enough. Right, it's built into the rules, though, isn't it? You're expected to cheat a little bit in board games. Like the other week, me and the wife, we were playing Monopoly, right? She was destroying me. She had hotels on everything. My money was dwindling. She went to the kitchen to get a drink, and I fingered her best friend. But it's built into the rules, isn't it? You're expected to do a little bit of that, right? No, it's not. Two of those to start the show. Very cheeky stuff from me. Some of you are sitting there like, oh no, I've come to see a bawdy comedian. Relax, I'm not bawdy. I'm not bawdy at all. I'm very boring, actually. I don't cheat at all. Don't cheat at all. Even when I go to the cinema, I don't cheat, right? I know a few cinema cheaters in. The food sneaker-innerers. Yes. I see a few of you. You probably snuck food in here. Fair enough, right? But I know all the tricks, I just don't do them. Like the Maltesers in the pocket, loose. The can up the sleeve, the baguette down the trouser, the hummus in the shoes. I know all the tricks, I just don't do them, all right? The only time I cheat at the cinema is when, okay, a few of you probably do this. I'll go in by myself, right? And I'll order a family ticket. And that means I can buy 4 popcorn combos. They can't judge me. I'm carrying them away and I'll just mutter out loud like, bloody hell, the family's late. Now I go to the fire escape, let the wife in that way. They can't stop me. No, let's get back to the wife, actually. Let's get back to the wife. Very boring phrase to say, isn't it? Let's get back to the wife. It's like I'm about to say, hey, should we put on Coldplay and try out Missionary? Very boring stuff for me. I know I'm boring because an ex told me. Yeah, that is sad, right? It's not the word she used. She said, Stuart, you're very middle of the road. Right? And what I said is, you see, the thing is, driving down the actual middle of the road is one of the most dangerous things you can do. So if you think about that, that's actually pretty edgy. And driving down the edge of the road is actually one of the most middle of the road things you can do. She said, Stuart, this is sort of what I'm talking about. But yeah, let's get back to the wife. The wife, yeah. Me and the wife, we're in this weird phase in our relationship. I don't know if this will land with any of you. We are deeply in love and get on. Yeah, that's annoying, isn't it? That's annoying, right? Because we all know what stand-up comedy is, right? It's people getting up and be like, bloody hell, the wife. And everyone's like, wives. But she's great. That's annoying, right? That's annoying for you, that's annoying for me. It's difficult for me if I'm trying to fit in with the lads, right? Especially, right? If I'm down the pub trying to fit in with the lads, I'm already on the back foot because of the gilet. Okay, some of you are like, oh, thank God he mentioned it. But is he going to mention it? Does he know he's wearing it? I know I'm wearing it. I'm down the pub with the lads. I'm trying to fit in. You know the specific lads I mean when I'm talking about this? The lads who have defined themselves by how much their wives hold them back. Those specific lads. And I'm like, oh, they're telling their stories. And I'm like, oh, lads. I got a story for you about a fucking wife. Let me tell you about my fucking wife, lads. She makes me laugh so much. And she communicates with me in a way that makes me feel supported and edified. Lads? And so that's difficult. I appreciate that. That is difficult, right? That's difficult to fit in. Because the truth is, me and the wife, we make each other laugh so much, right? We're always doing pranks together out in public. You know the saying, like couples who prank together piss off everyone around them together. So what we'll do is, if we're in public, we'll split up. Nothing lasts forever. No, not like that. Get your minds out the gutter. And we'll go into somewhere. We'll go into like a cafe, for example, and then. What's happened there? Sorry, cafe. Oh, I get what's happened. See, I've actually been to the continent, so I know how to pronounce it properly. A lot of you, okay, from North London are probably saying stuff like cafe. That's embarrassing. That is embarrassing for you. Yeah, so we'll go into a cafe and then we'll end up sitting at a table together and we'll have a conversation just a bit too loud to see who's listening in. Yeah, so we'll say something like, we just need the heat to calm down, then we can dig it back up. Little look around, someone's listening in. Don't worry about him, he's always been dirty. If we get split up, we meet at the following coordinates: 800-8135, 6335-369. Calculator fan up there. Yeah, boobies, geese 69. Now, I've never been to those coordinates, but something tells me I know what I'm going to find when I get there. There's some boobies, but let's not bury the lead. There's a geese having a 69. So I can't believe I've done it this long. We're going to need this turned on. A geese having a 69. Hello, a geese having a 69. I'm going to be talking about a geese. What's a geese most famous for? What's a geese most famous for? No, 1,000-yard stare. 1,000-yard stare. But take a little look lower. What we got there? A nice beak, my friend. Well, yeah, lovely beak, right? Lovely beak, right? I'm gonna need this on, otherwise I will be talking. I'm talking about a geese having a 69, and it will go on for longer the less of you get on board. What's a geese got going on downstairs? Said the ornithologist. Well, the ornithologist. It's got a lovely cloaca. I say cloaca, you say cloaca. Let's not call the whole thing off. We are talking about a geese having a 69. Where's that beak going, you ask me? Straight in the cloaca. What's the worst thing about having a 69? People scream at me in the street every single day. Let me tell you, it's this bloody human neck of mine. Am I right? You're telling me that any of us would be here if these bloody necks were holding us back? We'd all be at home right now, 69ing. You think I'd be here? Call the wife. Tell her I am on the way. What's a geese got? Lovely long neck. They're 69ing till the cows come home. Okay, fine. Let's get back to the wife. The wife, oh, she played a prank on me recently. This is good stuff. She played a prank on me, right? She subtly adjusted all the clocks in our house, right? So by the end of the month, they all ended up 10 centimetres lower. I thought I was getting taller. And for someone who slouches, that left me feeling supported and edified. She is a good wife. She's a good wife. Now, that's a fun start to the show, right? We're 10 minutes in. Right? I like doing that routine, fun routine. I'd say the only thing, in my opinion, that could make that routine better is if I actually had a wife. Yeah, because it would be real, right? It would be real. It would be true. And I wouldn't be so lonely. Whereas now we're in a situation where you're just like, what's going on? You just lied to us for 10 minutes. What the hell is going on, Stuart, right? And even worse, did you just make up a female character and not even give her a name? There's a problem with female representation in storytelling as it is. Yeah, you got me. But if I could come back at you, not one of you put your hand up to be like, does she have a name? So we're all guilty, I'll take us all down. It's difficult to start a show, right? I want to come out here and be relatable, and you'll be like, oh my God, this guy seems like it was such a dream. Are we going to ignore the gilet? His wife seems so cool, right? If it helps, the male character in that story is completely made up as well. Does that help? Do you hear some of the stuff that guy was getting up to? Extremely extroverted behavior. Talking out loud in a cafe. What the hell? No, thank you, right? If I was to tell you the truth about my life, it's just way more difficult to start a show with it. It would be about grief and permanence and sperm. I think I'm opening with that. The truth is, I'm single, I haven't got any children, and I've had a vasectomy. The Holy Trinity. Finally, someone had the courage to do all three. Originally, this show was just going to be like a joyful hour about my wife and beer mat flipping, right? And then, yeah, that would have been fun, right? I've got all the beer mats, that seems a shame not to do that. And someone said to me, Stuart, why are you so closed off? Why do you refuse to say anything truthful about yourself? And I said, I don't really get that modern obsession with constantly revealing every single little detail about yourself. Like, surely it's worth keeping some things private, right? Working on them yourself rather than putting them out there. And they said, I disagree, Stuart, because I'm a therapist and you've paid me money for this therapy session. It was a good beer mat flip, Stuart, but it's a waste of your money. The beer mat flip bit's not true, but let's have a bit of fun along the way, right? But I did have an argument with a therapist because I was refusing to say anything about myself. That's bad, isn't it? That is bad. That's like taking your car to the mechanic, but refusing to unlock it. You're the fucking expert. You get in there, you smug prick. So why tell the truth now, right? Why do this show now? Well, last year when I was writing it, I wasn't doing particularly well, and then I got a message from my dad that changed how I saw things. Now, that might not seem like a particularly big deal, but the thing you have to understand about my specific dad is he died 7 years before that. Oh, okay. That does sound like a show, actually. A quick question, Stuart. Sort of still reeling from the whole doesn't have a wife thing. Thought this would all be about beer mat flipping, which my dad taught me, by the way. I just want to check. Is it going to be all about dead dad grief stuff straight away? Because that sounds quite heavy. No, relax. Very specific heckler, wherever you're sat. I'm going to ease you in. Oh, don't need that, do I? Anybody want that? You want that? Yeah, there you go. Oh, sorry, hang on. He said, all right. So yeah, I'm going to ease you in. That's the point of the show. I'm going to ease you in like getting into a pool, right? Centimetre by centimetre, first the toes, then the ankles, then the calves, then the penis, then the knees, so on. You can't just jump straight in, right? I finally feel licensed to talk about that on stage, but if I'm going to do that, I've got to stop lying. So this is going to be a show where I tell you truthful, uncomfortable things about myself in order of increasing vulnerability. So I'm going to start with vasectomy. No, I'm going to start with gilet. Then I'm going to go on to vasectomy. Start with gilet. Then on to vasectomy, child-free, single, grief. That's the show. Should we start getting in the pool? I started wearing a gilet on stage maybe 10 years ago when I started doing shows. Look, any gilet fans in? I think that a gilet is the stupidest item of clothing that's ever invented, and I'm sorry for baiting you into that. 10 years ago, I was like, oh, I want to wear something that makes me look like an idiot. So everyone's like, what an idiot, right? So I picked the gilet. It's a clown costume. But if I'm going to do this show properly and tell you the truth, then I need to do it without the gilet, without my body armour. So if it's okay with you, I'm going to take the gilet off. Is that okay? Sort of annoyed that that's technically the best joke I've ever written. It doesn't have any words in it, and officially my mum did half. And it means I now have to do a show in a vest. None of us wanted that. Partly because, like, before you're like, oh, this guy's like a nerd, right? But now you can all see that I've got tattoos. So you're like, oh, God, this guy could beat us up. And I will. That's the end of the show. The thing is, right, look, I am a very private person. In my normal life, very, very private. Every morning when I go into Costa, I give a fake name every single time. Don't know why I do that, right? In fact, I've given you a fake name there. I go to Starbucks. I wouldn't be seen dead in a Costa. You kidding me? The name I do give, though, is John Spencer. Now, you don't know this, but I did some research, found out the local area manager of all the Starbucks near me is called John Spencer. That gets you a good cup of coffee. But I lie all the time. I lie to my friends. Like if I'm out at a restaurant and everyone's saying, oh, what are you going to order? What are you going to order? I hate that question. So I lie. Right? I hate that question because I'm like, you're going to find out in 2 minutes. Why are we bothering with finding out this stuff? So I'm like, oh, I don't know, the scallops. And then a big conversation breaks out about the way I'm pronouncing scallops. And then the waiter comes over, I'm like, the steak, please. And my friend's like, what? You said, we had a whole conversation about the way they pronounce scallops, and now you ordered the steak. Are you telling the truth about anything, Stuart? Did you even get here by hot air balloon? I'll never tell. But it's so difficult these days to be truly private because, like, social media, the algorithms know everything about us. They know where we are, what we like, but they're not listening in. Found this out. They're not listening in, and I think that's a shame. That's a shame, right? I want it listening in. Are you kidding me? I'm fucking funny. I don't mind. If you're in the government, who have you got today? Stuart. Oh, you're in for a good day. I don't want them knowing where I am. I'm 39. I go to M&M World way too much. I'm obsessed with that place. If you don't know about M&M World, it is a shop in the middle of London, the most expensive place to have a shop in the entire country, and it is 4 floors, and all it is no one's favourite chocolate. That's all they sell. It has to be a criminal organisation. That is the only explanation. I don't understand it. I'm obsessed. But because of the fact that you're in here with me, your algorithm will now be affected by being here with me. You'll start getting served adverts after the show for gilets. And presumably my algorithm will be affected by being in here with you, and I'll start getting served tickets to a more mainstream comedian. Always hurts when that one gets a laugh. I realised that I was having a problem with privacy when I was sat on a train and I suddenly realised I was panicking because I didn't want people to know I was getting off at the next stop. I thought that's too private, right? But you know that feeling when you're on the train and you're just sort of minding your own bees, just like, yeah. You know that feeling? You're just minding your own bees, yeah. Sorry. Yeah. You know that feeling, right? Yeah. Sorry, I know what's happened here. Bees. It's short for business. It's not normal length for bees. If any of you are like, oh, I could take bees on a train, trust me. If you take one thing from this show, you cannot take bees on a train. What? Fine, I'll get a taxi. What? Fine, I'll take the hot air balloon. But yeah, I was sitting there just like minding my own bees, just taking it all in. Yeah. You know that feeling, and then you spot them, right? That person, they're putting on their coat, they're packing away their book, and you think, You fucking mug. It's fucking amateur hour over here. I got the cut of your jib, sunshine. You're getting off at the next stop, you pathetic fucking fuck. Now, I would hate anyone to think those terrible words about me. So I do everything I can to make it look like there is no way I'm getting off at the next stop. I try and look as comfortable as possible. I start taking layers off down to the base gilet. Couple of books out, get a couple of books on the go, right? They're like, oh, this guy's got a lot of reading to do. He's here for a while. And then if that's not working, I'll start a haircut. Yeah. Not on myself. I've got that Play-Doh set, you know, where you force it through the skull and then it comes out. Bloody hell, he's got old fringe to do. He's here for a while. And then just to seal the deal, just in case anyone's on the edge, right, I'll just start a rumour. Classic me. That is classic me. And we all know how rumours work, right? You say something subtle that someone wants to gossip about. So the person next to you hears it, like, oh, I've got to tell everyone. I've got to tell everyone on the carriage. Right? Something subtle just to tease the fact that you might be on the train for a little while longer than they expect. Just something casual. Just be casual, just for them to... Just I am in this for the long haul. That goes around the carriage like wildfire. Of course it does, right? That sort of gossip, you can't let that lie. And then just before the doors close at my stop, I fling everything out. Gilet flapping in the wind, Play-Doh hair going everywhere. I dive out after it. Everyone's like, what? What the hell was that? I don't know. It looked like a really comfortable man. Yeah, I heard rumours he was in it for the long haul. Yeah, I even took a photograph of him just in case someone asked me to design a pamphlet about how comfortable train travel can be. Oh, you're a graphic designer, are you? No, but I harbour ambition. You're human. I'm human. And then they kiss. What are we talking about? Yeah, we need to get more vulnerable. That's it. We need to get more vulnerable at this point, right? And I don't mean everyday vulnerable that we all feel like when you think there's an extra step at the top of the stairs and then your foot does that weird little stamp because it's like, can't wait for that next step. You panic looking around like, oh God, someone's seen that. That's the most embarrassing thing I've done in my life. Now I have to walk like that's my normal walk. See you later, mate. Good luck calling me Monsieur Stomp. I mean, like, stuff like driving as well, it's easy to feel vulnerable. Like, if I'm driving, I've got to sneeze. Oh, that's the most vulnerable I feel. Feel like winding down the window and yelling, good luck, everyone! I'm about to have my eyes forcibly slammed shut for an unknown duration of time and be violently thrown around in my seat, all while trying to give way to the right, hopeless I'm survivor! I mean personal stuff, right? I want to talk about personal vulnerabilities, like the fact I've got a full-length mirror. Yeah. The boy from Ruislip done good. Now, normally when I clean that mirror, I clean it on the wall, right? One time I made the decision to take it off the wall, lay it on the floor, clean it that way. Don't ever do that. It's the most accurate and harrowing way to see what it looks like to have sex with yourself. Just looming over it, like... Is that good? Do you want bigger circles? Gentler, yeah, gentler. Less fingers? Do you want me to spit on you? Oh, okay, a room full of virgins, is it? Interesting, okay. I said to the Pleasants, no virgins, thank you. Unbelievable. Sick of playing to virgins. We got to do it, though. We're about here in the water. Should we dip our dicks? Let's do it. I ruined the best day of my friend's life. There we go, that's vulnerable, isn't it? Beatrix was getting married. Now, I'm not saying it was the worst day of her life. That presumably was the day her parents named her Beatrix. But I definitely ruined her wedding day. So what happened was I had got an evening invite and I didn't know anyone. Now, some of you are thinking to yourself, evening invite? Ugh. No. That's the ultimate invite as far as I'm concerned. That is up there, I'd say just below not getting invited at all. That's what we're aiming for, but I'll accept an evening invite. That's like calling in sick to work, but still going to the Christmas party in the evening. I remember I got there, I congratulated Beatrix and Mark on their impermanent connection, nothing lasts forever. Not using those words, but they could see it in my eyes. And I felt anxious about it, and so Beatrix came over and chatted to me for a little bit, and she asked me how I was doing, how the vasectomy was going. Now, that might seem like a weird question for a bride to ask on their wedding day, but what you have to understand is when you have a vasectomy, it becomes your entire personality. Like, Stuart Laws, is that guy still going on about his vasectomy? Yes, I am, thank you. And it was a weird day, right? And so I was like, oh, yeah, it's all okay, thanks. And she saw that nervousness. She's like, what is it? Tell me. And I was like, no, don't worry about it. She's like, no, tell me. Now, you need, for context, to know that after a vasectomy, a medical professional tells you to do 26 emissions. Send the last one off for testing to make sure no more sperm is escaping and wreaking environmental havoc. Took me 4 years, skinned me brother. No, 12 weeks. 12 weeks. 12 weeks is what they told me, right? They said 12 weeks, please. And technically that means that a medical professional is saying, you gotta come twice a week, boy. That's not how they said it, but I could see it in their eyes. Thing is, right, look, you know that saying, like, the first kilometre, the first sit-up, the first press-up is the most difficult? It's the same with first emissions post-vasectomy. It was an emission impossible. Ghost protocol. And you don't want to be behind schedule early on, right? You don't want your mum to come over and see your calendar and be like, why are there 4 E's on that day? You don't want to know about Mega Wank Sunday, mum. And it's live! Because the surgeon had said to me, leave it 5 days and then start whenever you feel comfortable. What? Whenever I feel comfortable? I've never felt comfortable in my entire life. I once had to leave a pub because there was a radiator underneath a hand dryer and it made me feel sad. So it was day 17, and I thought to myself, I got to get coming. I got to get, right? I was saying that into my mirror. You got to get coming. That's what it's like to have sex with me. You got to get coming. So like, day 17 was the day of the wedding, and I had not started on that journey, right? And I was stressed, I was anxious, because I also had to go to a wedding where I didn't know anyone but the bride. And I was like, I can't have these two anxieties going at the same time. I've got to get rid of one. Thankfully, it's an evening invite. I've got the whole day. Now, I want to get this started before I put the suit on, because I don't want it to be too formal. But I do want it to be respectful, right? It was a medical procedure. I want it to respect the work they had done down there. So I was like, it's got to be textbook, it's got to be medical. They've got to, you know, that sort of wank where they'd get the medical students over to be like, that's how it's done. So I decided to go free solo. Yeah, free solo, a few climbing fans in. Free solo is when you climb a mountain but with no safety equipment. So it's more thrilling, but it's also more dangerous. You could fall to your death at any point. Free solo wanking is when you use no visual aids. Just me, my mind, and my penis. This is what I wanted to call the show. It's exciting, right? Because the benefit of that is you can think of anything. But you can think of anything. Right? Because the brain has got a mind of its own. And it's called the brain. It's called the brain. So you don't want to be in that situation where at like the crucial moment something random pops into your head and bam, that's a Pavlovian response. That's what you're turned on by for the rest of the time. You suddenly think of that time your mum said, you can't be autistic, you've got too much empathy. I don't want that stuff rattling around my head. But I got it done. Okay, thought that would be a bigger reaction. Thought that'd be a round of applause, maybe a standing O. Partly because it was a standing O at the time, am I right? Skin me, brother. All right. If I could be serious for a moment, it was the worst come of my life. And I ranked them all. Because I don't think anyone at that vulnerable moment should have to Google the phrase, is it okay that there's blood in my semen? Absolutely ruined my flatmate's algorithm. That's gone. And it turns out, yeah, that is normal, right? But no one told me that at any point. But, normal in that situation only. If any of you right now are like, oh, thank God. No, in that situation, it's call an air ambulance, I'm dying out my dick. And it's changed things for me, right? It's changed things. I can now no longer eat raspberry ripple ice cream. And as I finished saying those words to Beatrix, a voice over the tannoy said, will Beatrix and Mark please make their way to the dance floor for their first dance? And Beatrix was just staring at me, ashen-faced, with a look that said, why have you said all of these things to me on my wedding day? And because I'm quite smart and I pick up on social cues, I thought to myself, I shouldn't have said all of those things to Beatrix. So what I did is a little trick, is I pretended like I hadn't. So I was like, oh, Beatrix, off to your first dance then, have a good one. And she sort of slumped off. Found me later and was like, yeah, I spent my entire first dance just thinking about that. Like, her husband dancing with her like, oh my God, I'm so happy, what a perfect day. What are you thinking about, dear? Muller fruit corner. With the yogurt, with the compote and... That is served sort of as an advertisement for vasectomies, if anyone is interested in a vasectomy. Is anyone here a member of the V gang, actually? Anyone take a trip to V-Town? Anyone with a sweet V? No? Pop up a V for me, though, would you? Yeah, and lock it in. Oh, that was visceral, wasn't it? You look like you quite liked it, to be honest. In my opinion, I don't think I've gone that far before. And our webbing touched webbing. I don't know, I think that's the most intimate I've ever been with anyone. I don't think webbing should ever touch webbing. If you are interested, I've got a discount code. VASEC2U, that gets you 10% off. Gets me 10% off my next one. Can't wait. I'm addicted. Snip, snip, take more this time. I got it done because I wanted to make it official, right? I've never wanted children. I decided, let's make it official. Now, people decide to not have children for so many different reasons. But for me, it's very simple. I don't like the idea of spending £190,000 and 18 years of my life trying to teach a tiny psychopath empathy. Just so they can then move out and spend 45 years blaming me for why they can't form any emotional connections. Then have 20 years of them popping over, maybe once a year, to tell me my views are old-fashioned. No, thank you. Well, that's your culture. I'm not going to criticise, right? But just because my bloodline's ending, does that mean that I've given up on the planet? No, I'm a good guy. I'm doing my bit for the environment. Yeah, I recently quit fish. Yeah, good point. Can they quit me? Yeah, they can. And the thing is, right, at a party recently, someone's like, oh my God, that's so cool, Stuart. That's so impressive. What a big move to quit fish. Was that a big part of your diet before? Is that a big shift? No, not really. I barely ate it, to be honest. But that's what environmentalism is. It's making tiny adjustments in your life so you can then be smug at parties. So when I found out that having a child in the developed world is by far the worst thing you could do for the environment, You mean me just doing exactly what I want? Makes me more environmentally conscious than any parent I know. Inject that... No, hang on. Frack that into my veins. That means I now do what I like and no one can have a go at me. I flew here. I'm flying everywhere. I eat beef every day. Don't even swallow it. Spit it straight back out. I bought a diesel car. Worst performing one you can get. I don't even need it. Got the plane, right? What I do with the car, I'll go into an ultra-low emission zone, pull it over to the side of the road, pay my money, slip into neutral, top revs. Get my money's worth. Half an hour later, police coming over. Excuse me, sir. Oh, don't worry, I've had the snip. Carry on. My emissions are clean. The good thing about it, right, is that more and more people are talking about child-free living at the moment. That's really cool and it's really exciting. And I think that people should be allowed to express positives about having kids and negatives, and that's fine without someone jumping on going, you're changing your mind. Like, to me, there's so many nice things. Our whole culture's built around it. Like, to me, I get this nice image sometimes of waking up early on a Sunday to prepare the breakfast. Yeah, you go downstairs in the chalet and you've got your morning gelée on and... You're getting all the cereals out, right, on the breakfast bar. I've got a breakfast bar, I'm doing all right, right? And, 7 different cereals. Which one are they going to pick? Cocoa Pops every time. I'm pouring the milk into a carafe, right? I've got a carafe, right? Condensation coming down the side. I hear their door open upstairs. Oh, they're up. Their little feet pitter-pattering on the landing. Oh, my God, they get excited because they hear Dad's downstairs. They start sprinting down the stairs to see me. And on the last step, they just stack it. And I happen to be filming? Maybe I want to be a dad. That sounds fun. That does sound fun. But then I think about the scary things. And I think we should all think about the scary things. Like, parents should be able to say that having a child can be terrifying. To me, the scariest thing I can think of is you get home early, right? The whole house feels cold. You go up to their room, open the door. Oh, no. It's happened. They've been possessed by the devil. You kid it? Look, I'm not going to mince my words here. That would spook me out. I'd find that so spooky. And some of you are taking this in your stride, but you have to admit to yourselves that's spooky. It's on the ceiling. It is on the ceiling, right? It's lank-haired, all greasy, saying stuff like, "Your mother sucks cock in hell." That's your grandmother, young man. She's not even dead. Don't ask about the other stuff, I don't want to know. And it's scuttling. It's scuttling. Are you telling me you'd be fine with it? It's scuttling on the ceiling, wherever it wants, wherever it pleases. You know where it gets? Right, here we go. This will freak you all out. You know the bit? It's the bottom of the stairs, top of the ceiling. Longest distance in a house between floor and ceiling. It's up there. I'm never getting that down. You get the cobwebs while you're up there? That sends it into a rage. Of course it bloody does. It's got the devil in him, right? Comes flying at me, and I'm like, look, I don't want to show off, but look, I've got normal adult length arm. That's a normal adult length arm. This child, that long. Stronger than me. I ain't going to deny that, but I'm taking it over a few rounds because I've got the reach. It's coming at me like, trying to get at me like that. And I'm like, oh, shit. Fuck off, sunshine. Crashes into a wardrobe, back on the ceiling, scuttling. Oh, shit. Fuck off, sunshine. I set up 7 vases just in case this happens. Bam, 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 bam. I think I want to be a dad. That sounds good. If I was to quit comedy, and I won't, so don't even try to get me to. That's what I'd do with my time. I'd set up an experience company, and it would be in London for bankers who've had a stressful day tanking the economy. It's a playground, and I've got like 10 possessed kids, and they can just come down and fucking fling them about. Down in Canary Wharf, right? Have a nice time down there. Good thing about being child-free, though, is that I can do what I like now. We're about here, by the way, if you're interested. We're pretty deep into the pool, but the nipples are coming up. Unlucky. I've got so much free time that I've started taking up new hobbies, and that's rare for someone in their late 30s, right? So I'll tell you one that I've recently taken up, stalking people. Okay, so that's sort of that. These days, culturally, is a little bit dodgy. Now, let me reassure you, I'm doing nothing illegal. It just, if I see someone do something I don't really understand, I'll just sort of just look at them for a bit longer to try and understand what's happening. All right, I'll give you an example. I was in an ice cream shop, middle of the day, doing Raspberry Ripple exposure therapy. Someone walked in, they ordered a single cone with 2 scoops. Mint chopped chip, lemon sorbet. What the hell? You telling me you're not following that sick pervert? Find out what's going... They are brushing their teeth and gargling with orange juice. That's unacceptable behaviour. And if I was a parent, I wouldn't have found out it was a vicar. That's worse. We're supposed to trust vicars that he's doing that with his own body. But I guess if I was a parent, I wouldn't have got prayed for an hour. So, you know... I walked into the churchyard, he saw me, said, "Are you looking for something?" I panicked and just said, "Answers." But it's nice to be prayed for. I saw a hearse speeding. Right? I was on the motorway, middle of the middle lane, doing 69 miles an hour, having a nice time. Hearse speeds past 85 minimum. Like, if you're a parent, you look at that, you go, "I'll never know." I cannot stress how little I've got going on in my life. So I followed it, right? Junction after junction, speeding. Eventually pulled off, ended up at a pub. And I was like, I guess I'm going in that pub. Went in, he was already propping up the bar, sinking pints. And he was saying stuff I could not believe. Profound stuff that I want to share with you right now. Okay, so I wrote it down. You need to hear this. This is important stuff. But I need to get in character first, so... No, listen to me. I might have lost my mind, but I can't understand why mayonnaise got a photo of egg on its label. Like, you know eggs? We made a white paste from it, and you're gonna just have it in your house, and it's in a jar, like a jam, but it's egg paste. Like, why boast about that? Keep the egg bit quiet. End of the night, 8 pints in maybe, goes out to his car, goes to get in it, and I'm thinking, can't have that. Can't have him drink driving a hearse. Like he's out there drumming up business. So I offered him a lift home. And he got in, and I said, "Oh man, that egg paste stuff's bang on." And he was like, "Yeah man, I've always thought it." "What about you? You got a wife?" And I was like, "Yeah, for the first 10 minutes so everyone thinks I'm normal." "You got kids as well?" And I gave a cut-down version of what I told Beatrix. By this point, I had learnt what is normal to say. And he just stared at me at the end, and I thought, here we go. He's going to say the thing that people of his generation always say. It's things like, "Oh, you're being immature. You'll change your mind. You need a legacy." But he just stared at me, and he said, "Huh. All right. That means that you could have sex with a time traveller." That is 100% the wildest, most unhinged thing I've ever fully agreed with. He's bang on, isn't he? That is accurate. Because what's the danger of having sex with a time traveller? You become your own grandparent. Yeah, if you're from a sexy family. And then that creates a time loop that rips apart the fabric of the universe. But I'm barren, baby. My dick ain't creating any temporal paradoxes. And I'm not saying that I'm single because I've been saying that to anyone in particular. I'm single for a lot of reasons, right? Not just that as a chat-up line. I'm single because I don't like the apps. I don't like the apps. I've said it. I know that's unacceptable to say in this day and age. I don't like the apps because I don't think there should be that many people proud of the fact they've been to Dubai. I'm also single for a very specific reason, and that's because I have to start every date, every relationship with quite an intense, serious question. And if you've been paying attention, you probably worked out what that question is. It's, should we finish these up and get over to M&M World? And do you want kids? Do you want kids is such an intense question to ask early on. You're saying, are you in this for the long haul? And it's worrying for people. And when I was younger, I went out with people who were on the fence and I thought we'll work it out together. And as I got older, I was like, no, I'm definitely certain I don't want kids. And now I'm at an age where I've made it official and I can't go out with anyone unless they 100% don't want children. There is no way I'm going out with one of them. Are you kidding me? They are fucked in the head. There is something deeply wrong with them. They're immature. They need to grow up. They're being pathetic. Because I'm mature. For my age. 39. I'm tall for my age as well. 39. I'd say my dream romantic partner would be someone who wants kids but can't have them. Too dark. Absolutely too dark. We're above the nipples. We are above the nipples. That is too dark, but so melancholy, so sexy. Nope, okay. That bit is in there just to make the grief section seem lighter, right? Look, I do need to fast forward through the next bit. We're so close to the end now, but this next routine is about a date I went on, but I just think I'll just fast forward through it, do the punchlines, basically. Think of it as a bonus track. So we went to a zoo. We drove there through a village that had one of those signs that said, "Thank you for driving carefully." I hate that. Because I wasn't. I was on my phone the entire time. The only thing worse is when they don't have one of those signs and you're like, well, what was the fucking point? Turn around, put the blindfold on, we're going back through. But we went to a zoo, right? And I don't know if it was going well, but I do know that she didn't like me constantly going, well, that's a gibbon. But she recognised me. That was what was odd about it. Not from stand-up, but from the biggest lie I've ever told. The thing is, that's why I've always lied in my shows, because I'm really good at it. So good that I have created a global conspiracy that is now out of my control. It's to do with M&M World. I got obsessed with the idea that they had a secret cocktail bar. Just thought, wouldn't that be amazing? You go through a secret door and Big Red's there like, you found us. And so me and a friend went to M&M World in London and we filmed ourselves hunting for it, pressing doors, like pulling on levers and things like that. And we had also snuck in a couple of cocktails and some glasses, poured them out, posed like, we found it. Posted that online, it got millions of views. There was a Time Out article that said, have you found the secret cocktail bar at M&M World? There are podcasts about it. There's so many videos of people being told by staff members, it isn't real. He made it up. And that has convinced people more that it is true. I know this for a fact, because a friend of mine dated someone who worked there. They had to have a crisis meeting to decide how to deal with the situation. And it is out of my control now. It is out of my control. People are posting stuff like they will only let you through the door at a specific minute each day, and it changes each day. I never said that. Someone else wrote, there isn't one at the London branch, but there is at the Orlando one. Good luck. I didn't even know there was an Orlando branch. So when people say to me, Stuart, you need to have kids, you need a legacy. Fucking legacy. So let's do it. We're about here in the pool now, and we've got that final grief section to go. But I guess technically our hair's not wet yet, so we don't have to do it, and we could still go to a business meeting. But should we do it? Should we fully submerge? Let's do it, right. Now I think you know that I use jokes to cover up stuff that I feel uncomfortable talking about. So the point of the show is to be more open and to be more straightforward, so let's just do it. My dad died. He died during childbirth. What was he doing? At the birth of a shark. Okay, I think that's made it more awkward. Relax, it was alcoholism. Okay. All right, that's less awkward, isn't it? It's a fun liquid drug for legends. Lads! I see what I did, and that's on me. I introduced Shark Attack, which is everyone's greatest fear, right? But no one's scared of a big night out on the Prosecco, am I right? I actually got the show title from the care home he was in before he died. I went there once, went to reception, said, "Is Mr. Laws here?" And I heard a voice in the back room say, "Mr. Laws, is that guy still going?" That's funny. Their job is to keep track of who's alive, and they couldn't work it out. It's like they needed an odds board in the back room, like a sweepstake, just sort of like, "Oh, Gillian's had a fall. How bad is it?" Put it this way, she's down to 3-1. Got to tell her on Gillian, actually. Also, is that guy still going? That's a compliment. Medically, they're saying there's no way that guy should have still been going. And it's the same with me in comedy. Stuart Laws, is that guy still going? Good on him, he's enjoying himself. I remember when he died, me and my sister had to go over there and throw away all of his stuff. Because that's what you have to do when someone dies. It's like, time to grieve, is it? Nope, you got some tidying up to do, you little maniacs. And we had to throw it all out because he was obsessed with World War II. And neither of us had a need for a framed, signed photo of a Spitfire. Who signed it? Did the plane sign it? Why are there no framed, signed photos of me or my sister? That one I can answer. Neither of us have won an aerial duel with a Messerschmitt. But we haven't been given the opportunity. And we couldn't take it to a charity shop either, right? Because if they put it up in their window, it would look like a nationalist rally. So obsessed with a war that ended 2 years before he was born. I get it, boomers. I'm the same with the Falklands. And so we were going through just chucking stuff out, occasionally showing something to each other to be like, "Oh, do you want this?" And it'd be like a VHS box set of like, "The Greatest War, now in colour, more visible blood." I don't want more visible blood. And then my sister showed me the George Harrison Cloud 9 album. It was playing as you were coming in, and I was like, "Yeah, great, I want that." I remember listening to it loads when we were kids in the back of the car. There's so many bangers on there, like "Got My Mind Set on You," "Just for Today," "I Used to Be in the Beatles." And so I was like, "Yeah, well, I'll keep that." 3 hours later, we'd thrown everything out, and we were leaving that care home. Some carer was counting up their winnings. "Mr. Laws, that guy's not still going." And I felt sad, but not overly so. And as I got further away from it, I sort of understood it less. Let me explain. When I was 20, I bought a porn DVD. For obvious reasons. What an exciting new technology. A digital, versatile disc. Let's see how versatile this baby really is. And I remember it arriving, ripping open the packaging, running upstairs, I had the golden ticket, putting it in the DVD player, pressing play, and immediately realising I hated owning that DVD. Second worst cum of my life. Official ranking. I don't think anyone should own porn. Rental only. Same with the bouncy castle. Like, if I knew someone who owned a bouncy castle, I'd have questions, or one question: how do you explain it to the police? But I remember feeling like I wanted to throw that DVD away, but also being like, well, I've only just gotten it, so I can't do that yet. And then a few months passed, and I was like, oh, now's the time to throw it away. So I was like, can I put it in the family bin? No, that feels too close. At the same time, I can't put it in a public bin. That feels too exposing. Like, what if a child finds it? Or even worse, a homeless person. Who doesn't have access to a DVD player. What a terrible tease. And so this adult DVD stayed in my room and lived large in my adult mind. And then time came to move house, and I was like, well, I can't get rid of it now, but I can't put it in any of the boxes. So you know what they say, keep your friends close, your enemies closer, and when you're moving house, your porn DVD in your inside pocket. I've moved house maybe 6-7 times since then. It's come with me every single time. It's over 18 years old now. It can watch itself. I've got it somewhere. I don't know exactly where it is, but every now and then I'll remember it, and I'll be filled with a sense of sadness or dread or embarrassment. And it can happen at the most unexpected times in the smallest ways. Like you can be at a restaurant lying about what you're going to order, just looking at the menu and then thinking, why do I recognize that font? And in that moment, when your friends are like, everything okay, Stuart? You can't be like, oh yeah, the font on the menu reminds me of my porn DVD. So you lie, right? You bottle it up. You pretend like you've never even watched porn, let alone have been living with someone for longer than any relationship you've ever had. And that's what grief is. It's a porn DVD that you really want to get rid of, but you'll never be able to. It will do unexpected things to you at unexpected times. Maybe that's why I don't want kids. Don't like the idea of the burden passing on to them. You know, when I die, they come over to my flat to throw away all my Falklands memorabilia. That framed, signed photo of a Harrier jump jet. And then finding that DVD and one of them be like, oh no. Like a horny version of The Ring. And last year, when I was writing this show, I got a new car. I took that CD, that George Harrison CD, inside for the first time because the new car didn't have a CD player, Nothing Lasts Forever. And I was interacting with it in my bedroom for the first time. And, you know, normally I was just, I don't know, reaching for it whilst driving, desperately trying to hold in a sneeze. But there in my room, it suddenly felt different. I opened it up, I took out the sleeve, and a beer mat dropped out of it with a note written on it. Now, beer mat flipping is something that my dad taught me when I was younger. He would take me to work in men's clubs and pubs and sit me down and teach me how to do beer mat flipping. And I would just fixate on that for hours and wouldn't notice how much he was drinking. They are very smart, aren't they, these alcoholics? So let's end the show with that. I'll do a beer mat flip, and then I'll put that note on top and read it out. So how many should I do? 10. That's nice, that's nice. Yeah, all right, let's do 10. That's a lovely, lovely idea. I need you to know, by the way, that I know it's not okay to carry around a porn DVD for eternity. I need to address that. But grief, yeah, that's okay. And I don't mean that initial wave of sadness that I felt for a loss. Long grief is different. It lasts forever, it's unpredictable, and I'll always carry it and carry it closer than everything else in my life, but it should be talked about, and I spent a long time not doing that. The only thing that makes it destructive is not acknowledging it and making it something you can't be honest about, you can't joke about, you can't be a normal part of my life. Whatever else you choose to make permanent or hope permanent in your lives, whether that be child-free or child-full, married or lying about being married so as to trick an audience of people into listening to a man slowly reveal way too much about himself. Long grief will be there. And it will do weird shit to you that doesn't feel real. But if that's always with me, if you're reading this, I'm probably already on cloud 9. Nothing lasts forever. Enjoy the album. I've marked my favourite songs, not the bonus tracks. Fast forward past them. Just for today, go easy on yourself. Hope you can use this in one of your stand-up shows. Dad. That was the message that made me want to write this show. But it did also make me think maybe he just put notes in everything. If you're reading this, I'm already in the big Spitfire in the sky. It's about permanence. Almost nothing lasts forever. But when you become a parent, you can't ever stop being a parent. I made a choice on that. Once you're someone's child, you're always their child. And once grief enters your life, it never leaves. And I didn't have a choice on that. As I slipped that note back into the album, closed the cover, staring at that face, that George Harrison album cover that was so familiar to me. It had been with me my entire life. I'd had that album with me for 7 years without knowing that that note was inside it. And it changed things. I felt this wave of emotion rising up, submerging me. All I could think was, why do I recognize that font? Now that's a good show. That's a good show. I'd say, in my opinion, the only thing that can make that show better is if I actually had a dad. Thank you so much. I've been Stuart Laws. Cheers.
How are we all? Are we good? Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming. Just want to immediately put you at ease. If you haven't seen me before, I'm going to give you a stat from the Edinburgh Fringe. Full month for gigs, only one walkout. Yeah. I feel like, that's pretty impressive. It was a very complimentary walkout as well. What happened? There was a woman, she was feeling quite faint, she's feeling quite sick, she had to leave the venue. That's a medical walkout. That's not on me. But crucially, her husband had come in with her and he did not leave. Yeah. He saw his wife barely able to walk out of a room. She's all over the place. He's looking back at her like, I'll see you in 15 minutes, love. God rest her soul. Quite a sad story to open with. But I should tell you a bit about myself. My name's Ian. I come from Yorkshire. I come from a little town called Goole. Yeah, if you don't know Goole, it's just a stone's throw away from York if you throw that stone onto a 2-hour train journey. But it's a weird town with weird people. I'll give you some of my favourite examples. So I was back in Goole recently. I saw a man on a mobility scooter just driving along. A kid threw an egg at him. Then the man stood up off the mobility scooter. He ran after the kid and punched him in the face. Yeah. That made me proud to come from Goole. One of the few towns where you get to see benefit fraud live. I saw a man in Goole. He's walking down the street very confidently wearing 3 bum bags. 3 full bum bags. I can't imagine being in a situation where I filled 1 bum bag and I'm not looking down at the rest of my stuff thinking, this is clearly a rucksack situation. No, not this man. He's straight in the bum bag cupboard. He's not stopping till he's finished. Moving house, 60 bum bags wrapped around him. But Goole is dead now. There's nothing going on in the high street. It's basically betting shops, tanning salons, and in one case, a bizarre amalgamation of the two. And my mum and dad, they'll send me little newspaper articles from Goole just to let me know what's going on in the town. Genuine headline, Goole gets new vending machine. That's in the paper, that's news. There's a vending machine in town. The town's rejoicing. There's euphoria all over the place. The most humiliating aspect of that story, that vending machine was opened by the mayor. That is sad for the town. It was someone's job to wrap a big ribbon around a vending machine. He's cut it with a huge pair of scissors. He had his picture taken with the vending machine. One of the weirdest images I've seen in my life. Because you're thinking, what poses are you doing for a vending machine? I reckon you can go stood next to the vending machine. You can maybe lean up against it, keep it casual. Goole Town Mayor went with a third option, which is to attempt to put your arm around it as if it were another person. But my family from Goole, they're very normal. And that's not good for comedy. You know what I mean? You want a weird family member to tell everyone about. So I'm racking my brains. I'm trying to think, who's my weirdest family member? And this ain't going to sound huge, but I think it's fucking weird. I've got an uncle who puts his hands on his hips too high. You know what I mean? It's not the worst thing in the world, but it's fucked up. He comes into a room, he'd be like, oh, you right, boys? What are we doing today? What's going on? Lower than that, John, please. What's the show about? What's the show about this year? Well, if you saw my last show, that was about being engaged. This show is not about being engaged, and it's not about being married. Uh-oh, something's happened. Something's gone off there, hasn't it? Surely. It's not a breakup show, though. That's important information. It's not a breakup show. I'm only giving you that information as context for what the show is about. And the show's about stress. And it's largely me being disproportionately stressed about things. You're probably going to be thinking, I don't know why he's that bothered about that. But now we've got that lovely bit of context. We all know what's happening. But it's not about that. It's not about that. It's about other stuff. Like my fridge. My fridge is pissing me off. Right, I do get a sense in the room that you're thinking, he's projecting relationship stuff onto the fridge here. No, this is about my fridge. Swear down. Swear down, actually, it's about my fridge. And I've been with this fridge for years. No, I've had the fridge. I've had this fridge for years. I've got a flatmate. He's 35 years old, still draws a little line on his milk in marker pen to know where the level is. It's fucking unacceptable. What I do, though, I buy my own milk and I use my milk to top his milk up just above the line. Just fucking with his head slowly. He thinks the milk's growing, I've got to him. I've seen him Google, does milk expand? I'm in there. And I don't want to brag so early on into the show, but my side of the fridge is looking pretty good at the minute. I've got some goo puddings in there. Yeah, thank you. Anyone in here never had a goo pudding? Yeah, you'd be ashamed to admit it, wouldn't you? Look, if you're being shy, I'll let you know what they are. Basically, they're these posh little puddings. They come in a glass ramekin. You eat the pudding, you wash the ramekin, and then you look at it, and you think to yourself, I'll do something with this. First thing you do with it, you put it in a drawer with 25 other unused goo ramekins. You're doing fuck all with those ramekins. By way of cheer, who currently has an empty goo ramekin in the house? Yeah, that's a lot of people for a completely unused bit of glassware. Is anyone doing anything like good or creative with the ramekins? Yeah, fucking. That's the most confident way I've ever heard anyone say the word yeah. You said it like, yeah. Makes me sounds like you're doing something pretty saucy with these. What have you got going on?
I bake.
You bake?
Yeah, and I use them.
And you use... So what you've done is you get a pudding, and you've gone to yourself, I can do better than this. I'll put my own in there. Yeah. What sort of stuff are you baking? Cheesecake. That is a goo pudding. The arrogance of this man. Call that a cheesecake, one of the most recognisable pudding brands. I'll see about that. Some people will tell you very excitedly, they'll say, did you know a Pringles lid fits perfectly on a goo ramekin? And you think, oh, wow, great. Now I've got a lid on fuck all. I've got a lid on fuck all and some of the stalest Pringles I've ever had in my life. I like goo puddings, but the last ones I bought, they pissed me off. I wasn't happy with them because they put an exclamation mark at the end of the cooking instructions. You happy with that? A level of attitude from a pudding? It said, put in the microwave for 30 seconds, comma, no longer! Oh, fucking shout at me, you're a pudding! You're a pudding, you're in my house, I'm the alpha here! Fucking 30 seconds, no longer. I put him in the microwave, 45 seconds, fuck you. took them out and they were burnt within an inch of their lives. You've got to listen to stuff when it's written down. A good example of this. Anyone taking Imodium at the minute? Okay. Don't usually get a big cheer. But on the side of an Imodium packet, under potential side effects, it says, if you take Imodium, you may suffer from a loss of libido. I'm like, oh, the diarrhea does that for me. I wasn't thinking about my sex drive when I'm shitting myself like this. What sort of maniac? Mid-diarrhea. Reading, lose my libido. Not for me then. I'm feeling pretty sexy and confident right now. Who knows, maybe I'll get lucky tonight in between these frequent, horrendous toilet stops. But I'm trying to get out of the house. Trying to de-stress. So I booked myself a little weekend away in Blackpool. Yeah, a couple of people probably realising the mistake I've made there immediately. Blackpool is not a relaxing place. There's a weird energy to Blackpool. I've never seen so many 5-year-olds drinking Red Bull. That's the type of place Blackpool is. But I was excited. I booked this hotel. I arrive at the hotel to be immediately downgraded. I haven't done anything. I've turned up at the designated time, been downgraded to a single room. Why? Because the man in the room before me has shit the bed. That's the level of hotel we're dealing with here. He shit the bed. How do I know he shit the bed? Because the hotel told me. They just told me that was what happened. I don't know what you do if you run a hotel, but I would have made up a fucking reason. I said shit the bed. I'm a new customer. I'm coming into your workplace for the first time. Don't say shit the bed. Even if you're panicking, just go unforeseen circumstances. I wouldn't have asked for any more information there. I think I'd have been happier if they said, there's a body in your room. There's a dead body on your bed. We haven't found the killer yet, and we think he's still in the hotel. Right, yeah, as long as he didn't shit himself when he died, get me in there. They could see I wasn't happy. They could see I wasn't happy with the news, so they changed tact very quickly. They become very professional. And they said, oh, don't worry, Mr. Smith. The gentleman in question has gone now. Oh, thank you. That's got to be the bare minimum I'm hoping for here. That the man who shit the bed has not, for some reason, been allowed to stay in the hotel to the degree of which it overlaps with my booking. So I've got a top and tail with shit your pants. No, thank you. He's gone, obviously. The bedding has gone. The mattress has gone. We've replaced them. We've done a deep clean on the room. It looks fantastic. It smells beautiful in there. But we're not going to put you in that room because, and here comes a direct quote from a man who runs a hotel business, said, we're not going to put you in that room because at the minute you can still feel it in the room. How bleak is this hotel? You can feel the human shit in the room. Not physically, the shit's gone. You can't touch it, you can't see it, you can't smell it, you can't hear the shit. The problem is, the memory of the shit is still there. The north is fucked. I think it's harder to relax if you're northern. I think it's harder to relax up north. Especially as a northerner living in London. It's hard. And people patronise you when you've got a northern accent. They just assume you're stupid rather than getting to know you and working it out that way. Like, even good stuff. I was on Radio 4 last year. That's supposed to be a good career achievement. Get on Radio 4. They don't usually let northerners on the radio. If you think about when you usually hear a northern voice on the radio, it's when we're about to express a horrific opinion on TalkSport. That's our usual sort of thing. Right, and next on the subject of immigration, we've got Mike from Barnsley. Cut the line on him. He's going to say the words Navy and harpoon gun very early on here. Well, we're not all like that. No, I was on Radio 4, I was doing a bit of topical comedy, and I received multiple complaints. And you're thinking, well, what controversial subject were you talking about here, Ian? No. I received my complaints because of how I pronounce the letter H. Wow, yeah, and I get a real clear sense in the room. You're not going to be on my side here. I say it wrong. I know that now. I say H. It's supposed to be H. I still feel like I've not won anyone over here. Who like doesn't care? Because I think that's a normal reaction. Who cares? You know what I'm saying. Like if I said to you, oh, could you just nip across the road and get me something from W.H. Smith? You won't be like, I've got no idea what you're on about. I mean, if it's stationary, I could maybe go, there's a W.H. Smith over there. If that could help you. People are angry. I received multiple emails. Angry emails. I got a tweet from a woman called Margaret. She was pissed off. In Margaret's tweet, she said, I was enjoying listening to Radio 4 until Ian Smith came on. Someone needs to teach him how to speak properly. It is A-I-T-C-H, not H-A-I-T-C-H. Has anyone here been in a position where you've had to have a letter spelt to you before? A letter. A letter's one. You know, a letter is the bit that makes up a word. Don't leave me here. A letter is one letter long. A-I-T-C-H. She spelled a letter to me with 5 letters. And one of those letters was the letter she's spelling to me. She's lost her fucking head here, Margaret. She's gone. The thing that annoyed me most about Margaret's tweet, that woman had not tweeted in 5 years. 5 years. Her last tweet 5 years ago was, beautiful weather outside. First goldfinch of the season on my bird feeder. Bliss. And she's put her laptop screen down. She's lived in that blissful life for 5 years, skipping around. Nothing's bothered her in 5 years. And not just 5 years, by the way. Anyone here remember? The last 5 years. The shittest 5 years of our collective memory. Nothing's bothered Margaret, though. Anyone here remember the pandemic? That, straight over her perm. She don't give a shit about that. Cost of living crisis. Nothing from Margaret. Wars rampaging across the world. She's like rolling her eyes at the news a bit, like she finds it annoying. I said H on the radio, and she's gone, for fuck's sake! Where's my laptop? Where's my 2018 Dell laptop? Getting it out, opening it up, blowing the dust off the keys. What's my login? There's no way she remembers a login after 5 years. She had to stay angry at me for the amount of time it takes for her to reset her own password. She got livid throughout that bit where she's got to click on fire hydrants to prove she's not a robot. There's a fucking fire hydrant there! I know what a fire hydrant is, I'm not a robot, I'm a human! A-I-T-C-H-U-M-A-N. Human. I don't know if that's an applause for me or an applause you gave yourselves for working it out. There's a little delay and you're like, oh no, I've got that, well done. But it's either that, or she's had to stay angry at me for the amount of time it takes for to find that book that all old people have got with all the passwords written in it. Old people are fucking stupid. No disrespect to a couple of people in the room. But my mum and dad, they're old. They're old, and they've got themselves a password book, but they're very clever with it. See if you can work this one out. And they keep their passwords tucked away in their address book. Under P. Yeah, for passwords. Good luck, burglars. Unless Alan Turing's in your gang, you're not cracking this code. The Smith family home is a fortress. Get patronised when you've got a northern accent, living down south. Like, I was out with 4 friends of mine, and these guys are all stereotypically upper middle class, privately educated guys. One of them brought their new girlfriends along. She's also stereotypically upper middle class, privately educated. And this girl, she did something I think is unacceptable. So she's talking. Well, the pause I'm leaving there makes it sound like that is my problem. She's just talking. She's giving it this when the boys are having a chat. No, thank you, madam. It is pretty crucial because it's being recorded. Where's the camera? I think women are allowed to talk. Yeah. But I honestly believe that. Like it's a mad thing to say. And I honestly believe that. Get involved. Get involved. You know, wait until the guys have had their say. Don't be going over stuff. No, she's talking. Big thumbs up from me. Just encouraging her. Go on, go on. She's talking. She's very funny. She's very confident. She's immediately at ease in the social setting. It's all perfect until, after certain words, she turns to me, and only me, just to ask me if I know what that word means. That's fucked up. You can't do that to people. All throughout the night, she's going, I'm training to be a physiotherapist at the minute. Oh, God. Ian, pop your crayons down for a second. Do you know what a physiotherapist is? And I'm like, what's going on here? I'm the only one getting a quiz. And none of my 4 friends have gone, don't do that, Abigail. Of course he knows what a physiotherapist is. They're looking at me like they've been wondering this the whole friendship. They're on tender hooks. They're like asking more stuff. He's thick as shit, this one, I reckon. Look how many bum bags he's got on. That's insane. I bet he's got a pet kestrel. His dad won't let him do ballet. I bet you. It's 2 different films. She keeps doing it to me. One point she says, I don't think I'll order a bottle. Might just get a carafe of wine if that's... Oh, God. Ian? Bless him, he's got Peppa Pig up on his iPad. Ian, do you know what a carafe is? And I'm very defensive at this point. So I was straight in with, yeah, I know what a fucking carafe is. 100%. Well, not a bottle. As established. Bigger than a ramekin, surely. Would you put a cheesecake in it, take it out, put another one in? Would you do that? Right, she had a point with carafe, to be fair to her. I'd seen it written on the menu, I read it in my head as carafe. She's got a point. Good job I didn't go on Radio 4 talking about carafes. Margaret slapping goldfinches out of her own garden. Fuck this! But you shouldn't do that to people. I got my own back though. Started doing it back to her with very simplistic working class words. So at one point I said, might just nip to the bar and get some crisps if anyone... Oh no. Abigail? Do you know what crisps are? How best to describe these to you? Well, they're like little individual dauphinoise that have been overcooked. I'll get some for you to try. I did the dauphinoise joke in my hometown of Goole. 150 people, nothing. Not one laugh for dauphinoise. And that's awkward because, considering the content of that routine, I then had to look them all in the eye and go, right, do you know what dauphinoise is? 4 people put their hands up. So I then read out a dauphinoise recipe. It wasn't the funniest bit of the gig. It's hard to make that funny. But I read out a dauphinoise recipe. 1 person put their hand up again, one of the original 4, just to let me know that's not what I thought it was. So we're already down to 3. And I could see in the eyes of 2 of the others, they weren't confident either. They thought it was French for mashed potato, and that's okay. I know I'm too stressed out, and I know I let things bother me too much because my dentist told me. She told me off for grinding my teeth. Do you have any other teeth grinders in? Yeah. Do you have a mouth guard? Yeah. Got to get a mouth guard. I'm going to be honest with you though, they're awkward, especially if you're in a relationship, because it means there's a point in every evening where you have to turn to your partner and say, "Are we finished with any kissing or potential sexual activity for the evening?" The answer is usually, well, if we weren't, we are now. You just said the phrase, potential sexual activity. Might as well have had 6 Imodiums for that's done to my libido. You got to ask. Otherwise, something can get instigated when you've got the mouthguard in, then you've got to find the right moment to be like, just I'm on there. Not in the mood anymore? Okay, well, I'll pop it back in. Dental safety comes first. It's changed how I feel about my teeth. I used to think your teeth were so strong. Not anymore. I used to think the coolest thing someone could do is when they could open a bottle of beer with their teeth. You know, when you just go, oi, oi. What a baffling response. Can you open a bottle with your teeth? Yeah. Just oi, oi in yourself. Yeah. Oi, oi, right here. I've got to tell you that I don't think it's cool anymore, because I've realised there's no other kitchen utensil, if you replace with your face, people would find impressive. You're not going to be at a dinner party and hear someone go, man, I can't find the potato masher anywhere. There's a guy in the corner just like, yeah, don't worry, I've actually learned how to do this with my face. Get the butter in. A bit of eyeball mash, get it in there. Dauphinoise, done. We've done that. I find teeth annoying. I think they're the weirdest part of your body. And a lot of people aren't on board when I say this, but I can convince you. Weirdest part of your body. Any other part of your body, behave like your teeth, you'd think that was mad. Like, they're the only part of your body you get a practice go at. Is that not weird? You get some teeth, and then your body goes, right, you know what you're doing with them? Right, get rid of those ones. Here comes your proper ones. You've got to force them through your body one by one. You don't get baby arms. Right, yeah, so it has been pointed out to me, you do get baby arms, but you get baby everything when you're a baby. But you know what I mean? They come with you for the journey. They grow is the word. They you know, say like a 15-year-old who's got one stubborn baby arm, just looking down at you like, yeah, just the adult one hasn't come through yet. I think what I'm going to do is tie a bit of string around this arm, get my mum and dad to tie the other end to a door. Just going to brace myself for it. They whack the door shut, the arm's on the floor, blood everywhere. You got to pick up your own arm, put it under your pillow. For the arm fairy. The arm fairy sounds like a fucking creep. You know what I mean? The tooth fairy, she's tiny. She's in and out your room. She's magical. You don't even know she's been there. The arm fairy sounds like it would have to be just like an adult man. Coming into your room, making no attempt to not wake you up, banging into stuff, fuck's sake. Plastic bag full to the brim of arms. Get up, give me your fucking arm, give me the ear. ramming it into a Asda bags. Green Asda bag, but it's gone white with the pressure of it just expanding. He's looking you in the eye. Don't matter what I do with them. Don't matter what I do with the arms. Fuck off. That's his catchphrase. Don't matter what I do with the arms. Fuck off. Horrible man. Any part of your body behave like your teeth. You think that was unacceptable? Imagine seeing someone, they're walking down the street, they've got a bit of groin pain, they've got a limp on, they're grimacing, they're like, oh, fucking hell, man. Oh, I guess that's my wisdom dick coming through. Regular penis, couple of little wisdom dicks, that's normal. That is normal, the doctors told me that's normal. Just think, grinding your teeth is such an annoying way to let your stress out, because it doesn't make you less stressed. Like, all of the things the body does as a reaction to stress do not help you. Like, I've got a list here of some of the things your body will do when it's stressed out. See if any of these are chilling you out. A heightened sense of smell. Okay, it didn't help me out in Blackpool, did it? Acid reflux, muscle and joint ache, eczema, psoriasis, sweating, hair loss, IBS. It can make you indecisive. Or can it? I don't know. Bit of fun, that joke. I think it's the worst joke in the show. Or is it? I don't know. You can do it twice. It's not good, but it's recyclable. You get a lot out of that. Or can you? I don't know. Free. Then I get a sense you're not wanting a fourth. Or are you? I don't know. Pretty worrying how up for that some people are. Right, we will move on. I don't know. You can lose your sense of humour. Spotted a couple of stressed out people doing that, or is it? But you can skip a period. That gives you an idea how stressed out I am. I don't think I've had one. I know I'm not like the most stressed out person in the world, but by a long way. I think I read about the most stressed out person. Works at a vineyard. He's worked there for 15 years and he loves it. Dream job. But he's been sacked and he has not dealt with it well. And you can tell he hasn't dealt with it well because I read about this in a national newspaper. Like, if your reaction to losing your job makes it into The Guardian, you've done something pretty fucked up here. The full quote about this man. When he was fired, he emptied 100 bottles of wine in anger. I was like, wow. Imagine how long it would take to stay angry throughout the duration of decorking and emptying 100 bottles of wine. I would pay any amount of money to watch the CCTV footage of him losing his job. Just to see that man losing it immediately, just like, you fucking what? You're sacking me after 15 years? You motherfuckers are going to regret the day that you sacked me from this. Vineyard! Fucking hell! Has anyone else been let go? Just me? That is absolutely insane. How the fuck am I the only person? How has Julie still got a job? Oh, look at me like that, Julie. When'd you get in this morning? 9 o'clock my dickhole you did, Julie. It was 10 o'clock! 10 o'clock every morning, you work-side prick! Are there no screw caps in? Fucking hell! Nobody leave! I've got a weirdly specific number in mind! Right, I already get a slight sense in the room. Couple of people going, is he doing 100? That would have been my dream, by the way. I would have come on stage, I would have opened with that joke, do 100, leave. One show, one joke. That's a dream. And I think on a good day, I reckon I can keep that funny to 30 bottles. on a good day, I reckon 50, that's when the walkouts are happening. You're like, we get the joke, we're not happy, we're leaving. I reckon 70 bottles, we're down to a core audience of about 50 people. And they're not happy. They're shouting, they're heckling. Someone throws a beer bottle at me, I catch it, I use it in the mime. They're like... By 80 bottles, I reckon we're down to a core audience of like 20, 25 people. But by 90, the mood would change. And the people who are left would be like, hold on a second. I think he's going to fucking do this. Come on, Ian! They're calling people back into the gig. He's on 94! His nose is bleeding! Get in here! That was my dream. Comedy's a stressful job. I think comedy's a stressful job. If you think about the two most common stress or anxiety dreams, it's losing your teeth and public speaking. And I'm doing both of them now. Might as well take my clothes off and sit an exam I haven't revised for. Just do them all. And like I said before, even good stuff. Like last year, it's on Radio 4, and I got an acting casting. I haven't had an acting casting in a little while, and this one was special. No audition. They've gone straight to my agent. They want me for the part. That's never happened to me before. I'm excited. I'm waiting for the email to come through with all the info. Comes through. First red flag, no character name. It's not a big part. I don't know if there's any writers in the room, but often if a character has a lot to do, they will be given a name. No name. Just a 2-word character description. Boring creep. Wow. Boring creep. Quick recap. No audition. They've seen me at a gig. They've seen me at a gig and gone, this guy is perfect. Boring creep. 2 words, both upsetting. Boring creep. They're both bad words for me. I'd have been happier with 1 good word. 1 good word. I'd have preferred stylish paedophile. Like, yeah, okay. Stylish, they've seen me before. What's that last bit? Get stressed out by all sorts of stuff. Names and faces. That's a big thing for me at the minute. I'm so paranoid that I've met someone before and I've forgotten them that now I start every interaction by going, hey, we've met before. It's perfect. Because if you have met them before, looks like you've remembered them. If you haven't, you're just like a weirdly popular guy, can't remember all his mates. In my head I was like, I think I fucked up that line. But then I was like, I don't think I did. It's just an awkward edit point. I think that'll be fine. Because I would say the degree to which I'm sweating means we cannot do retakes. Can't be like, oh yeah, there's a bit at the top that we missed out actually. I'm like, hello, thanks for coming. So we've really just got to nail it. No cuts. We're having it raw. We're having it raw. And that means sometimes I'll go, oh, I've got something. Oh no, I said that word for word perfect. Fuck! Like that sort of thing. Back into character. That's how I get to go, just an idiot northerner. What's this? It works every time. And now I have genuinely forgotten what comes next. No! Works every time. Best case scenario, looks like you've remembered them. Worst case, you're like a weirdly friendly guy, can't keep track of all his mates. Every time I'm like, hey, we've met before. No? Okay, well, I'll just have a 6 chicken nugget meal then, please. Ease yourself in. I've been paranoid about forgetting names since primary school. Day 1 of primary school, I remember asking this kid, Mark, what his name was 10 times. And I felt horrible about it. And I shouldn't even be worried about that because Mark became a good friend of mine. Mark was the first person whose house I stayed over at. First meal I had that wasn't cooked by my mum and dad was at Mark's house. And let me tell you, It was a mad meal. The main component, sausage and baked bean pie. That's northern even for me. Sausage and baked bean pie. Two sides accompanying it. You're probably thinking your mashed potato, your chips, your peas. You might not be expecting baked beans. Sausage and baked bean pie, little side of baked beans. There's something else on the plate. You're probably thinking, don't say it, Ian. Don't say 2 sausages. That's my first meal not cooked by my mum and dad. Sausage and baked bean pie with baked beans and 2 sausages. I went home to my mum and dad, I'm like, it's feral out there. They're putting the inside of the pie on the outside of the pie. What else stresses me out? Ushers in the theatre. I don't like them. I think they're patronising. Because you hand them a ticket, it's got something written on it like D9, then they start to give you directions to Road D. If you don't think you can do that yourselves, you need to believe in yourselves a little bit more. Unless the theatre is set out in the QWERTY keyboard order. I reckon I'm going to nail Road D, actually. The only trouble I have is if I'm on row H, got to spread myself across row A, I, T, C and H. And love, obviously, very stressful. And as I said, it's not a breakup show. Not a breakup show. I have a girlfriend now. Yeah, thank you. And we're expecting our first child. Yeah, in about 5 or 6 years, something like that. But I was single. I've been in a long-term relationship, and it's scary. I didn't know what being single was going to be like. I've never taken a dick pic before. I've never taken a dick pic. At least partly because I've only just realised my iPhone has the panoramic setting. Bit of fun. Second worst joke of the show. Or is it? I don't know. No, I think if I'm being honest, if I was to take a panoramic image of my penis, I reckon first 10% penis, the other 90% just other things in the room at the time. Just be like, here we go, right, that's the dick done, keep it steady, keep it within the lines. Table and chairs, might as well send that off. What else have we got? Mum and dad looking annoyed, fine. And cheer up. I don't know how far we are into the show, but it's a pretty galling time to look down and see a little toothpaste stain on my t-shirt. Must have a gig like that. The next bit of the show is the only bit I find embarrassing. So I don't want to look anyone in the eye when I do it. Can you just stand up for a second and just go just over there? Just take your seat. So I'd been with this girl for about 3 months, and I knew I was falling in love with her, but I didn't know if I should say that because I've you're shielded from those kind of decisions in a long-term relationship. So what I did is I googled, when do you tell someone you love them? That's fucking embarrassing. Has anyone else googled that before? No. Yeah, probably, if you don't mind standing, probably the rest of the show here for me. I don't know if you heard, there was a moment when it was silent, and in my head I was like, I think that means no. One audience member thought, I'll hammer it home. No. I don't know, you've just got to sit down. I'd feel bad if... Have you ever told someone you love them? Yeah. Yeah, good. How long did you leave it? Which time? Absolute legend! 2-minute account, mate. The last time?
For about 3 weeks.
For about 3 weeks? What was I worried about? I should have talked to you instead of Google. But you've just got to say it. That's it. Just got to say it. Learn from your mistakes, recalibrate for the future. But it does mean there's going to be points in your life where you have to go, I love you, No? Okay, I'll just have a 6 chicken nugget meal then, please. Ease yourself in. But I think this is why the dentist bothered me so much. Because I was asking her about this teeth grinding. I said, what would be the first repercussion? Like if I keep grinding my teeth? And she said, in this tone, well, you'll have some silly looking teeth. Silly looking teeth, that's the jeopardy in my life. Silly looking teeth, so I'm going to look silly because of stress. So she's basically saying, you're going to look silly because of your dog shit personality. Off out into the dating world you go. Because that's all we are, isn't it? Looks and personality. That's all we've got to offer. You know, obviously you hear people say, I don't love them for their looks, I love them for their personality. That's fantastic. Don't think I've ever heard someone say, I don't love them for their looks, or their personality. Yeah, what do you like about this person? I have realised in the process of writing this show, money. That is the third one. So I'm running home from the dentist and I'm straight on Google and I'm Googling stuff like, how to relax now. Ways to relax immediately. And you're probably thinking, well, the only way you can relax is by making small, meaningful changes in your life that have a cumulative effect over time. Fuck off! No! First thing I did, I went to a sensory deprivation flotation tank. And let me tell you, that should never be the first thing you do. If you don't know what these things are, it's like a big tank filled with salt water, and the salt is so condensed that you just float effortlessly on the surface. They put the lid down, it's pitch black, you can't see anything, you can't hear anything, and they describe this feeling of weightlessness and senselessness by saying, you won't know where the water begins or your body ends. You'll just be thoughts in the darkness. Does that sound relaxing? Just thoughts in the darkness? I'm stressing out. I'm trying to escape my thoughts. I'm not trying that to be like the only thing I am now. Just thoughts in the darkness. And for some reason, you're bouncing up and down, just drifting a little bit. I haven't done anything, but I'm just drifting until hit the side of the tank, hit the other side of the tank, just bobbing about like an old DVD screensaver logo. And they tell you before you go in the tank, they say, be careful in there. You know, the words you want to hear before a relaxation experience. Be careful in that tank. If any of the water goes in your eyes, it will be incredibly painful. And I got water in my eyes very early on because I put my hand into my eye. Because, another quick recap, I don't know where the water begins or my body ends. I feel something touching my face. My first thought, someone is in the tank. But they tell you, don't worry. If the water goes in your eyes, we've hung up a spray on the side of the tank with regular water in. Spray that into your eyes, you'll feel better. Now, I'm not trying to patronise you guys by going over these details, but I can't see. I can't see, and I can't feel any of my limbs. Where is the spray, and what am I picking it up with? I had to get what I think was my arm, slapping it against the side of the tank, until eventually I feel something. I think this must be the spray. So then I put a bottle directly in front of my own eyeball. I spray a fast jet of water into my eye. My retina has detached, that's bobbing about somewhere now. I get about 5 more minutes of relaxation before an alarm goes off, which is how they've chosen to signify the end of your relaxation. By going, tank now, your time's up! Lid comes off, it's like you're seeing sunlight for the first time. Relearning how to use your legs again. Waddling over to reception. 2 receptionists smiling back at you. Would you like to book in any more flotations, Mr. Smith? Absolutely not, go fuck yourselves. I've got my hand on the door to leave when one of the receptionists calls back and says, "Oh, Mr. Smith, just to let you know, you may feel very dehydrated for the next 2 days as a result of the half an hour relaxation experience." Is that a fair swap? 2 days of intense dehydration. I've never drank so much in my life. I saw a mirage in my flat. It's November. I was like, why is there a palm tree in my flat? That's like having a massage. Lovely massage. Feel all the tension just going out your body there. Like, oh, that's nice, isn't it? This will make you shit yourself for a week. So I'm back home. Back on Google. Putting stuff in quotation marks now, like ultimate de-stressing time, ultimate de-stressing experience. I find an exact match on a website called enjoybratislava.com. I'm off to Slovakia. The ultimate de-stressing experience. Car demolition tank driving day. You get sledgehammers, you fuck up a car for about half an hour, then you get in a tank, you drive the tank over the car. As soon as I saw that, I was like, get me a one-way ticket to Slovakia now. Followed by another one-way ticket in 2 days' time, going back to where I came from. A return. But there was a problem. In the top corner of the website, there's a little sign that said, "This event has a 6-person minimum." Fuck. I realised very quickly, this is a website almost exclusively for stag do's and work events. And I should have known that, because on the drop-down menu, one of the additional extras you could choose was for €7 per person, you could have a stripper in your minibus. That's not the usual element of a relaxation experience. They didn't offer that at the flotation tank. 6-person minimum. So I'm having to ask around some of my friends, see if I can get anyone to come along. One person said yes. My hairdresser. Dom. He's coming. And it's important to me that you know Dom is my friend. You know what I mean? I wasn't getting my hair cut and he's gone, "Going anywhere on your holidays?" I'm like, "Yeah, I am, and I need people." I've known Dom about 8 years, and every time I used to introduce Dom to my friends, I thought it was funny to go, "This is Dom, my hairdresser." I've stopped doing that because multiple people made the same joke where they would look at Dom and go, "I wouldn't want to admit to being his hairdresser, mate." Yeah, and then they would laugh, and then Dom would look at them, point at my face and go, "Yeah, but you can only work with the tools you've got." And then they would laugh. Now it's just two people bonding over how shit my haircut is. So I stopped doing that for the old self-esteem. Went back to the tank driving place. I was like, right, I can get 2. And they said, "Oh, so you mean 3 in total?" No. No, you've misread that in quite a humiliating way for me, actually. And I understand what you've done. I included myself as one of the 2 people I could get. I managed to convince myself to come along. So they said, "No, it's not enough people, it needs to be 6 people." So why does it need to be 6 people? It's too expensive between 2 people. Split it between 6 people, it becomes affordable. It's like, well, how much is it for 1 person? Just what is the price if someone wanted to do it? The reply I got to that email, 1 person would not do this by themselves. I was like, I know for a fact they would. You're in an email correspondence with him now. So he reluctantly told me how much for 1 person. And, well, yeah, it is pricey. But you may have seen me last year playing boring creep in 1 episode of the Emily Attack Show on ITV2. The fee for that, £100 less than a car demolition tank driving experience. Just in case you want to go into acting, you're trying to gauge the fee structure. So I said, "We're doing it, I'll pay for it. Me and Dom, we're coming." 2 weeks later, we're in the airport, picking up snacks for the plane from W.H. Smith. Another couple of days after that, we get met by someone from the tank driving experience. They still seem genuinely confused to see 2 people. So coming over to us like, It's not a stag do, is it? But no, that'd be a pretty depressing stag do, actually. Are you celebrating something? No, I've just had some pretty upsetting dental news. Well, a work do. Do you work together? Yes. Yeah, Dom works for me once every 2 months for an hour. It's a hairdresser client outing. Looks straight at Dom and goes, I wouldn't want to admit to being his hairdresser, mate. Come on. Puts us on the minibus. Minibus. 12 seats. 2 people. There's a sign on the top of the minibus that says, your seatbelt must be worn at all times. And as soon as I saw that, I thought, how is a stripper operating in this environment? But best case scenario, she's trying to strip with a seatbelt on, while one member of the stag do sits next to her, describing what she's doing to 3 rows of free behind him. And we should have got strippers. And not in a misogynistic way, but we should have got strippers because they didn't change the price on the itinerary. That's €7 per person. That's €14 a stripper. Get 4 of them on board, we're at the 6-person minimum. You're like, come on, keep your clothes on, pick up a hammer, we're going to fuck up a Toyota. And fuck up a Toyota we did. I cannot recommend this experience enough. It's incredible. You get a big metal sledgehammer, you're smashing up a car, you get knives for the tyres. I don't know if you've ever stabbed a car tyre with a knife. Give it a go on the way home, it feels amazing. Dom's lost his mind, he's ripping off a wing mirror with his hands. He's taking too much off the sides, as per. Smashing up the back of the car, holding up a mirror so I can see what he's done. Yeah, a bit more off. He's got one of those hot tea towels. I don't know where he's heating it up. Then we get in the tank. We do 3 laps of an industrial estate. I didn't think we'd react like this, but every time we passed the car we'd beaten up, we're just giving it shit. Just in the back of a tank, just going around, we see the car, oh, looking pretty banged up there, are you, mate? Just back in the tank again. Oh, we're coming back for you! We get to our car, start crushing the car. There's glass flying all over the place like tooth enamel in my bedroom at night. And I feel like the whole thing is happening in slow motion. And I think I have 2 consecutive thoughts. My first thought, I'm in Slovakia with my hairdresser. And we are crushing a car with a tank. This is the most relaxed I've felt in 5 years. Immediate second thought, this cannot be how I deal with stress. Time to make some small, meaningful changes. But we go over our car, and then the tank makes an immediate beeline for a second car. Free of charge, bonus car. We're losing out, we're jumping up, back and down in the back of the tank like, bonus car! Until I have a worrying thought where I think, it's either a bonus car or the driver's just been sacked, we've got another 98 to go. Well, that's pretty much the end of the show. Any questions? Okay. Well, are we finished? Let me pop this in then. Thank you very much. Anthony Smith, thank you.
People of Bristol, could you please put your hands together and welcome onto the stage the wonderful Jess Fostekew!
Brilliant, thank you. Oh, God, thanks. Oh, God, thanks. Oh, crumbs. Thank you, thanks. Oh, yes, please. Lovely to be in lovely Bristol. It's the actual best place. It is the actual best place. and it's so nice to have you all here and it all be packed out. Last time I recorded a stand-up special, it was during the secret awful times that we've all just like completely moved on from very quick. Where you were in a room this size, you were allowed about 4 people in, and they each had to sit alone, surrounded by little lateral flow tests with an alcohol-free beverage. It was pretty heartbreaking. It's great to have you here. I'm not going to take it for granted. I love it that we've got our freedom back. I think it's great, isn't it? Some of you might be sat next to a stranger coughing out loud. I love it. I love having that back. Touching's back, consensual touching's back. I'll tell you why, actually, I'm so chuffed to have all this freedom back. It's because, I'm just going to say it, I actually don't think that human beings were designed to be scared for years and years. Yeah, I'm just going to say it. I think it's made us weird. It's made me weird, and from what I've seen so far, it's made you weird. I'm weirder, is my point. I'm much weirder than I was pre-pando. I'm lots of other things too. I'm somehow older. I'm older than 3 years older. How have I done that? I'm gayer, way gayer. No one ever cheers for older. Oh dear. We'll address weirder first, shall we? It's a social skill deficit. All my social skills fully fell off during the holidays. And they're not back. And it's been so long now since we had a lockdown, I think if they're not back now, they ain't never coming back, are they? I'm a changed woman. I think I am. I am different. Don't ask me how I am anymore. I'll actually fucking tell you. I do go, because it's been so long now since we had all those like sort of trapped at home times. I do go for longer patches of time where, like, I won't say it out loud, I'm not that weird, but I will find myself internally sort of going, well done, Jess. You've been normal at parties. Stuff for weeks and weeks now. And then something will come for me because I got cocky. Every single time I get sideswiped. Most recently it was a fist bump that did it. Somebody gave me a fist bump. Don't know why I've demoed. Patronising, if anything. You know what one is. Somebody gave me a fist bump and I shat myself. I knew they weren't trying to hurt me. I knew it wasn't a game. But my brain just would not connect to my body to remind me quick enough what to do with it. So I panic met it with a high five. Yeah, do not recommend. Doesn't work at Bristol because you've mismatched your vibes, I've realised. Yeah, with a bit of sort of hindsight, I worked out what had happened. A fist bump, it turns out, is as close as a British person ever gets to physically and verbally saying, "Hey, buddy, good job." We can't actually say that in our own accent. So we have to do it like that. "Hey, buddy, good job." But if you meet that with a high five, especially if you sort of really own it, then you've really got no choice but to sort of envelope the fist. And that's less, "Hey, buddy, good job," and more sort of, "Yield." And you might be thinking, I don't know what you're on about, I'm not weird, I kept all my social skills. Well done. I do keep meeting people like that. I keep meeting people who are fine. I saw some colleagues I hadn't seen for years for all the topical reasons, and they were great, you know, very relaxed, borderline charming. They were like, "Oh, I haven't seen you for ages, how are you doing?" Classic. And they did all compliments. They're like, "Oh, I like your dungarees, I like your earrings." I went, "Wow." Look at these ulcers. I don't think you're meant to do that. The major problem with this deficit in social skills is all my small talk is gone. It's done. I haven't got any small talk. Problem with that, this is my job. I don't know how much stand-up comedy you've been to see, but it is sort of the law that at some point I am meant to interact with you. Luckily, you seem as keen as me. It's really hard without small talk, the old audience comedian interaction. I've got big talk. We could try it with big talk. I've got plenty of big talk. I've got big talk for days. It might be a bit intimidating to do one-to-one, though, maybe. If we're going to do big talk, I reckon do a question for the room. What are we doing with our pubes? Is clapping what you're doing with the pubes? I have toured this show and I have had some incredible answers. I'm surprised you're shy, Bristol. I've met you before and you're not... Last time I came to Bristol... I think she said shave it, but it could have been shame it. Shave it! It was quite a demanding voice that shouted that. I liked it. It felt like it's really been told, shave it! Well, whoever that was is going to have a fight, because last time I came to Bristol, someone else shouted, long! My favourite other responses in York, from the darkest recesses of York, I got a very posh trim. But my absolute tip-top best was, it was during the Edinburgh Fringe Festival, and a lady sat in the front row, genuinely sat like that in the front row, and Centre parting. Legend. I should be more honest with you. My small talk did have a brief resurgence back when everyone was playing the game Wordle. Do you remember they brought out this game called Wordle? Do you remember when they first brought it out and everyone was playing it? It's basically like a word game. You get like a process of deduction. You get like 6 goes to deduce a 5-letter word by any sort of process. It's sort of like a mixture of sort of linguistics and logic problem, really. It's actually sort of really addictive. I'm actually still playing it. I'm the last wordler in the West. Is there a solitary single wordler left in here tonight? They're in! The last 10 are in! Is anyone... Oh, I'm so relieved. Do you know what? We are dying out, wordlers. I don't know if you know. I did one show where there was no wordlers in the entire audience, and one woman, I think to make me feel better, put her hand up and went, my mum's still doing it. But is there any of the hot young things who just shouted yes to Wordle? Has anyone done it today? Oh, yes! It's that lady there, second row in the second section. You've done it today, is it? You've done it today. What's your name? Corin. Corin! Let's small talk about Wordle. Let's do it, Corin. Corin, how many did you get it in today? 4. Me too! Oh my God, like brain twins! And that's just really how you small talk about Wordle. Corin's my best friend now. No, Corin, how did you feel when the New York Times bought Wordle?
Yeah, not brilliant.
Not brilliant? I'm not sure, Corin.
I liked it more random. It's too complicated.
It's got too complicated. She has actually, it turns out, got quite a long answer. I've loved that answer, Corin. A lot of the time I ask people, how do you feel when the New York Times bought Wordle? It turns out they didn't care, because they've got a sort of full and rounded life. But not me or you, Corin. I knew we were twins of the brain. I also cared, but I think for different reasons to you, by the sounds of it. I don't mind that it got harder. I don't mind American words coming up. What I hated is that I don't know if you know this happened. When the New York Times took this puzzle over, they cancelled loads of 5-letter words. So there's loads of 5-letter words that will never come up because the New York Times decided that they would be too potentially offensive. But I don't understand why they've chosen the words that they've chosen. Like, it doesn't make any sense. There's loads of filth still in there. You can still have minge, boner. But they've cancelled words like the American spelling of fetus. What? What's offensive about the word itself? Ageist? I don't know, but most upsettingly for me, on the banned list of words, is the word wench. Yes, if you've been dragged here by a partner, that is the title of the show. I didn't know it's an offensive word, did you? What a way for me to find out that out of all the comedians, it turns out I am an edgelord. That's awful. No, you need the small talk. You've got to keep it up. You've got to keep up your wordling so you can keep up your small talk. You've got to keep small talking because you need it to make new friends. And I think it's so important to keep making new friends, even into adulthood, because it's fine to have the old friends, but they've got all your smelly baggage, haven't they? They know everything about you. And what's great about making new friends, even into grown-upness, is you get a clean slate, don't you? You get a fresh start. You can, especially you can present yourself as whoever you want, can't you? The new friend, can't you? Especially if you changed or whatever, you can present. If you want, you can present yourself as fine. And that's nice. And it's much harder to make a new friend with just big talk. I did it once. It was in the first lockdown, the main one, the surprise one, the OG, the great unraveller. I was trapped with just my young son, 4-year-old at that time, son, during that one. So I was so desperate for the company of an adult who was physically there that in the year 2020, I actually made friends with my neighbour. Yeah, wait for it. In London. Yeah, I don't know if any of you have seen somebody who lives in London try and make friends with someone who happens to live on their road. It's disgusting. It's like watching a snake try and play a piano. But I did it. Needs must, right? I did it, I went for it. I didn't muck about, I went for the woman who lives opposite me, Harmony. Not loads in common, not an obvious choice for a new best friend on paper. I think sort of very much older than me, good 2-3 generations older than me. I don't know that we culturally got loads in common. She, just into different stuff. She loves God. Maybe God. God and flowers and stuff. But we did it, we did it. And we did it without any small talk. And I thought, God, this is perfect. Because we had the pandemic in common, we didn't need any of the little boring old chit-chat. We got straight into the juicy stuff. Birth, death, divorce. We shared tears, fears, cakes. I thought, who needs a blooming small talk? This is perfect. I love it. Months in, though, I did realise I hadn't sown the perfect foundational seeds for a friendship. When she said, you've never told me what you do for work. And I was like, oh, I'm a stand-up comedian. And she went, oh my God. That's so exciting! I'll have to look you up, Francesca. It's too late to ever correct her. I'm just going to have to let her call me that for the rest of our lives. I am so aware that in this day and age, I am meant to, as a stand-up comedian, if I'm going to talk about someone that's real in the world, I am under a strong ethical obligation to change their name, especially if they've got a distinctive name, like Harmony, especially if you're filming the stand-up. But in this instance, what is the fucking point? She's literally got no way of ever finding me. We've all had a bizarre amount of change in our life in the last few years. I think that's my point. I've had a particularly massive amount of change in my life in those last few years. About 3 years ago, I managed to leave a really long relationship, about a decade long, and that is easier said than done, isn't it? Because after that amount of time, everything's tangled up with them, isn't it? My living situation was tangled up with him, finances tangled up with him, I'd had a kid with him, leaving him also involved leaving my sexuality as I then knew it, social life tangled up with him, work stuff tangled up with him. Still, I managed to leave a 10-year relationship. Why can't I leave a WhatsApp group? If it carries on like this, eventually I'll be in every single one. I couldn't get over how much dating had changed. I mean, obviously, it was like between 9 and 10 years. Of course it's going to change a bit, but there were still some big surprises. I didn't expect, for example, it to go 100% online. Obviously, things are getting more technological, but I didn't know it'd go 100% online. Some of you are so young, you won't understand why I find that shocking. It's because in the olden days, if you met your partner online, you were a freak. And now it's the law. It's the actual law now. It's the only place you are allowed to meet someone. If you are not now, if you approach someone who's physically there, young people, IRL, if you got to a stranger who is there, not 3D printed, they're physically there. If you go up to them and go, hello, please may I fancy you, and that is how you do it. They're allowed to phone the police. And the police go, you did what? You perv! Get online, you monster! Yeah. You got to get online now. You got to get online. You got to have a whole CV of yourself on there. You got a whole exhibition of photographs of yourself looking sexy during hobbies. You got to choose from 9 million identities at a time where it feels more loaded than ever before. What identity you choose, because it feels like you're choosing a tribe for the whole of the rest of your life, and never. It's minefield online dating. So many problems with it. Problem number 1: fibbers. I didn't do any lying on my online dating, not because I'm a good person, because I realised too late. It turns out I've accidentally already given away every single fact, truth and secret about myself I've ever had. in every single bit of stand-up podcast and interview I've ever done. You might think, so what? Right, but look, I've been doing stand-up for 15 years. Yes, I know. What's mad is it's only in the last sort of 18 months that I've looked around and gone, I'm not sure all the other stand-up comedians are actually telling the truth. I did think we had to. And I have fucked this hard. I did a show recently where the producer said to me, we'll have a website to go with this show, like a web page for your episode. Can I take information we need from your Wikipedia? And I was like, well, I haven't got one. And he was like, you have. Worse than that, it's 100% accurate. I don't think it's making the world a better place, is it? Either that people are constantly shitting out really personal information that nobody asked for, does it? Is anyone nourished to find out that we've all got access to every single person's every thought, opinion and feeling thanks to social media? We all want a peek behind the curtain, don't we? Want a little peek behind the curtain of everyone else's lives? I never got the memo to buy any fucking curtains. And I've only got myself to blame. I did a podcast recently where under absolutely zero duress I admitted to a very long childhood crush on Gandalf. I used to fancy such old men. Gandalf, how the fuck do you explain that? I don't even mean the talented actor Sir Ian McKellen. I fancied the fictionally ancient wizard, Gandalf. How the hell do you actually explain that? I suppose I did lose a granddad very young. That particular joke is a test. And if you liked it, you're my favourite. So many problems with online dating, so many problems. Dick pics, ugh. Disgusting that that's still an issue in 2023, isn't it? Thousands of people every single day getting sent a pic of a dick that they haven't asked for every single day. That is rank that that's still going on. If you're someone who's got a dick thinking, I wonder if the stranger wants a pic, these days, probably err on the side of no! I've got women friends in comedy. I've got women friends that these are clowns. These aren't people who are sexy for a job. They get upwards of 20, 30 dicks a week. That is rank that that's still going on. I can't believe worse than all of that. More one than all of that. Why have I never got one? That's not an invitation. And this feels like something very Gen Z about online dating. It feels designed by them and for them, and I think I mean that in several ways. Firstly, I think there's sort of like, you need to be so sure about exactly who you are and exactly what you want, and that feels like impressively very Gen Z. That feels like a very Gen Z vibe. I think the comfortability with all of the different identities and all the different meanings of all of the different things feels very Gen Z. I am in awe of the progress that generation have made in terms of feminism. Well, you could just call it self-worth. I'm lucky. I've got half-sisters who are still in their late teens and early 20s, so I've got some direct feedback on this. The progress they have made, honestly, when I was that age, I mean, it wasn't great. I'm a geriatric millennial, so when I was their age, I was still doing stuff like, here's an example, my generation of women, ever since school, we trained ourselves, didn't we? If we were using a public bathroom, we trained ourselves to trickle our wee-wee out, didn't we? As quietly as we could. 1 or 2 droplets at a time. Silently if we could. Ideally as a mist. Some of our wee-wees took up to a month to finish. All because the thought of another person hearing the pitter-patter of your disgusting urine that you should have learnt to reabsorb like a real lady was somehow mortifying. But you'll be relieved to know Gen Z women aren't doing that. Thank God Gen Z women have evolved out of doing that. I don't know if you shared a bathroom with one of them recently. The only thing you can hear over the sound of their glorious, thunderous piss is every now and again one of them will go, does anybody want to borrow my moon cup? It's massive! It's progress. My youngest baby sister, she's turned 20 now, actually. She is extraordinary, right? We went for lunch. About 6 months ago, we went for lunch. Now, nothing makes you feel old like when you catch yourself saying to a 19-year-old, "So, are you seeing anyone?" But I did. And she couldn't have had a better response. She went, "God, no. I find boys my age pathetic. Just gonna have, like, hot girl summer." What is that? What is it? I've had a look online. I'm not sure anybody knows. From what I can see, it looks exhausting, and I'm not sure I can be fucked. I don't know if it's appropriate. I'm genuinely not sure I can be asked. I hope that's not unambitious. I'm just going to aim for like a warm woman spring. There's a sexual confidence required for online dating as well, I think. There's like make great big massive lists of things that you like say that you're into or not into. I don't even know what half the fucking words mean. Oh, you know, I've got friends who say to me, "Wow, you need to get with it. You know, it's great that the world's so sex positive. You know, and they're probably right. You know, and they're like, yeah, well, it's your problem. You're the one who needs to like enlighten yourself and educate yourself. If you feel uncomfortable with all that stuff." And I'm like, well, I think the problem actually is that it resets the bar for normal people, doesn't it? Everybody needs to know all the, you know, some of the friends that are telling me that I need to get on board with all that stuff are the same friends. I've got one friend who told me that sometimes in her normal life, for her partner, she does a sexy dance. I mean, one with like no laughing in it. Oh, what? Sure, it happens in films and probably France. But we don't have to do that now, do we? Us, just normal us. Is that with the bar set now for like you and me? Oh. Oh. What the fuck? Where would you fucking begin? That's a piece of equipment, and I didn't just make someone so turned on they fainted. It's that bit has evolved right over the course of this show, over the full Edinburgh Fringe, and then the whole of this tour. I thought, oh, you know, as the show grows and stuff, that bit, the sexy dance bit, is going to get longer and longer, and it's got shorter. One thing that happens if you haven't been single for a decade and you suddenly find yourself single again is you do find yourself desperately wanting to feel relevant again, you know, and you want to feel sexy again in a way that I hadn't even realised I stopped caring about, you know, and I have found myself asking hundreds and hundreds of audiences now what they're doing with their pubes. They're clapping their pubes in Bristol like that. What was that? Pluck 'em? Surely that advice could only come from someone with a mere 4 to 5 pubes. That is a deeply impractical top tip. If I ever met one, but I might give it a go. Thank you for the original take on what to do with them. I can't get a consensus, and now there's a new thing to add into the mix of options. As I understand it, generally there seems to be like 2 schools of thought. There seems to be what I would call a sexually decisive feminist movement to go full wolf. Great. But I'm also told a lot of people under the age of 30 literally never heard of a pube. They're going to need taken down to the Oldie Pube Museum to have it proven to them what a pube ever was. And they feel quite extreme as options, you know. It feels like someone's gone, well, you can do absolutely nothing or absolutely loads. I think, well, I don't know what to do absolutely. Well, have you met me? Absolutely nothing sounds manageable. Yum, yum, yum. But I want to feel sexy. That's the whole point. Is I want to feel hot, you know. I want to feel great in my bard. You know, it's got to be some boundaries to sexiness. Like, I like the idea of going full wolf. I'm absolutely fine, but I'm of an age now where it doesn't want to stay in the main triangle. What are the boundaries? There's got to be some hotness boundaries. Are there? What are the boundaries? What are they? What are they? What are the boundaries? What are the boundaries? What are they? Is it knees? I can sense I've made some of you feel uncomfortable. I can be more euphemistic. My Bellybeard Peninsula is making a very strong plate tectonic bid to join the mainland. Is that still hot? Is that hot? Even calling it a peninsula makes it sound too organised. It's patchier than that, more of an archipelago, something you might get on your honeymoon. No, I think when it comes to pubes, you should do whatever's going to make you feel snazzy about your body, even if that means pluck 'em. You might need to take a half day off to get through mine. I think you should do whatever's going to make you feel great about your bod, even if that means having a twat wax, by the way. I think you can have a twat wax as a feminist. Yes, I do, actually. I think you can. I think you can even have a twat wax as a pragmatist, potentially, because you could argue that you can get increased sensitivity, but then you could also argue that all music is always better on MDMA. You wouldn't want it to be the only way you could ever consume it. Just a little joke there for anyone who's come, not with their parents or colleagues. I think you can have a twat wax as a feminist, by the way. I think you can feel empowered all the way through it. If you don't know what a twat wax is, if you're like, what's she on about? It's quite simple, really. Buckle in. You go to a salon and someone there, it's normally a woman, she'll rip the pubes from your tuppence, not for love, just for cash. And that's the first bit that can feel empowered, actually, because you think, well, I can afford it, I feel empowered, thanks very much. Often you're supporting an independent, female-led business, you think, I feel empowered, thanks very much. Obviously, then you've got the fact that once you're in there, you've got to get naked in front of a stranger. Not fully naked, actually, she doesn't want to see your tits. Yeah, don't. I'm not advocating that, but no, you can feel empowered all the way through it. My point is, you've got to get your belly button, you've got to get your clam out in front of a stranger. I think that takes a certain amount of body confidence, actually, so you can do it. I feel empowered all the way through it. You can feel empowered all the way through it. Obviously, then you've got the fact that once it's actually done, you're going to feel for a little bit like a silky otter. I feel empowered. Not so much. Even during the bit where she's actually ripping the pubes out and it really hurts, you think, well, actually, it only hurts a bit. I'm strong enough to take that much pain. I'm an adult. It only hurts a bit. I feel empowered. You can feel empowered all the way through it. Until the bit where she says, now, roll onto your front. You roll onto your front, don't you? It's never one of those beds that's got the lovely comfy donut for you to rest your face in, is it? You've always got to smush your face actually into the leather of the bed, haven't you, there? You can't risk leaving it out to the side like that, can you? Because then you risk eye contact. She says, now roll onto your front, doesn't she? And you do it. And then she says, now, madam, pop one hand on one buttock. And you do it, don't you? Are you listening? And then she says, pop one hand on your other buttock. And you do it, don't you? And then she says, now, pull those buttocks apart. And you do it, don't you? I'm so sorry. And then she slathers the wax in there, doesn't she? And then, because that wax has got to set before she can rip it off, face in the bed, you, an adult who's paid for this, has to stay there like that, don't you? For ages. And during that bit, I am actually yet to meet anyone who does still feel empowered. And let me tell you, there's never been another sharper, more tangible time where I've ever thought perhaps it isn't an entirely good thing that I've got to a point in my career where I am occasionally recognised. Incredibly, not the end of the pube stuff. I do think you should do whatever's going to make you feel snazzy about your body when it comes to pubes, but I also wish we'd be a bit less shy, you know. Wish people would take a leaf out of Bristol's book and be a bit more honest when people say what we're doing with our pubes, because I think a lot of the time you just want to know what everyone else is fucking doing, don't you? Especially when you're young. What teenager wants to be a moth topiary pioneer? I certainly didn't. And I don't get memos, I need a bit more information on the flipping memo, I do. I never got the information. Also, I grew up in Dorset in the 90s. No one was doing anything to their pubes then. They're still wearing bum bags from the first time round. Good on them. But it meant I had no idea what was going on. At age 18, I moved to London for university. I realised at the time it was women only, but they were all just doing stuff to their pubes, So I'd say to a friend, so what we say, hang on, so what are we doing? And they'd be like, well, you just get rid. You just get rid. I'm like, but like what? But like say what? Say like what? Like what? Yeah. What actually do you do then? And they'd be like, you just get rid. You just get rid. Oh yeah, cool, yeah. And we must communicate. I started seeing someone. I thought he's going to expect that, so I did it. Right, and then he comes around and things start happening, nice things, sexy things. He gets the sort of hands in pants sort of time, sort of bass 2 3, bass 2 3 4. I don't know the basses 2 3 4 more. But some nice things, sexy things. And he goes like, and I was like, great, great, he's noticed. And we must communicate because things progress, right? Nice things, sexy things. But it gets to sort of business time, sort of pants and trousers, right? Also business time, busy business time. And we must communicate because it gets to that stage and he goes, oh. And what I'd done is I'd got rid of all the hair there, but I'd left absolutely everything there. Just give you a couple more seconds for that image to sink in. Sexiness-wise, I'd given myself the vaginal equivalent of a monk's haircut. Imagine being prepared to tell audiences full of strangers that, but lying on dating apps. Wouldn't be on, really, would it? Wouldn't be on. I didn't do lying on dating apps. Again, I don't think particularly because I'm a good person, mainly because I didn't want to muck people about, but including myself. I'm busy. I didn't want to bother meeting up with people that didn't at least know the basics about me, Like, I think there were things that I was like, I don't want to get to the point where I'm actually going out for a drink with someone that doesn't know that I've got this silly job, that I've got a young child. Like, I needed people to know that stuff in advance. But, I also wanted to get, picked. I wanted to get swiped on. I wanted to get chosen. I wanted to get laid. So how do you be honest about those things whilst also still making yourself sound like a catch? I'm available for sexy dates between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. My language is so mollified by parenthood that the other night I accidentally said goodbye to a big taxi driver by going, "Night, sleep well." The biggest wake-up call that I got that dating was going to be really different this time round, a decade on with where my life was at now as a parent, was this. So, historically, whenever I'd been single, I'd really enjoyed putting it about. Yeah, no shame in that. Borderline pride, actually. No one was harmed in the making that fun. Yum, yum, in my vagina. But it did mean that once or twice in my early 20s, late teens, during that last single time, I had to do that awkward but responsible thing once or twice of phoning someone up and going, oh God, one of us has given the other one some kind of STI. Well, this time round, I genuinely had to phone someone and say, I'm so sorry, but I'm pretty confident I've given you nits. Incredibly, she's the one I'm engaged to now. Thank you. You're right to woo, she's smashing. But it's interesting, I think it is interesting. You start a new relationship well into your 30s, and there is baggage. There's no clean slate. You've got to get your smelly old baggage out. So much baggage. As I said, I've got one child, human. She's got 2 feline. Although, as I'm increasingly being taught, no less important. My human son absolutely loves my missus. I think he can instinctively tell, just because she's a few years younger than me, that makes her inordinately cooler than me. I think it helps that she's covered in tattoos of animals I can also walk into. And it's been great having someone be able to come into his life who's got like time for fun and ideas for games, and it's been brilliant having her fresh eyes as a spotlight on my parenting. I mentioned that my language is mollified. It's had to become. Here's the origin story of why. We'll go back a few years. My son was 2, maybe 3 years old. It's just me and him in the car, right? I'm still with his dad at this point, and out the back of the car, my son goes, "Daddy says, oh, for crying out loud." And I was like, yeah, he does. He says that all the time. He probably says that all the time. It's almost like a catchphrase. I can't believe I'd never noticed it and you've clocked that. That's amazing. He does always say it. What does Mummy say anyway? Mummy says, fucking fuck. No, she doesn't. You've misheard. Mummy says, crumbs alive. You remember Mummy's catchphrase? Crumbs alive. Yeah, look, I need to confess, I have got no self-control and really bad road rage, and it did mean that my son did learn all the worst swears by probably a sort of roughly illegally young age. You'll be relieved to know, though, if you're sensible or the police or whatever. It's had a surprise consequence in the sense that now, age 7, he is the biggest language prude I have ever met. He hates bad language. He will sniff it out and he will hunt it down and he will find it. And he will crush it. Honestly, he's like, man over there, red hair over there, behind that bin, behind that bollard over there, just on 2 Fs, I don't like it. Skip that song, too many B words. It's like living with a tiny Mary Whitehouse. The other day we were on a play date with other families and I properly banged my leg and I went, "Ah, sugar," and he went, "Well done, Mummy, not saying shit." I do want to be a good parent. I really care about being a good parent. I hope that I'll naturally just sort of evolve into a good parent over the years. There's loads of stuff I feel passionate about as a parent. I mean, I would love my son to have minimal shame around certain things. That feels important to me. I would love him to be the first generation ever who can be, like, completely unembarrassed about having a queer parent. Wouldn't that be nice? I would also particularly love him not to have shame around his body and eating and drinking. I feel so strongly about that. Hopefully I've brought him up so far to be sort of really joyful and curious about those things. The other day, I was having an alcohol-free beer. I told you I was a geriatric millennial. And he said, "Can I try that?" And I thought, actually, I can't see the harm in that. I don't think I actually liked the taste of beer until I was well into my 20s. Wow, he scolded it. I didn't know a 6-year-old could drink like that from a little glass bottle like that. To prise it out of his hands. That's so nice. That's so delicious nice. That is so nice. I've just spent the last year walking into places with a 6-year-old who walks in and goes, "Have they got Corona?" No, they haven't. No, but he can read now, can he? So he'd be like, "Yes, they have. Yeah, they got it there. Why can't I have it?" Sometimes they'll actually get the bottle and be like, "Why can't I have it? It hasn't got any alcohol. It's got less sugar than juice. Hasn't even got any caffeine. Why can't I have it?" And I find myself going, "Because it's not a good look for Mummy." I mentioned that my human son loves my missus. He does. No offence to her, but I think that's quite easily done. I think his heart is quite easily won. I think if you're prepared to have enough ideas of games to play, get him anything from that tat shop tiger, keep your language clean, get the odd round in. He'll fall for you. The cats, however, have been much harder to impress. I can't talk about this within my own home because I can't tell you how much she loves these cats. I'm going to say too much. But actually, I'm just going to say it. I actually think the cats might be homophobic. I've got loads of evidence. One of the cats likes jumping on the kitchen surfaces, licking all around, furring all around. Really nice. Someone just going, I'd be careful to do that out loud in an audience this queer. This is my edgiest bit in this crowd. Yeah, he jumps all over the kitchen surfaces where I do the cooking, and I was quite hard. I think, I was quite short. I said to my missus, do you think there's any way we could get him not to do that fucking disgusting thing? And she was like, yeah, all right, he's a cat, it's not a problem, we'll just discipline him. I'll buy a water spray can. And in fairness, she did. So next time he jumped up there, I went to spray him, and she was like, whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, God. You don't have to spray him. You don't actually spray. At least try mediation first. So me, the human, has to go, Conrad, please hop down. Incredibly, he didn't. So I go to spray him, and she's like, whoa, 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 trigger happy. The next thing she made me do is hold the watering can out like that and just sort of shake it, just sort of gently show it to the cat. Pretty confident I heard the cat go, Then, and only then, am I allowed to spray the prick. You can imagine the catharsis. Shh. But it turns out she hadn't bought a normal water spray can, had she? She'd bought a mister for succulents. So water did come out of it, but in a lovely gentle plume. I swear to you, that cat went... He's even better at sexy dancing than me. Which brings me on to my main evidence against them, actually. There's no delicate way of putting this, but both the cats watch us bonk, and they're not very encouraging. Conrad the kitchen jumper watches like that. And Cleo, if anything, is worse. She's somehow found a way of sort of watching like that. And I was really letting this knock my confidence. But then, actually, in this instance, I realised I think I might need to take some responsibility, because I thought about it, and actually, there's been an empathy fail, hasn't there? On my part. Because at the end of the day, they're cats, aren't they? They're cats. And what cats thinking? If they're watching two women have sex, they're probably thinking, well, they are having a very thorough wash. What a noisy wash! Surely that bit's done, at least. I feel incredibly privileged to have met my queerness now in terms of where we're at in space and time and history. I think largely I've been able to ride into queerness on the coattails of centuries of other people's activism. Thank you, universe! Yum, yum, yum. Lucky me. I think the only thing is probably even easier to be compared to 50 years ago now than queer is probably vegan. Just because you can get vegan food everywhere now, can't you? I mean, you can get plant-based food everywhere you go, and they've learned to do stuff, they're amazing. You can get a full vegan menu in Wetherspoon's pubs now. Do you know Wetherspoon's, where Progress went to die? I think it's an incongruous place to be able to get a full vegan menu. But, I just mean that vegans haven't had to have centuries of being sort of like oppressed and jailed and killed and converted to get their own whole menu, have they, in Wetherspoons? You could argue they've had a long time of culinary oppression if you tasted tofu. No, none of us have, but we've all eaten it. I even feel privileged, I feel especially privileged to have met my queerness as an adult as well. I think it's much harder if you're not straight when you're a child. Because when you're a kid, your whole self-worth hinges, doesn't it, on how respected and valued you feel by the people around you, especially by your family. Whereas once you're in your mid-30s, you think, wow. You can disown me if you want, actually, Uncle John, I couldn't give a fuck. I'll be honest, Uncle John has always been a chore. Bye, John. Oh, John, before you go, please, could you chuck me out the WhatsApp group? There hasn't been nothing. I've noticed bits and bobs. I've had a bit of disbelief. I found that fascinating. I've had a bit of disbelief that I was ever straight. I think like people like to think of all queerness as being born in a terrible closet full of the tears of Kelly Holmes and Philip Schofield. And not to belittle their terrible experience, but I'm afraid that wasn't my experience. I wasn't having an oppressed time, I'm afraid, so I was having a fucking great time loving and fucking all those blokes. Woohoo! I had loads of opportunities to get off with women, didn't want to, don't know what happened. One day something changed, really did. I'm only a clown, I can only speak to my own experience. I don't understand the chemistry of it. I've got no sciencey way of backing this up. The only evidence I can think of is, can you imagine a less lesbian crush than Gandalf? I've been fascinated by the curiosity I've had. I even naively thought that by now, if you were sort of in public in a same-sex relationship, that was like, you know, I didn't realise that you're still like spotted. Even if you're in like a busy city or a festival or something like that, like you get noticed, you get like whispered about, you get like giggled about, you get like sort of seen in a way. Like, I think because I've had such recent straight relationships to compare it to, I was a bit like, oh God, it's like people are sort of like, sometimes you get the impression people genuinely are negative. You get the idea sometimes people are excited to have seen two women together in the wild. Sometimes you get the idea that people are genuinely so excited about it they couldn't not say something or point or something. Like, you know, when you see a really, 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 really big dog who one of its granddads must have been a horse. A bit of that still if you're two women together. The tangiest bit of curiosity that I have had, I've had more than one friend my own age, when I say I'm dating a woman, go, oh my. I mean, like, what do you actually do? Where do I begin? I mean, the problem's with the question, isn't it? The problem is with the question, what do you actually do? That is, I mean, for a start, no straight person's ever been asked that, ever. Have they? No straight person's ever said to their friend, oh, I'm seeing someone new, and the friend's first thing to be like, oh, right, tell me exactly how you fuck. Just wouldn't. What do you actually do, they're asking. Also, where the hell have these friends been? What do you actually do? I'm pretty sure they've used the internet ever. What do you actually do? Knowing my luck, the exact answer is probably on the Wikipedia page. What do you actually do? How straight are these friends that they cannot work it out? It also betrays a massive lack of imagination, doesn't it? What do you actually do? What do they think two women do when they get in the bedroom? They think we just sort of stand there. Just really sort of seriously and morosely, sort of slowly. Just sort of miserably take off our clothes. Look down in a really disappointed way at where a willy still hasn't grown. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no, I still haven't got one. Oh no, have you? No! I've still just got this pointless area. Probably better just hold hands again. If you wanted, maybe I could try and do a dance. No. And then there's the labels, and there's choosing an identity for your sexuality. I hadn't realised what a minefield it was out there. I hadn't realised how spicy and politicised it had all got. I hadn't realised how sensitive it all was. I hadn't realised the wars that were going on. I hadn't realised the thesis that they were behind every single one of these identities. Oh my God, I hadn't realised what I was getting myself into. Also hadn't realised how lucky I'd been up until this point to have previously been born into every label I'd ever had, like a beautiful comfy nest, never had to pick a new one. And when you start, you know, you always think you already know who you are. It's really confusing. You don't know what to do. I fucked it up. I thought, I'll just try them on like clothes. See what I feel like suits me. That's a great way to do it. I made so many mistakes. Initially I told everyone I was bisexual, then I learned about pansexuality, thought that much better describes me, but identified as pansexual on Radio 4's Now Show, and Twitter lit up and let me know that I had single-handedly erased bisexuality. I didn't know I could do that all by myself. I don't know if you've ever felt simultaneous sadness, shame and incredible power. It's confusing and frankly enough to put you off. I was like, oh God, I can't be arsed with this. Don't involve me in your argument I didn't even know existed. I can't join in with a war I didn't even know was there. Oh, I can't be bothered with this. I'm not going to have a sexuality then. I'm just not going to have a sexuality identity. I'm going to be one of those people that refuses to talk about it. I'm just going to say it's none of your business. I'm just going to Cliff Richard this shit. And then I thought, no, it's not good enough. That's not very respectful, is it? To the hundreds of thousands of people who sacrificed and died in the pursuit of equality for LGBT plus people. Jess, you got to have an identity, you got to have a sexuality, a right to make up your own one, have a bespoke one. But all I could think of was swings all ways, or potentially liable to fancy literally fucking anyone. I think we can all agree, not very catchy, and it makes me sound even less discerning than we've already established that I aren't. So I'm left with queer, I identify as queer. I mean, it does the job, doesn't it? It covers every base. I would say it's arguably a little bit rudely vague. It does shut down future conversation, doesn't it? It means so many things. Yeah, I mean, I do feel a little bit like when I identify as queer, I feel a little bit like someone's gone, where do you live? And I've gone, Earth. But it does the job. The only other real problem I've got with queer is that as a word is, you know, I've got boomers in my life and I've only just persuaded them to stop using that as a slur. And, you know, I have some sympathy. I've got people in my life, boomer age, who say to me, oh, did you just say queer? And you're like, yeah. And they're like, oh, right. Well, you just bring the word back, do you? You just use that one because it's decades ago that you stopped, you know, that we all stopped saying that. So what other words are back? Careful, Mum! I don't think we often enough doff our caps to anyone at least attempting to keep up linguistically with kindness, because we're changing things at such an incredible pace now that it is really hard to keep up. I don't think we anywhere near often enough acknowledge the fact that all the language that we here right now today are using to be as kind and inclusive and progressive as possible will, in quite a short space of time, be the bad words, the toxic words, the words we hope that everyone can everyone try and forget that we ever said. Can you see what I'm doing here? I'm covering my future back. Because I don't stand a fucking chance. I've missed every single memo that's come my way over time. There's no way I'm keeping up linguistically with kindness. I do not stand a chance. I've got a 7-year-old. I give it 5 years max before I walk past my son and he's saying to a friend, oh my God, you just overhear my mum. She just said neurodiverse, what bigger? I'll be like, I thought it was a kind word. He'd be like, yeah, okay, millennial. I think we can get so kind of tense over language that it can make people, even people who are definitely kind, panic. Harmony's actually a really good example. My neighbour, because she watched my life transform from over the road. I mean, literally from opposite. You know, she watched me move into the house opposite her with a man and a kid. It's pretty conventional. It's pretty unchallenging. But then she watched the man go away. She watched the man go away. And then she watched a woman come round. Again and again and again. To be clear, when I titled the show Wench, it was meant to be quite a lot more women. I had no idea it'd only take me 3 months to fall in love. Livid. She watched one woman come round again and 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 again, hopefully forever. And she 100% took that in her stride. Harmony couldn't have cared less. She totally got it. She couldn't have given a shit. But every now and again, over words, she'd get in a pickle. So there'd be times where she was like, well, don't worry, I'll get the parcel if you want later from your. I always put her out of her misery and said girlfriend, but I was desperately hoping that one day she'd go for gentle lady caller. But, you know, I'm not surprised Harmony was cool. I'm very lucky where I live. I live in South East London and, I mean, you know, it's a pretty chill place. I love it. I think traditionally when comedians are from there, they're horrible about it, you know. But I think it's an amazing place to live for lots of reasons. One of them is, and the main one really is, it's like a diversity utopia where I live. There's every single person that you have ever possibly imagined living together pretty much side by side, kind of pretty much all the time. getting along great. My son goes to a primary school. Here's a good example. He goes to a primary school where they do a thing where I think they do this across Britain actually, where they once a year they have this like week of culture where they all learn about each other's cultures, and on the last day they're encouraged to come in dressed as whatever they feel represents their culture. Lovely, but if you saw my son's playground on that day, you'd be like, who wrote this naively woke Argos advert bullshit? It looks like it's staged because it's everything you've ever dreamed of. Do you know what I mean? There's saris, kimonos, Ankara fabrics, Romanian football shirts. There was a fucking Dutch milkmaid. More than 2 of them dressed as cats. So you can imagine living in an area like that. I was quite surprised back when we had the elections for a new mayor, when one of our candidates, even in an area like that, a lady called Maureen, was really openly homophobic in her manifesto. What was really annoying, though, was that the rest of her policies were great. Really great. She was going to end knife crime. Well, do you not mind it? She was going to deliver affordable housing. Yes, please, Maureen. I'd love that. I would love that. I didn't even know mayors could do that. No, I genuinely, this is the one, this is the policy that was really going to give me... I was going to vote for her. She genuinely was going to promise, finally, to tackle fly tipping. Maureen, where have you been all my life? Honestly, people don't understand what it's like if you live in London. As I've toured the show all over the country, and people do not get it. They do not understand. To me, that's proof that Maureen is a proper Londoner through and through. You lot here probably still don't even get it. You think in London the streets are paved with gold. No, actually, mainly bedding. And if you're lucky, the odd Billy bookcase. She nearly had my vote, but she had a 6-point plan, and point number 3, genuinely right next to tackle fly tipping, was that she wanted to simply state the truth that a natural marriage is only ever between a man and a woman, and that is the only safe environment in which to ever bring up a child. So that was printed onto, that was such a funny set of reactions. Just like a load of boos and hisses, and then someone going, oh. Okay. So you could go looking for Maureen's manifesto, but it was also printed onto a colourful pamphlet that was dropped through every door in the whole of the borough. So those words landed on my doorstep in my house where, as I said, my son can read. And I had a visceral reaction to this, a big emotional reaction to this. I was like, surely I shouldn't have to have this shit in my face. I shouldn't have to have that shit through my door and actually in my face. Can you put anything in a manifesto then, can you? You're allowed to say things like unnatural and not allowed your own kids. Are there any rules? I wonder what the rules... Surely someone should know what the rules are. You shouldn't have to have that shit surely in my face. I reassured my young son by going, you're safe here! And then, I just had a normal reaction, I took to the streets, by which I mean Twitter. But then the real streets, I had big conversations back and forth with the council trying to work out what you are and aren't allowed to put in a manifesto. There are some rules, but it turns out they're all secret, actually. And then I had great big long meetings with the police at their request, who were amazing about it. Back and forth, all about it. A big long Guardian newspaper article about it. Just normal reactions. Weeks into this activism, I noticed that a lot of people in my life, including in my queer community, including my own partner, weren't anywhere near sort of fired up about this as me. And I said to her, you don't seem as passionate about this situation as me, if you don't mind me saying. She was like, no, fair enough. I mean, the thing is, a lot of people do have those opinions. And I was like, well, yeah, it's almost like you're a lot more used. And I think I realised what had happened is that I'd had what had been, up until that point, a life of almost 100% privilege. And Mummy'd had Mummy's first homophobia and Mummy'd gone big! I felt a bit green, I felt a bit embarrassed, but you can't choose what's going to offend you. You can't choose what's going to get you in that place in your tummy, can you? I hope you can't choose what's going to offend you. I wouldn't have called this show Wench if I thought anybody might find it actually really offensive as a word. I'm not that sort of comic. I genuinely just thought it was just a really great word for a bit of a silly old slag. I'm not going to be making everybody chant wench, wench, wench. I think it's a fun word, but I'm not going to... I mean, I understand why we've gone to the efforts to reclaim the much more serious and weaponised words for promiscuity, especially for female promiscuity, like slut and hoe and hag. I'm into it. Big fan. There's even a TikTok movement now to reclaim the word bimbo. Yeah, same. No. My first reaction was that. My first reaction was, oh, we're doing them all, are we? I am busy. And then I thought, no, that's not good enough. You know, of course, I'm not instinctively going to care about the word bimbo because no one's ever called me a bimbo. No one's ever going to call me a bimbo. Let's face it, aesthetically, I'm as similar to Ken as I am to Barbie. But then I thought, no, it's not good enough. You can't call yourself an intersexual feminist and then not care about something because it doesn't directly apply to you. You know, educate yourself. And I'm so glad I did. The bimbos of TikTok are fascinating. So they have this whole ideology, this whole philosophy. They say that we want to have a hyper-feminine exterior. So like rack out, tits everywhere, glamorous, you know, super pink girly, cartoon level, like Barbie-esque level, ultra femme. But they say despite having that aesthetic, we shouldn't think to presume anything about their intelligence, their feminism, or their politics. And I was like, oh my God, I think I might be a bimbo ally. That sounds bang on the money. Of course you shouldn't think you can look what you're... Oh, it's amazing. But then their big, like, headline, their big thing that they, like, leave you on is they say, we bimbos think you should just be yourself and have loads of surgeries. Oh, I've missed that memo as well. I still haven't had mine yet. I've forgotten to have all the surgeries. Probably already left it too fucking late. I've learned recently that literally every single other person I work with has already had all the surgery, all the different types of work done. Everyone around me is getting all the work done. Most of my friends who transpires in the lockdown have been getting work done since before they were even 30. I'm the only one left to have not done it. I've probably missed the boat for it to be fucking effective anyway. No point lying about my age. I'm 39. My actual date of birth's on that Wikipedia page. It's almost insulting. I haven't got any stalkers. But no wonder we're having to spend a load of money on all of the poison in the cheeks. I think we've done that wrong, because I also missed the memo to start lying about my age. What's the point of getting it all done if you haven't lied about your age from whenever you were born? I never got that memo, and I think we've done it wrong. I think we've done it literally in the wrong direction. I want my Wikipedia page to sound 69, then you can meet me and be like, fuck me, shit's great. That's how to save a few quid. But I sort of get it, you know, a cruel thing has happened to me in the sense that it's only in the last few years I've begun enjoying looking at my own face. And don't get me wrong, I don't stop in the mirror and be like, I'm going to stay here for a bit. Hot girl summer. I'm busy. But I don't look at photographs of myself on my own reflection anymore and think like, cold Nana Windsor. Good face, actually, I think. Decent face, it's all right face, good face. What's annoying is I've only begun to genuinely believe that at exactly the same point as time has begun to melt that face. That's not fair! It's melting it here. It's cracking it all around there. It's droopily dangling it down there. There's all bits dangling down there. What's happening to these bits? They're going back down and then they're trying to live within me. Those bits, fuck me. I've had a look on the whole of the internet. I cannot find a single body positive influencer anywhere specifically owning her jowls. So of course it's happening. Everyone around me, they're all doing it. Everybody's getting all the bits and bobs done, you know, and I've got people in my life who say to me, I need to get work done for my career. And that makes sense, actually, if they're a poker player. I do think there's a certain level of irony in the fact that it's comedians and actors leading the vanguard and getting our faces frozen in time when we're exactly the people who I thought, as part of our work, needed to be able to use our face to be able to do hundreds of thousands of different expressions and sometimes embody completely and utterly different personalities over the course of the lifetime of a career. You could argue, potentially, I need to keep every scrinkly scumbling in my face to be able to continue to do my uncanny impression of my fascist cats. But they're all doing it. Everyone else has done it. They've all fucking done it. All your icons have done it. All the feminists have even done it. Everybody's fucking done it. There's about 3 comedians left who haven't had any work done. It's me, Sarah Pascoe, and Kiri Pritchard McLean. They're doing stand-up material about it as well. They're saying, you know, no judgment. And I think for me, a bit of judgment. Because if everyone's going to do it, I'm probably going to have to fucking do it, you know? If we all didn't do it, then I wouldn't have to fucking do it. Mainly, my judgment is of the industry. It's not of individuals. I totally understand why people would do it if everyone's going to fucking do it. The industry is... I don't know how much you know about comedy, but the irony is they make you do it in obscurity for over a decade before they even let you on the radio. Surely by the time you're allowed on Taskmaster, you're allowed to faintly knackered. But look, I don't like some of the irony here, I think, is that I, especially over the course of making this show, I've learned and talked to young people, I've talked to those Gen Z sisters, they have a completely different idea on what getting work done means, the potential it means for gender change and definition and self-identity and all of those things. They see beauty where I see something else, and it makes my opinions make me feel older than even the jowls do. I was hanging out recently with my dad. He's got disgusting opinions on what women should be like and look like and sound like. His name's Keith. I was hanging out recently with him and we happed upon a picture of a Kardashian who'd recently had everything done, Brazilian butt, rib out, like everything, and I'm not proud. I saw the picture and went, God, it looks like it hurts. She looks like she hates herself. And my dad went, yeah, exactly. And I was like, no! Oh no, I sound like Keith! I don't want to sound like Keith! I mean, don't get me wrong, I don't always sound like Keith. I mean, the irony is I think he'd look at someone with a load of tattoos and piercings and think, oh, that looks like it hurts. They look like they hate themselves. Whereas I look at that person and think, oh, would you like a kiss? And more recently, please, may you marry me? But yeah, look, if everyone's doing it, I'm not promising to not do it. I'm probably going to do it if everyone's going to do it. There we go. I want to keep getting work. But there's also a more embarrassing reason than that. I'm not vain enough to be the only one who fucking holds out. I'm not going to be the only comedian left who hasn't had work done in another 5 years' time, sat there like the lonely, furry little walnut surrounded by a load of freakishly deep-voiced babies. I'm just saying I resent the normality of it. I resent the fact it's become a normal part of fucking self-care. That'll be my luck, wouldn't it? I'll get my face frozen looking livid. Or not, or I get the best work in the world done and everyone will be like, oh, well, yeah, well, she looks great, but have you heard, still doing Wordle. I do like the idea that as age-defying work gets more and more normal and cheap and everyone's doing it, we'll all have to become really ingenious about how we work out anybody's real age. We'll be like, look over there. She looks about 29, but get closer. She smells of sherry. And now, this was where my show was pretty much meant to end, right? But just as I was finishing the show up, and I can't tell you how tricky I found it to turn my thoughts and feelings about Maureen into comedy, because it's really tricky to write any comedy about anything you care about, let alone where you don't have a very clean, clear-cut opinion. And my opinions I keep changing, so of course my opinions keep changing. And they did on the Maureen thing, right? And just as I was finishing up this show, she did new stuff, she did fresh stuff. She did a double-page spread in a newspaper called the Daily Mail. Suffice to say, it wasn't an apology piece. It was very much doubling down on the opinions she had in the manifesto and adding to them. There's a lot of things that she hates and there's a lot of things she'd like to do about the things that she hates. I'm not going to go into detail. I don't want to dark you out. Suffice to say, her Twitter feed reads like a QAnon-curated cheese dream. If you want to know where she's at on the political spectrum generally, she makes Andrew Tate look like a lovely, sweet man, actually. He just really cares about men's mental health. But the gist of the article, and it was supported obviously by the publication, was that this is freedom of speech and that's that, there can't be any consequence for it. And I'm afraid it riled me up all over again. I'm really tired of freedom of speech being wheeled out as an excuse for all and every kind of horrible actions and behaviour. There's no nuance here. There is a difference between freedom of speech and being able to disagree with each other, which of course I believe in. I'm a comedian. I wouldn't have a job if I didn't believe him. There's a difference between that and running for political office. There is a difference between being able to disagree with each other and actively vying for the power to destroy people's lives because of something about themselves, like their sexuality. Saying those things are exactly the same as like saying there's no difference between refusing a handshake and beating the shit out of someone. Maybe I hadn't overreacted in the first place. Saying that, she did only get 1% of the vote. And if you're thinking, how in an area like the one she said she lives in did Maureen even get 1% of the vote, I think we can all agree it was probably the cats. And if Maureen's opinions are, you know, the death throes of an ancient and nearly finished ideology, then who cares? You know, it's harmless. But if they're not, if they're the start of something or the start of a resurgence of something, then, well, crumbs alive. One thing I have realised is, of course, people have loaded feelings about identity at the moment. Of course, this is an identity-obsessed time. Of course, people are passionate and fired up and spicy and sensitive about identity. It's because they still feel threatened. They still feel unsure. They feel unsafe. And I'm just going to say it. I don't think that human beings are designed to be scared for years and years. I'm just going to say it. I think it makes them weird. Can only apologise for the number of boners in the room right now. I think we can all agree, though, that I do need to get better at taking at least a small amount of shit occasionally, you know. And I have worked out a way, actually, of ending the show where you help me with that. Okay, can we pop some music on, please? Just hand these turds out. Thank you. Right, has everyone who wants a turd got a turd? The game is way harder than it looks. But also, I think we can all agree that with the music this quiet, pretty heartbreaking. Could we turn the music up, please, before I self-harm live? Thank you. The people of Bristol, please get a turd. Absolutely nailed it. Well, we can all agree that couldn't have gone better. You look stunning. So yeah, my girlfriend bought this game for my son, and I think in quite brilliant news, it turned out he was above it. He didn't want to play it. He had no interest in it, so waste not, want not. We waited for him to be out one afternoon. He was long gone. He was at his dad's. And I played it instead in the lounge one afternoon, and we might not have had any clothes on. Really great game, actually. Really fun game. Tits everywhere. But about half an hour in, I realised my curtains weren't completely closed. And the only reason I spotted that is because at one point I turned around and just locked eyes with Harmony. Who had a look on her face that said one thing and one thing only. Oh, that's what they actually do.